Hello, guys. Welcome everybody to today's Vision Top Cut. I'm Echo CPG, one of your commentators, and with me is Philip from Top Deck Heroes. How you doing, man?
Oh, shit, you're talking about me? Shit. Yes, hello,
The
hello.
man knows.
I am here. I am the special guest. I am doing my best.
Let's see, guys, just to recoup all the events from yesterday, our current top cut is looking pretty spicy with our main man Sindhu, as well as WCC's Noman, our main man Mello at a mat, as well as Gleaming Gamo, all currently sitting in the top four with a staggering prize pool of $157.75, which, of course, guys, as well as a booster box of a brush with the legends for whoever comes top, or rather, whoever comes first. And of course, guys, if you guys do want to support it for free, you can do !Matcherino in the chat and click claim code. It's free. It's free money to the prize pool. It's free real estate. But in the meantime, Philip, how have you been? I've been finding the tournament so far.
Pretty interesting. Like there have been some interesting matches for far and wide. I want to say I've only gotten a chance to see a couple, not too many, but we got into a good point right now, and I'm wanting to see how these matches are gonna go because the decks currently present, from what I have been told, are in their respected areas. They're strong decks, so it's gonna come down to a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, a little bit of just how the players think and if they know the matchups they're up against.
And also, guys, just a quick reminder to everybody who is in the chat, this isn't a standard vision tournament. This is our first instance of the V-Premium Experiment series, or VRX for short, which includes our own custom ban list. And in this case, since we are talking only about the V format, the main bans we're talking about is a choice restriction in Prism between Vert and Ellie, as well as an Angel Feather between Hamiel and I believe it is Holy Seraph Nociel.
Yes.
Main reason for the two of them, as you guys are probably well aware, from Nociel and Hamiel, so you're not able to really zero damage Hamiel people, because that's not really fun. And
Who
in Prism, we're
says
just trying
two?
to listen, man. Like Prism, we're trying to reel back the power a little bit. We're trying to bring it back in. But to be fair, we will have to admit there haven't really been any Luard stopping, which is quite unique for a V tournament. Not to mention, we're not looking at the moment. I believe Melodimat is playing a Pacifica build, which is also quite a bit kind of out of left field in terms of Bermuda
It's
builds as well.
well, it is and it isn't. Like Pacifica, whenever the decks first came out with Pacifica and Coral and all those, she was one of the, I won't say weaker decks to look at, but it's hard to come to that condition. And now that we've seen a lot of Bermuda cards come out since then, I honestly can see its potential because you got to think if you can get there, it's still going to be a big attack. It's still going to be big columns, and if you guard, you're going to eat your hand a lot.
Yeah, like actually, this is actually pretty interesting as well because I think Bermuda is it's kind of strange because it almost feels like throughout V they were experimenting with a release structure for Bermuda that is almost what we have for Overdress now. In that, I mean, they released a lot of the archetypes at once. They didn't have too much support, but then even though they added new archetypes as the sets went on, they provided kind of solid support for everything before it.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of you end up realizing things like Riviere kind of still getting support through the VB15 as well as Pacifica, and kind of these small little cards that make the decks more and more consistent, up to the point where it's kind of like where it is now, where it can kind of do just about anything it wants to. And like for example, Pacifica being very piece reliant, because for those who are aren't aware, Pacifica relies on the number of cards on the field with the name Pacifica,
Which are
which are
only for
in V.
in V. We're talking about V. We're gonna say V. And
Man, in
P,
premium.
holy shit.
In premium, that shit go burr. But
but no, there's only four. There's not one, to my knowledge, there's not one card in Bermuda Triangle in V series right now that says this card is regarded as a Pacifica as well, which means you gotta see all four copies of your main grade 3, one of which we need to put on the Vanguard.
And like the one part as well is obviously for everybody who isn't aware at the moment. So if you didn't follow up from yesterday, our current lineups for the semifinals are Sindhu versus Noman. And then the next games that we're going to cast after this best of 3 series is going to be Gleaming Gamo versus Mellow at a Mat. Then we're going to do the bronze match, and then we're going to do the winners final. And obviously from each series is going to be a best of 3 unlike yesterday, which obviously Swiss is going to be best of 1, Top Cut is going to be best of 3. For this time we have 4 people featuring in the top cut.
Now, there's one thing I want to bring.
Sorry, guys, we're just hearing a word from production over. Yeah, guys, don't forget, as I was saying earlier, obviously now we've got a few more people in. If you do wish to support the tournament, even more than you already are by just watching, please don't hesitate to do !Matcherino in the chat. You will get a link to our Matcherino page with, again, a prize pool of £157 and $157 US dollars and 75 cents. And you can do things for free, like follow things on Twitter, click claim code, which is just free money, helps us with some of that free real estate to help support the tournament, and give our winners a bigger payout, which, always helps bring some life to the tournament scene, as well as, don't forget, a DBTO2 box going straight into the winner. And I'm pretty sure you're going to get to see a little tutorial video now again on just how to get everything going.
It's me, VB Franz. I'm here to show you how to sign up for Matcherino. Very simple. All you have to do, navigate over to matcherino.com, click on the login button, and choose your preferred sign-in method. It has everything you need from Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Google, Facebook, Discord, even Line. After that, you're essentially in. You got your account set up. Now, what next, Franz? What do you want me to do next? Well, you can support our tournaments. There will be a prize pool that you contribute to. You can also claim codes. Each claim code is 25 cents into the prize pool. You get 50 codes for that. If you get all 50, that's $12.50 that you've added to the prize pool of the tournament without doing anything, without any cost to anyone. Now, if you would like to directly contribute to these tournaments, there is a direct contribution section for you. You can put as much as you want in there. Be our guest. Now, moving on to Marketplace. There's so many things that we can do with this. We can do Discord roles. We can do merch coming soon. We can do sleeves, mats, any apparel, anything like that you can imagine. All these will have specific values that you can buy them for, and those values you can also get extra bonuses that'll go to our prize pool. You can buy a shirt for $10, $15, and you can contribute $5, $10 to the tournament while you're at it. And all that at zero extra cost to you. That money just goes from your purchase directly into the prize pool. Super cool stuff. Now, the last thing I really want to talk about here is quests. Now, over on the sidebar there, you'll see a bunch of quests going down. It can be anything from following things on Twitter, subbing on YouTube, to anything a little more in depth, like looking at a link, doing a small survey, anything like that. Overall, guys, this is a really cool opportunity to get more funding for our tournaments, and this is just for you guys. This is all for you guys. This is no benefit to us, no monetary benefit, other than giving you guys more of a prize pool to build and grow our tournaments. It's what we want for you guys, and I can't wait to see you in the next tournament.
All right, guys, welcome back. You have seen the tutorial video now. Now you know how to support us. You know how to help us acquire that free real estate. And in the meantime, soon over, we'll be looking over to the Noman versus Sindhu game, just about to start, with, I believe, Sindhu going first. Judging by the sleeves, I'm guessing we're seeing another Pacifica player, but I don't actually know until they flip it. I can't quite remember what he was playing. So I guess it'll be as much a surprise for you guys as it would have been for us.
Now, there is one thing I want to mention real quick before they start, in the fact that this is a V tournament, which means, unlike an overdress, you do not have that one necessary thing called the right line. So a lot of times mulligan and going up to grade 3 is going to very much depend on what is in your hand.
Dude, not gonna lie, I'm actually finding quite a bit of interest in seeing a bunch of tournaments now that we're so used to playing with the right line. It's nice to see kind of formats without it, and seeing like the skill expression on that side as well, like having to almost relearn how to mulligan, because I think a lot of us, that skill kind of worsened over time as we had to spend more and more time just being like, oh, I have my right deck, it's not a problem at all. I think all of a sudden having to start considering where you're going to have to ride is a bit of an uncomfortable change of pace, and obviously the impacts it has on deck building is significant. And
all right, we're gonna slowly go into the match here.
boys, the gamers are starting. As he unfortunately got a bit of a skew over on Sindu's side, but I'm sure everybody can still make out the game.
There we go. Stand up the Vanguard.
Oh, Hachikaze? Yo, Dinosaur Laser Beam Fight Club in the house?
All right, I'm glad I'm sitting here now. I get to judge.
Boys, Charlie is here in spirit. Never forget, Charlie's always in our hearts.
And I guess Tachis are going first. And yep. This was exactly what we were mentioning about the ride line. Grade 3 searchers are such a staple in V. Without them, I don't know how I'd be playing V.
Right, dude, I'm just happy to see, even if Cardweeb isn't with us today, he is in here in spirit. This man's playing. Dude, to be fair, Tachikaze going first is pretty much the scariest position. So it'll be pretty interesting to see if he can actually capitalize on it, because we know Bermuda is pretty solid, just about all over the game.
Yeah, you're not wrong. As a Tachi player myself, there is a combo you can have in going second. It's with a specific Savage Girl where it calls stuff out from hand, and you can do some really scary stuff. But going first, you can prep and you get to get your grade 3. What I'm more curious about to see if this is going to be a Gaia or the new from the clan selection, the grade 3. I got his name, but I want to see which grade 3 he goes into, or maybe even Angle Blader. That's going to be a funny one if it's Angle Blader.
I'll say it looks like on production side, it looks like we've got the name swapped around, so we'll be swapping that any minute now. But to be fair, were you referring to Gigano Blazer, or are you referring to Spino Driver? I'm guessing Gigano Blazer.
I think so, yes.
Yeah, Spino Driver is from the set that isn't quite out yet.
Correct.
Yeah. To be fair,
he was still good. If I remember his effect correctly, he drew a lot, engaged a lot, but that was a still good effect.
But he also the interesting thing is that with Gigano Blazer, he plays kind of similarly to Gaia, except he can kind of consistently give powers just a bit lower. So it's still a decent go in first play, but it's kind of be interesting if he's playing the Anger Blade or not. Because if he gets the Anger Blade, he'll have a much more explosive turn 3, but his sustain from that point on might be a bit on the weaker side.
Exactly. Well, there's some staple Bermuda cards. I wanted to mention this a little while ago while we were talking, but Bermuda from the get-go in V-Series got a lot of good cards to give them the early game potential. Like you got from Lizelot and then later to Aqua. I'm safe to say that Bermuda next to Aquaforce is probably one of the best grade 2 game decks out there. And that is scary when you think about it.
Because that's the one thing that kind of no one gets to do. He gets to have a powerful turn 2 play, but then he's probably try and farm. There you go. He's trying to stack his hand a bit early, so he's safe on that grade 3 turn. Because the next thing against Tachikaze is if you are able to survive that first grade 3 turn, you're probably a lot more comfortable in kind of pushing from there. Because we know once Bermuda pops off, it's pretty hard to put a stop to, especially prisons.
Not to mention, you got to understand from a Bermuda perspective, if you have Aqua in hand and you have to ride it, you now have a target on the board that you can bounce. So that is also great prep work. I do love what he's doing on the Tachi side, though, and defensive triggers be damned.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it looks like Tachikaze is going all out, starting to gauge, going all aggressive, knowing that he does need to take that early game, but a defensive on Noman's side is looking to want to put a stop to that real quick.
That is one sad part about Tachikaze early game rush. You have the early game potential. You can call stuff out. You can get some rush in. You can gauge stuff. You can get multi-attack and all that. And you get your hand size for the interesting set back. But
this could be a spicy front. If he rips a front round, it'll be kind of spicy.
No.
Oh.
Hey, there he is. Oh, I love that card. Oh, Oh, yes.
Engaging, my guy. Going to that. No guts? Oh, and he gets to recover, so he gets to undo a bit of that early pressure.
Not to mention, he just made damage, and I'm pretty sure that card can hit.
Yep.
No, it can't. Yes, it can. Yes, it can.
Just go ahead, and there you go.
Oh, no. I love that Savage grade 3. It's a 24K base.
You got to love it.
It has to have a gauge for it to swing, or it has to have a gauge in the same column for it to swing, but that's not hard in Tachis.
Dude, Tachikaze is such an interesting clan because it's one of those clans where you can very clearly tell between some clans don't have too much of a don't have too much variance between people who just picked it up and people who have mastered it. But things like Tachi are if you just picked it up, you're gonna int so hard. But if you've played the deck and you're familiar with its combos and how it's meant to go, and you've mastered the way that deck's tempo handles, you can crush just about anybody. There aren't really that many decks that can really put a stop to you. I mean, of
100%. I
course,
think that was a
defensive.
very big factor whenever Gigarex first came out, when Tachi's and V era first came out. Like, a lot of people didn't see the potential, but you could get some crazy numbers. Whenever I was playing Gigarex, I used to remember this nice combo chain where you'd start with a 20 and then go to 40, and your last attack could hit 90s. This was beginning of V era.
Big numbers, big dinos.
Oh,
Thing is,
oh
man,
I'm just gonna fanboy the entire game.
listen, man. Thing is, like, how do you think this matchup usually works out? Because this isn't a matchup you see very often,
So
especially
it's going to
Tachikaze.
be interesting. Tachis have some form of removal, but not a lot. And they can get a cancel. Because you got to think, like, just looking at this previous grade 2 rush we saw, there was 4 attacks total. Defensive triggers here and there that prevented some attacks, sure. But out of those 4 attacks, the Tachi player got 3 cards back to his hand. One from the Mega Rex, one from the Vanguard, and, a drive check.
Hmm.
So you got a multi-attack, and you got 3 cards back out of the 3 cards you played, right, and then 2 on the rear guards. So value.
I think it's certainly something, but it does. There you go. We can see like Noma's trying to. Oh, the Liesel comes out. Man, it still to this day blows my mind that Liesel was a trial deck card.
It's a good card. Well, thankfully, it's restricted once per turn per name, the hard ones per turn. But damn, it's a good card.
Like, I couldn't believe. I remember when I first time I ended up picking up the trial deck, I just played that card and I played. I'm like, no, there's no way I'm reading this right. Like this can't be an effect. This can't
I
be.
also want to point out the grade 3 searcher for Bermuda is probably
Oh.
one of the better grade 3 searchers out there. Because
Oh,
just
is it
look
a
at that
quick one then?
column. That is a 26 column by itself.
But nobody's swinging. I think that was a critical trigger he's checked. That's why it looks like some big
Yep.
number, big damage. You gotta
Luckily,
just remind him.
exactly. Luckily, the Tachi player is at
Oh.
0 damage, so it's easy to take this.
No defensives though, which is gonna hurt a little bit.
Is he really playing Gigano Blazer as his main Vanguard? Oh, this is going to be a very interesting
That's
game.
possible, man. It's a very consistent Vanguard to go into, to be honest. It kind of removes a
I
bit. It has a lower power ceiling than Gaia, but it does have a bit more of a consistent start.
You do have to remember, like, I had the effect pulled up in front of me because I honestly forgot. It has a continuous Vanguard ability. If you have, 3 or more equip gauges were put on your rear guards, it's a half persona, right? So 5k to the board, which is honestly good. And then the second ability is draw 2 cards and call 2 cards from your hand. So you're plussing the board. Oh, never mind.
The
There's Gaia.
Never mind. We were questioning it, but it looks like he's willing to go for that rush. Going
Both cards
straight
are
into that.
amazing.
Oh,
Gaia
Excel
is
one
just...
though.
Yes.
Yeah, he just
Yes,
doesn't-
actually.
Yeah, he doesn't care about. Yeah, man doesn't care about hand. He's just going to try and take it all out.
Because
He's like,
you're
"Nah, if I
playing
can't win."
Tachikaze. You're playing a deck that not only draws a lot, but also gauges a lot, which means it takes from deck. You do not need Excel 2 to kill yourself faster.
To be fair, though, I find with V Tachis, like premium Tachis, suddenly have the deck out issue. I don't tend to find V games as Tachikaze tend to last. Like, you kind of either kill them by turn 4 or you die by turn 4. So you don't really get the chance to deck out too much. So it really depends. It looks like he's just going to go all out and be like, listen, any single, like, either this turn or next turn has to be it.
Oh, that depends if you're playing against Steel Dragon. Shout out to winning image.
Don't remind me about Steel Dragons, man. Alt Mile. I'm crying sad Alt Mile tears.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see a potential 7 attack combo here, maybe 6, depending on how he gauged units, what certain cards are under units. So there's a potential 7 attack combo on the board right now.
Let's go.
6 attacks, but definitely.
Let's see. Come on. Oh, okay. Sorry to God. How many cards are in Noman's hand at the moment? Looks like what, about 4 or 5?
No. It has to be more. Yes, he did call down a board, but it has to be more. You got to understand the potential of draw power in Bermuda.
No, absolutely. I just can't. I'm trying to just estimate based on that pile size.
I will say this is a very interesting play because he's swinging. Oh, granted, no, yeah, he's swinging with only a 9k at a 10k Vanguard.
Going
or
to get
if I'm missing something.
Gets to gauge the grade 1 as well. Oh, that blue one's a grade 1, isn't he? I always get them mixed up. I believe that's the grade 1.
Okay, so yeah, he just swung to get the benefits because this is now a 23k attacker, Gaia 5k, and then the Excel 1. And Gaia will definitely kill that grade 1 and then provide him another multi attack.
Okay, there we go. 5 more in hand. There you go. No one's trying to hold on for deal. He's like, I'm not taking any of this.
Now, this is
They're
the
kind of
one.
no risky.
This
Oh,
is the one saving grace for Bermuda right now. They're not a grade 3 yet, which means Gaia is only giving 5k to the gauge units, not 10. And he only gains 8k power from the killed unit, not a critical. So this is only going to be 1 damage, unless crit triggers get ripped.
but that man, that make Rex looking kind of nice though.
That
Oh,
is
the
just
K
more
drive.
draw power. That right there is just more draw power.
Just chilling. First
Yeah,
check,
that's a
nothing.
good card.
Second check. Oh, draw trigger. So he does have the PG now. Does get to draw. So hand is getting a little bit bigger. Power, of course, goes to the Excel circle. Do you reckon, is there a world where he starts swinging the rear guards, or do you reckon all this just goes Vanguard?
No.
I feel
There
like it
is
still
no
goes
reason to
Vanguard.
go into. There's no reason to go into rear guards.
Yeah.
Bermuda is at 3 damage. They have a decent hand size. There's still 2 good attackers on the board. You can put them to easily 4 damage, if not 5, depending on if they guard. Which means the second you get to your next turn, you're swinging a Vanguard. You're swinging a Vanguard trying to kill them fast. Because look at it this way. Like, yes, you can kill the rear guards, but they're gonna just bounce them back to hand the back rows if they're moving forward. They're not gonna lose value regardless.
Absolutely, absolutely. Looks like he's swinging for big. Oh,
Let's see here.
I'm trying to remember all the touchy skills to remember where all the power comes from.
Yes. So Excelia is given a 10. I'm pretty sure there's a trigger on it, so it's given another 10. So that's a 29 in its own. Gaia is given, because of the gauge, an extra 5k, which means that's 34. Now he doesn't have CB, which means he can give him more power, but he can retire rearguard and draw a card. I think I missed it. He might have retired the back row behind Gaia. Regardless, this is a 34 swinger. And on the other rearguard column, we have a 24 base with a 5k boost from Gaia, which means that's a 29, boosted by a
23, I believe.
29, 39.
23, I
See
believe.
here, 29, 39 plus 8. Pretty sure that's a 47 column over there, because the grade 3 searcher gains 5k because something was gauged on the board, and then another 5k from the gauge from Gaia's ability.
But how much do you think no one should be willing to sacrifice round around now?
So it comes down to, like, we can see he has 5 cards in hand, 4. He can technically take both of these attacks and go to 5, but he doesn't really want to be there. Like, defensive triggers are still good, so he wants to give himself that 1 extra buffer damage. But how many cards in hand can you really sacrifice?
Because that's the weird part. Because I'm not that familiar with V Tachikaze, so that's a bit on the harder side.
Hitachikaze is scary. Like, not a lot of people give it credit. It is scary.
Yeah, I've only
Like
ever
I
had
said,
really the experience of playing against premium Tachis, and that's, yeah, even Noman's hand's getting a little low there.
Yep. Like, you got to think, that is a 47 column right there. That's
Always
a PG
taking it.
or take.
Yeah. I don't think you fight that at this point.
See, now it's going to be a question of retaliation.
Oh, Vert's coming out.
Now, like you said before, he could have gone into the rear guards. He could have prevented him from having, extra stuff to swing with. But at the same time, like, you're going to get the same value. It's a force clan. You can move that 8k forward. It's an 18k swinger. Not going to change much.
Thing is, the nice thing about that AK is that it's really going to hurt Excel clans. But especially with the fact that, obviously, guys, as you know, since we're running the custom ban list, since we can see that Vert coming out, that does mean Ellie isn't in the deck. So that's something we can expect to not see.
Yep.
Hopefully. Otherwise, we're going to have to call some judges.
Yeah. Ellie is a good card in the sense of just being able to go back to deck, but also being a 20k shield. Like, shield value is still important in the game, and getting it I won't say for free, but getting it in any way, shape, or form is just good.
Yeah, we're looking at Tachikaze hand. Tachikaze hand looking thick. Meanwhile, Sindu's there sitting on 2 damage, while No Man's Hand are on 4 with only 1 counterblast down.
Now, you got to also understand, he's got 3 cards in hand, but the way the deck plays is like, all right, I'm going to bounce these 2, so I'm going to have 5. I'm going to call these out from bind, which means I'm going to probably use an effect to draw 1, so I'm going to have 6. Dry check puts me to, pretty sure is going to put him to, because of triple drive, to 9 cards in hand.
Oh, there we go. They're coming down.
Yeah. There we go. The grade 1. She's going to bind another. Yep. Draw a card. Like, oh my God, I first saw this.
It's like, I see the future. The future he truly desires.
Exactly. That's one of the big things about Prism is the fact that they can just get hand size back. And a crit.
Goddamn. What about that second check? Oh. Is that it?
Oh no, that's a heal and a crit, or is it 2 crits? Oh boy, 2 crits.
Goddamn. Well, this might just be game 1. That's a crit.
I hate
That's
this. Oh no,
a heal.
that's a heal at the right moment. Oh my god.
Thing is, we saw him discard one earlier. Goddamn, holds on for dear life. But does it? With that hand, it has to matter. Damn,
7 cards in hand. Jesus
Christ. That man was just like, you know what are the odds? Turns out the odds were every time.
This is not standard. You can't. You're not restricted to running only 8 per deck.
Man's starting with the crits. Let's go.
I think he's asking to see, because I'm not gonna even lie. That grade 3 on the rear guard is dangerous, and if he wants to go swing at it, that might not be a bad idea. But I think I see where the Bermuda player is looking here. Like 7 cards in hand, he's at 5 damage with 2 defensive triggers. Like the rear guards can, one of the rear guards can, I think, poke at it, or maybe even not.
He's swinging at the Excel cycles. Yeah, he's trying to get rid of equip gauges at this point.
Equip gauges, key units. Mega Rex is a very dangerous unit.
Yeah,
it's a
he's
plus
like,
engine with power.
Yeah, man's just like, listen, I just don't want to see any of these equip gauges on my face. Like, get these out of my face. Get these off the board. I don't want to see you having options. Because the thing is, people have to understand that the thing with equip gauges, if you attack a unit with an equip gauge, you're actually getting 2 cards off the board.
You're not wrong.
Which is very, very nice, because you never really know what's under there. The user knows, but there might be some cracked stuff under it that you're just not aware of. So it just gives you a bit more of insight about what's left in your opponent's deck, and it gives you that little bit more information to where you can push down the road.
I think I saw a count from Bermuda players' cards in hand, and I didn't get a chance to count, but that hand got swole from 3 to that.
that hand began dummy thick. Like, meanwhile, yeah, it looks like Noma's turn is over. Guy is restanding. Let's see if Guy can actually push that last 2 damage out.
Well, you got to understand one big factor now. One, that
he gets the
another
10K,
circle.
Baby.
That is a combo extender.
And 10K, baby, let's go. Front row, Persona Ride, in view, let's go.
Guy, good echo. Gaia effect is active in the sense of your opponent is a grade 3. Anything that has an equip gauge has an extra 10K power.
Yep.
So there's going to be some numbers on the board right now.
There are some, I believe what the kids refer to as big numbers, big damage. Because thing is, he doesn't need big damage. He only needs 2 damage to start pulling through. Because we've already seen a couple heals come out of Noma there. I believe we saw him guard with 1 earlier, if I recall correctly, and I think we saw him check 1 as well. But I could be unfamiliar with the heals. Like, Bermuda has so many different triggers. I'm still starting to get a bit confused with which ones I'm looking at.
Ah, okay, I see what happened. Okay, so...
Oh, he's gauging that rear?
Yes? Wait, what a... Did he have 4 open CB? Oh, yeah, he healed 1, yeah. So the grade 2 on the right Excel circle called the grade 1, engaged it from the top of the deck. And now he's using the grade 1 behind the Vanguard to grab anything from his drop zone, engage it underneath a unit that does not have a gauge. That is literally a combo extender right there.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to add another multi-attack there. He's like, I'm just going to add another wave to this. This is fine. Like, this is GG easy. This is fine.
Grade 3 24K attacker is going underneath a unit as a gauge. More than likely, looking at the board, he's going to put it to the right Excel because he's going to use the grade 2 next to the Vanguard to kill it and call it from the card from the gauge. But that was power. That power.
Dude, I just like how he's got so much power to work with that he's literally got a stack of papers next to his desk.
This is a 28K attacker, and now it's gauging a unit, making that grade 2 on the rear guard a 19K attacker.
Feels good.
That is the beauty of Tachikaze. Like, you can go really, really ham with numbers.
Dude, man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I would actually be pretty happy seeing Tachikaze win an event again. I think it's been a while.
I think the play right now is to swing. There's 2 ways you can go about it. You can either swing a Vanguard, which he's doing, or you can swing more with rear guards. This is just going to give him extra potential for triggers. Because there's another card coming on the rear guard, has a new unit to swing. On top of that, Gaia just gained 8K.
Oh, sweet Jesus, that
a
hand.
Critical. Gaia has now 2 crits.
And Bermuda hand looking dummy thick. And we can see a couple PGs in there.
Wait a minute. What's up? Hmm. This is a good board. It just depends on. It really comes down to what's underneath the grade 2 on the Excel.
I mean,
Because that is.
the board is good, but the only real question is whether Noman's hand is better. Because that hand has some options. That is a big hand.
Look at it this way. Guy is swinging right now for 21 double critical. It's not hard to guard, but it's still, 2 damage. um. See, Echo, I'm going to give you some Tachi insight right now.
Go
There's
ahead.
2 ways they can play it. They can either swing with the grade 2 next to the Vanguard, retire the grade 2 on the XL. I mean, XL first, and then grade 2 on rearguard. Get the grade 3 underneath the grade 2 as another attacker. Or depending on what's underneath the multi-attack extender. I'm sorry for not using actual names because Tachi
And
names
like
are
you're
kind
also you're on a consider the following.
Oh, that's the beauty about Tachis. Like, there's so many combos and avenues it can go about. And this is, like we've been talking about, this is a 29k attacker.
And there's so much free damage here. Holy shit.
Like, that's hand size is big, but it's gonna get eaten.
Wait, I might have missed that. Have we seen the drive checks yet? We have.
It was a grade 3 and it was a grade 1. So 5k in a grade 0 shield, no trigger, sadly.
I'm starting to get a bit nerve-wracking here because if no one survives this,
Look at this way. I
thinking
can
we're gonna
already
get to game 2.
tell you all the numbers. There's a 29 swinging first. Then there's going to be a 19 swing that's going to call out a 44 on an Excel circle. There's going to be another 29 on an Excel, a 44 on the other Excel, and the last column over there is a 34, 44, 54, 57 column. You see how I'm saying some stupid numbers right now.
No, the thing is, we can see Noman's hand, and we can see he's got a PG or 2 in there. And if you got 2 attacks out, if it's just 1, he's chilling. Specifically, 2 attacks out to get through.
No, this is now a 29k. This is now a 29k Excel circle swing, and there is still, after this swing, there's still 3 attacks. There's only 2 stand rearguards, but there's 3 attacks coming.
Oh, he takes 1.
And no defensive. Aqua hits damage.
Damn, that hurts.
All right,
that
now
hurts.
I want to see what's under that rearguard or what's under. Okay, so there's something spicy under that one grade 2.
What do you reckon, Philip? Come on, what's your guess?
I need to see if it's an extender. Huh. Wait, what? Oh, there were 2 cards underneath. Okay, so he opted out of the 44 attacker for extra attack. So now there's a trigger swinging for 25, and there's a guy on the rearguard swinging for 32.
Dude, imagine being the man who dies to a crit trigger. Not like ripped, like just swing it at you.
I mean, as a Bruce player, I've had moments where I persona ride and use an order and have a trigger swing for 25. So
I don't always kill people with a 4K unit, but when I do. Philippine was, dude, man, this. Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, no, he couldn't.
Too many attacks. I'm telling you, man, Touch is scary.
Actually doing that big number, big damage magic. Looks like we're going for game 2.
Yep. Now I will say I already see a combo inside Itachi's deck where even going second is honestly not that detrimental because there's a grade 1 Savage girl that when she's placed on Vanguard, you may Soul Blast 1, draw a card, choose a card from your hand, call it to the rearguard, engage it. Which means if he has that grade 1 in hand, he calls it on Vanguard going second. He calls the grade 3 that's a 24k, gauges it, and now he has a 24k on the board turn 1 swinging.
To be fair, you know the interesting part, like this game we did get to see Tachikaze going first, but now we're probably going to get to see Noma trying to go first to put that rush out. Yep. So we'll get to see how the guy build is actually able to hold up going second.
Now we got to mention, like he had a Bermuda, sorry, had a big ass hand. Okay, 3 cards in hand starting their turn, and then went from 3 cards in hand to what was it, like 11 or something, maybe 10, And then you look on the other side of the field, and you have Tachis. They go from, my hand's all right. Let me call a board, and then let that board just plus me back. Like
Man.
Mega Rex is an amazing card. He kills something and pluses you back the hand. And there you got other cards. I forgot the grade 2's name, but he draws a card and provides multi attack. Like, don't sleep on Tachis and hand size.
I'll be real with you. Like Tachikaze players are the reason I have trust issues. Because you'll be talking to people like Cardweave or something, and they'll be like, "Yeah, man, yo, my hand is garbage." What you don't understand is, in the words of us common folk, a bad hand is a bad hand. It's a hand you can't do a whole lot with. For a Tachikaze player, a bad hand is I could have done 13 attacks and I can only do 12. That is considered a quote dog shit hand with really no redeeming value. So you have to understand that what they say isn't really what they mean. So so people have started going Tachikaze is like, oh man, that man has like a 1-card hand. He's probably kind of dead. And you're like, no, they're still probably going to declare war on my entire country. Like, it is what it is. They're probably going to win, if I'm honest.
I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing him play Gigano Blazer. Like, Gaia is, in my opinion, one of the best Tachi Vanguards you can have. Not only because it retires something and gives itself a crit, but because of that whole 5k and 10k power with gauged units. Like, that makes the deck. But Gigano Blazer is an amazing card. If you really don't have anything, he's going to get you there. He's going to provide you the resources needed.
Like, it's actually kind of been interesting because back in the day, like, obviously we had Angerblade to be like the big Tachikaze boogeyman.
Oh,
but even now that he's unrestricted, we're kind of still sadly going, you know what? If my opponent tries to rush me and I got and I don't really have a hand, then Angerblade doesn't do much for me, so I just kind of die anyway. So I'd rather go for a safer build.
Yeah, Angerblader is still very scary, but he is the opposite of what Tachis want to be. He is, I go big and I go home, and my hand size is non-existent.
Tachika is like Angerblader is if I didn't win on turn 3, it's GG next, like straight up. You just die. It looks like Clement's already starting to get that hand ready for his turn 3 play. But how do you think that Sindhu here goes on his turn 2 rush to try and set himself up for that first Gaia turn? Or do you think you try and play a more defensive game? What do you think?
As a guy, it's hard to say because you are at a big disadvantage. That hurts, and I love to see it. But you're a big disadvantage as a Excel player against a Force player. You can't really do a good rush on your grade 2 turn. You can do a decent rush on your grade 1 turn, but on grade 2 turn, most of your stuff doesn't gain power on its own, so they're only 9Ks if not boosted. So you really can't rush. Like, I hate going second sometimes if I don't have that one combo I mentioned before, the grade 1 plus the grade 3 24K. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this game plays out.
Like, the interesting thing is, like, he's able to bounce that PG back during turn 3, but until then, if Guy is able to somehow pop it, then at that point he's kind of crying.
Excuse me, bounce what back now?
Can you not? I was pretty under the if I was able to bounce things back to hand, or am I imagining things?
Your Aqua can only bounce normal units to my previous knowledge.
No, that's possible. Yeah, my familiarity with Bermuda extends as far as Premium Riviera.
Yes, I'm pretty sure Aqua can only bounce normal units, and then I'm not 100% sure on Vert, but, you know, granted, he could put a force marker on it, but still, like, that's all the way to get grade 3 turn.
No, that's true. That's true.
I do like what Tachi is doing right here. What Sindhu is doing.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, so V1 attack, CB1 return all front row rear guards to the hand. So if you put in a force marker on it, you can swing with the PG and then bounce it back to hand.
See, this was a good opportunity to rush, but also get yourself prepped. Now you have a multi-attack extender on rear guard with a gauge already on it. This is just getting value early in.
Oh, the nice thing is that we are going to get to see Vert kind of struggle a bit because they're not going to get the full power of the skill, solely because their opponent isn't going to be on grade 3 when they start swinging.
Good. I will say this is basically a very staple Bermuda play right now. Early game, you call Lizzlet. You try to see if you can get some value on the board. Grade 2 game, you can call down Aqua, bounce that Lizzlet back to your hand, and I'm pretty sure we're either going to see Lizzlet come back to the board again or something, or be safe for the grade 3 turn. It's just the Lizzlet Aqua combo is so good.
It's so free. But unfortunately, we won't be seeing an Aqua in this deck.
What now?
Oh, that's Aqua. Sorry, wait. Am I? Oh no, I'm thinking of Ali.
No.
As I said, my familiarity with Bermuda is lacking.
Don't worry,
It is
man. I got you a
severely
little
lacking.
bit.
I'm
No,
like,
this is just
is this a blonde Riviera girl? No? Well, I don't know it then.
No, this is just a very good play from Bermuda. Like getting your bind zone prep, getting that hand size built, aquas, bouncy stuff.
Hmm.
Overall, just good. Like if you really wanted to rush, you could call the Lizzlet, either build soul or put more cards to the board. It's like I can see the future.
Shit, Eric's getting called out. Where's Mr. Timely when you need him?
I know, right?
Man's
I
getting
will
called
say
out
that
in
is
real
very
time.
unlucky for Noman. Like seeing 2 triggers off of Lizzlet's ability. Now, from what I remember, Vert doesn't really care about soul, so putting those to soul doesn't really matter. So having 5k boosters is always nice.
Hmm. Yo, Eric is in the chat. Dude, you summoned him. Local man engages in dark magic to summon accomplices from the void.
What? Who do you think let me borrow his timely power so I can predict the future?
Correct. Real and true. Eric's been here the whole. Eric's never left, man. He sees everything.
So this is where Bermuda shine. Granted, the crit trigger was an added bonus, but this is a grade 2 rush turn.
There we go.
Jesus.
I had to stand up and close my door for a second.
You're good. And I like what the Bermuda player did. As a Tachi player, I don't like it, but as a smart player, that was the right choice.
As an objective observer,
Yes.
I'm like, yes, this is good.
Go for
As
the
a
grade
Tachi
1
player,
multi
oh no,
attacker.
this is bad.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There's the. Oh, I love that play.
Dude, this man does not miss.
That's a 24 already on the rear guard.
This dude don't miss.
I don't know how I feel about this play though, so we'll see how it goes. Granted, I do not know his hand.
That Miss Ham must be suffering there.
Like, look at it this way: unless he hits the trigger, he's not hitting the Vanguard. So this attack didn't hit the Vanguard.
Yeah, he's not hitting
24
the
can hit the Vanguard.
Okay, the question is, okay, I was about to ask, do you give the Vanguard that damage? Because that means Vert can now do its skill.
You're right, Vert can do its skill, but at the same time, like, what's going to happen if you don't give Vert a skill? You're going to still get hit by 3 attacks. Like,
true, but at least you don't give them a chance to recoup triggers.
You're not wrong.
Because, like, if I'm Vert right now, right? I know this probably isn't the right, but like, I would probably try and give the force markers to the rear guard.
Hold up, did he just top deck?
Yeah, probably.
Jesus Christ.
I think you kind of would almost say F it, because you're kind of chilling to the point where you could move the triggers to the front, bounce them back to hand, and then let those grade 2 sit in the back row till next turn. Like, you'd almost take it easy a little bit.
Yep. No. 6, 7. I think there's 7 cards in Bermuda's hand, and if everything goes accordingly, there's going to be 11 cards in his hand.
let us observe respectfully.
Does Vert gain the triple drive?
Don't know.
I think she doesn't, right? The opponent needs to be a grade 3 for her to gain the triple drive, right?
I thought the triple drive part of her skill was the cold 2 instead of 1.
I honestly do not remember, but we'll see here in a second. Because
professional commentators, by the way, guys, just saying. Like, we play Vanguard, we swear.
So he's back to 7 cards in hand after this discard. And then calls down a unit, makes it 6 cards in hand, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, there's another trigger.
Oh. That's a crit, I believe.
Yep. So depending on if Vert has triple drive or not, he's going to go from 6 cards to hand to either 10 or 11 cards in hand. So
I reckon after that regard, you swing with the unit on the force marker, then bounce your front row, and then call another unit on the force marker.
Well, you said, well, you can't call in. Oh yeah, you can only call 1. Right? Oh my gosh, she does still have the multi attack. It's not just 5. It's just.
Wait, or is that from bind zone? Dude, I need to like brush up on that.
Well, you'll see here in a second. 2 cards to hand. Aqua and Lizzlet, and
he does have units in the bind zone. Okay.
And on top of that, it's gonna gain more power.
Yeah, it is from bind to rear guard. Yeah. So blast on bind a card with prism. It's calling from
it is triple drive
or drop. Yeah, and if you bound a card, it gets triple drive.
So that's 11 cards in hand, 4 attacks, and the last attack is, I'm pretty sure, either 30 or 40.
Damn. But his opponent is only on 4 damage, I believe, right?
You say only 4 damage. I see 1 turn kill.
That is true. but I'm also thinking about the fact that he's got 2 available CB, so he's actually able to do something during his turn. But it all depends on what's in his hand. 4-card hand, so Tachi's going to be a bit strapped for resources, but it will be interesting to see what he can do. But it just kind of shows you the power. There you go. He takes one. Was that him taking one? So he's on 5 now. It does kind of just goes to show like the power of going first in V, especially right now before the Heal Guardians get introduced.
100%.
Because like Heal Guardians will change this game's tempo like around entirely. This game would look so different with Heal Guardians in the game.
Now I see why he went Excel 1 again. Power is power. Personally, I might have just went Excel 2 for this specific instance because you're still gonna get the power, decent power, but at least you're gonna get some hand size back because hand size is gonna be a problem right now, or not a problem,
absolutely.
but you got to survive his next turn because I doubt you're gonna be able to kill him.
No, absolutely.
Megarex coming in clutch, drawing more cards, and he's using Megarex's ability to give him an extra 5k, which all in all is going to be 10k because of Gaia.
I think at this point he's just trying to get as many cards out of his opponent's hand as he can, to be honest.
He's got to. There's no other way.
Yeah, because the issue is any turn he's able to survive now by some miracle. Like, Bermuda's going to be further and further ahead. Like, Tachikaze has the aggression early on, but then once it hits, like, turn 3, they're Benjamin Bond, they're aging backwards at that point. Like, they're just getting worse and worse. Like, they're not really peaking. Like, most decks start peaking around turn 3 or 4. Tachikaze just falls off hard. If you don't kill them on turn 3, you're just kind of...
Yeah.
Like, after turn 4, you're kind of dead at that point. I feel like past turn 4, you've not got much left in you.
Oh, well, we'll see what happens right now. He's still got a Vanguard swing. Oh, he's not waiting. He's not waiting one bit. Like, that swing's not going to hit. But, hey, extra resources, extra cards. That's a 23 attacker on an Excel circle.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he only has 3 cards in hand. Oof.
I go CB.
Like, this was a do or die turn. Like, try to get as many cards in hand. Used so much CB.
So the moment I reckon Noman tries to PG this, right? Like, Noman doesn't want to risk dying to a double crit, surely. Like, I feel like you PG this. If you can.
You're at 2 damage. Even if he hits 2 crits, like, he has to hit. He has to hit 2 crits to kill him because this is 2 damage.
But I don't know. Like, do you leave yourself open to that?
I mean, after that, there's like, I don't know.
Because at the moment, like, the issue I see is at the moment Sindu is on 5, right? So I was questioning whether you actually leave that to that, because as much as I appreciate it's a PG you don't want to spend, you probably do win this turn. And do you really want to go out like by losing to a double crit? Like, is that how you want to go? Because he'd have to 6 damage heal specifically. I feel like when you're this far ahead, you just say, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna play it safe. Unless he just needed the CB, which is also possible.
Personally, as a player that likes to go big or go home and risk those exact moments way too many times, it's kind of like it's hit or miss. Oh, hey, hold up, one real quick sec. Is that a grade 4 in the bind zone?
Very possible.
No, I know Bermuda has a grade 4. I think this is the first time seeing that specific. It's an amazing grade 4. That's what I want to say. It's an amazing grade 4 for the deck.
I think the reason he took it because he needed the CB for the multi attack. Because now he's on grade 3, he can call twice, so he gets 5 attacks.
Oh yeah. But if he has another copy of the grade 4 in his bind zone, that grade 4 is gaining, I'm pretty sure, another 10k on a rear guard. Oh. This is gonna be just a hard turn. Like, you got force markers on the front, you got the proper units in the bind zone to gain more power. He's gonna get triple drive. Like,
But how excited are you if Tachikaze makes it to finals?
Oh, I'm gonna be ecstatic.
Man's gonna be a happy boy.
Like, you got to think, like, this game, unfortunately, heal triggers are the only thing that can change the course of the game. But that just means we're going to grade 3 where Tachis go first again.
The Tachi rush down.
I'm telling you, man, deck is scary.
Oh, and he does have the least lot as well. Oh,
and he gets the aqua.
Yikes.
And the aqua bounces the least lot and gets some more value.
God damn. Another
No,
loose line.
Lizelot
Unfortunately, this
doesn't
still
fit.
doesn't go off, but
No. Don't make it broken. Don't make it broken.
Can- oh, hi there, Butcher. Can we please get Lizelot Errata to not be once per turn as of Tuesday? Thank you very much.
I like what he's doing here. He could have saved the trigger as a booster for later turns, but he knows he's going to get more power. So he's baiting out a 15k instead of a 10k guard. Well, granted, Aqua's swinging for 30.
Yeah, Aqua's going to need that heal trigger, and he takes it, and it is game. Yeah, we're going to game 3.
Game 3.
God damn. To be fair, yeah, once Tachikaze didn't get the absolute nuts going like on their first and second turn, it became a bit. It became a bit of a losing battle, at least for this game.
Tachis can have a amazing.
But it's not
only
us,
18 minutes. Only 18 minutes to conclude game 3, which is more than enough, but at the same time, not enough.
Yeah, because the interesting is with Tachikaze, like we were saying earlier, games don't really last past turn 4, but that does mean there's quite a bit of deliberation on that turn 4.
I do want to say, Tachis can have a very good rush turn with decent numbers, but you got to see pieces. And it still hurts going second against the Force Clan. You really can't do much. Your 9k bases, you got all the multi-attack potential, but it's 1k shy from actually hitting, and it's the saddest thing ever every time.
1k makes a difference. Players, getting ready.
Honestly, I also completely forgot about the quick shield being an actual thing.
Yeah, it looks at the moment as though they're just getting the pack sorted, just getting everything shuffled and ready to go. So we're able to start up on game 3. For those who are just joining us now, we're looking at Sindhu piloting Tachikaze Gaia versus WCC Noman piloting the the Prism build. Currently 1-1 going into a game 3. This is our first semifinal game. Our second semifinal game being between Gleaming Gamo and Meloetta Matt. And after which we're going to go to losers finals and then winners final.
So Echo, how do you see this game 3 going? We've seen the potential of both decks kind of be good. Like you got Prism doing Prism things, doing interesting grade 2 game combos, rushing, and then the grade 3 turn just being strong, plussing back the hand, doing the multi-attack and everything. And then Tachi's being Tachi's doing basically a very similar thing, but in a sense I won't say wasting more resources, but eating more resources, because gauging off the top of your deck, you are getting some of those gauges back in a sense by drawing more or replacing units, but you're still going through your deck pretty fast.
Like I'm looking, so from what we've seen from Sindhu's deck so far, we've seen some crits, but interesting enough, I haven't seen any front triggers, which does make me panic a bit when he takes all those like really wide turns. Because you can set up this big turn 2 like power play, but if they get a single defensive turn going first, all of your kind of restanding gauged units aren't really doing a whole lot because they're not getting power yet. Because I haven't seen him run not Spino Driver. God.
Tachi names, I get you.
Yeah, no, the grade 2 that got reprinted, the
the multi-attacker.
Yeah, the one that is like he can't be retired once he has three gauges. Sweeper.
Oh, yes.
The sweeper, yeah.
Like he's a good card because he's a beater and he has resist. Overall, he's a good card, but honestly, he's not played in Tachi decks anymore. There's no space.
Him in this build yet.
There's no reason to run him anymore. Tachi's
okay. Run him in Ankle Blader, isn't it?
No, yeah. So let me give you a little quick Tachi history lesson as much as I can.
Go ahead.
Whenever Tachi's first came out, you wanted to gauge almost everything on the board because of Mega Rex, because he gained more power because of more rear guards on the board, and the more gauges you had under certain units, the bigger the other units got. Like you had a grade 3 comment that said, hey, pick this unit, move all of its gauges underneath this unit, and it gains 5k for every. And then Death Rex, as the last attacker, would kill that unit with, let's say, 5 gauges and gain 50k because of it. So you were very focused on gauging as many units as many times as possible. And then Anger Blader came out and said, I just want 3 gauges under 3 units and go ham with multi-attack. Now Tachi's with Giganta Blazer and Gaia have gotten to the point where you only want 1 gauge under 1 unit, and most times there's combos with having 2 gauges underneath the 2 specific grade 1 and 2 cards that can, multi-attack. But that's interesting combos with other grade 2s that you can then call both gauges and all that. But for the most part, you want 1 gauge under 1 unit at all times and go ham.
Now, so it looks yeah. Oh, actually, looking over at Cinder's board, you can see he's already getting that high base number ready in the back row.
Yes, this is the combo. I wait. If he was going second, you gotta understand that would have been an 8K Vanguard with a 24K rearguard on turn 1. He's going second, but he's going second, but he is prepping himself for that grade 2 rush. He's gonna move that thing forward. He's gonna be swinging with it. It's a 24 base. You're not gonna be able to get rid of it that easily.
Man is embracing the big numbers, big damage philosophy they gave him game 1. Interestingly enough, it looks like Noma's gonna be trying to just chill out there. Gonna try and farmhand a little bit.
He's either discarding the quick shield right now or a useless card. Well, he could discard a prism and prep himself at late game binding it, but at the same time, like usually in this moment, the quick shield is the card you want to discard. Nope, there's the prism you definitely want to put in bind zone from your drop. Jesus. It's a grade 4. It is so good.
I'm not sure it's Nectaria, isn't it? I don't even know what Nectaria does.
I'm pretty
sure. Look into it.
Hold up. Yeah,
actually,
look into Nectaria. Look into Nectaria. She's a really good card.
Yeah, let me pull up Nectaria. Because I remember reading her up being like, oh, this seems kind of good,
While you're looking into Nectaria, there's one thing that you mentioned that I didn't really want to point out. Looking back at the game 1 and 2, no one was hitting triggers. I don't think Tachi's was.
No, they really weren't.
So yeah, we've seen a lot of defensive triggers from Tachi's, but not a lot of offensive. And on Noman's side, we kind of seen a little bit of both. Granted, game 2, we saw the offensive crit with the multi-attack rush and not multi-attack, just a rush turn in on grade 2. But speaking of rush turns, 8K swings first, followed by a 9K Vanguard that draws a card and calls a gauge.
He's considering, he's like, okay, what do I do right now?
Okay, so I know exactly what he's considering. There's 2 instance of effects that happen right now. He's either using the grade 2 Vanguard's ability to call the gauge, or he is using the grade 1's ability to call the gauge. There's a big difference between the 2. The grade 1's ability to call the gauge says you may gauge the top card of your deck underneath the unit you just called, while the grade 2's ability is a Cannibal 1 draw card, and you're forced to gauge the card underneath the unit. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, looks like he's going in there. Drive check seems to have been a blank, unfortunately.
Yep. But still, this is a 13K column.
The thing is, it's kind of getting to that point where it just feels bad. Like, yeah, you have to go with 10K for where a 5K would suffice. And the draw trigger comes in. That is nice for Noman.
Oh, he's been hitting triggers. He's been hitting good triggers at good moments. I'm not biased, I swear.
Thing is, the issue with me is like we were saying earlier, if you don't get to take control of that game super early on, you're just struggling. Like it is really, really hard to try and catch up to Bermuda. When that thing pops off, it's done.
There you go, prepping his bind zone and hand.
And when BT goes off, it's finito. It's GG. It's next game.
And I'm just glad I'm not seeing any melodies. I don't need a front trigger. I don't need a force excel and protect marker in one turn.
So, to be fair, I'm kind of interested. I would have loved to see like somebody run Highlander in this tournament.
It's a fun deck, especially because of Reindeer. Oh my god, I want to build that deck so much.
If I do, like after seeing it run in premium, I'm just like, I want to see somebody play this in standard. This stuff looks so cracked. But I think it's just like skill expressive enough to where you don't want to risk misplaying it in a tournament.
It's also very luck based because you look at, I've had games playing proxy games, of course, of playing the Reindeer build, and you use Reindeers. You look at top 10, and you're seeing nothing but grade 1s, 2s, and triggers. Now one grade 3 or 4, and you're sitting there going, "Oh, this was just a hard minus."
I'm about to lose the game. Oh, there were 2 Highlanders. Yo.
Oh, did you ever
Boys.
look at the Grade 4 for Prism?
Yeah, I did. So Nectaria has a nice little utility skill where you can bind her from hand once per turn. Oh, it's a named once per turn. And you search your deck for any one normal unit and bind it. And on Vanguard, Rearguard, if you have a card with the same name bound, it gets 10k. But if it's on Vanguard, it also gains a crit and a drive.
Yep.
So it becomes a pure stride at that point.
Now, I will say, for the most part, I've seen Bermuda players not want to ride it because you're losing that 5 attack combo, you're losing that plus that vert kits. But as a rear guard and as a
Big numbers, big damage, man.
fixer, the fact that she can fix your bind zone and is a really good rear guard, she just fits in the deck way too beautifully.
Oh, like 24k base is a pretty nice at that point.
Surprising, not many cards on Bermuda side. Not too much of a rush. Only giving Tachi 1 damage to work with, but trust me, as a Tachi player, 1 damage is sometimes more than enough. Time to plus. Time to make that hand big.
So Gano Blade will be coming down on 1 damage only, going the Excel 1 route.
Remember what I said his
CC.
ability is? He calls 2 cards from hand after drawing 2 cards. That is just instantly plussing your hand. And if he can gauge somehow, like if he can gauge out of any other ability, he is going to get that pseudo 5k half persona right, I would like to call it, to the front row.
He needs 2 more gauges. So close.
No. 1 gauge needs to come from an external source, which is going to be that grade 1 right there.
Ooh. Big
that
numbers.
Is just the most beautiful play.
Big freaking numbers.
There we go.
Things you love to see.
He gauged 2 cards from Gigano, and now he's probably going to swing with the grade 1 and gauge something else on the board to get that 3 and to get, 5k to the front row. There we go. So this is a 23k attacker. Like, Jesus. The numbers. I'm always impressed with Tachis and their numbers.
Dude, Tachikaze are like, they're such like an unassuming deck because when you see them, they look so like unimpressive.
And Noman hitting defenses like a champ. Jeebus. This man hits triggers at the right moment.
Pain.
Hold up. That's a 28 to 17 Vanguard. That's still 2 to pass.
Dude. Oh, man.
Actually, I think he's even boosting. That might be more.
It's 2 to pass?
Yup.
Do you risk it? Oh, no,
Nope.
there is no risking to be done.
Sadly, he's not been seeing any good triggers lately. Like, I'm telling you, offensively, Tachis have not been seeing triggers this entire game.
Yeah, Tachi heals here and there, but offensively, they've just been...
Like, you got to also
they've been
think,
in
this is a 29 attacker. Yes, the Vanguard's 18, so it's only, a 10k, 15k shield. But still, that's a 15k shield out of hand now. That's not going to be a problem later. I feel like a lot of people a lot of times forget just how a tempo is a very big effect in Vanguard. Like, if you bait out a lot of triggers in the early game, that's less triggers people can guard with in the late game. It's one of those things that you sometimes just completely forget about. All right. So we see the
thing is interesting enough, like actually if we're looking at it now, so no one's kind of trying to contemplate a couple guys. Yeah, he calls see with both. Damn.
You gotta understand that was a, let's see here, 37.
Oh, he top decks it again. God damn it.
I'm telling you, man, this man has been top decking like a champ.
Dude, that top deck again is really starting to hurt, man. Every time.
And Echo, correct me if I'm wrong.
Tachi's looking about 4 hands? 4 cards? 3 or 4 cards?
I can't see. He's putting it at a perfect angle where you can see the top of the card, but nothing else.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
6 cards in
It's
hand.
a 6-card hand on Tachikaze side compared to 3
6
on
card
home.
hand with a board. 7 card hand with a board. Yay, Tachis. Oh, on Noman's side, I think he's got what, 3 or 4 cards in hand?
Looks like about 3 or 4, but I think he's looking at top 7 at the moment.
He did not see any prisms. That is a
Oof.
whiff.
That is a certified yikers moment.
Hey, it happens.
I think as well, especially when you're trying to like remove or trying to not pick any cards you don't want to get out of the deck.
You also gotta understand, like, he's using this effect in the mid-game where he's already got about, what, 2 or 3 prison cards in bind. He's got a prison card on the board. He's got prison cards in his soul and on the Vanguard. Like, he's running out of targets to hit.
Oh, he's digging. He is digging deep.
For grade 3? Oh, this is gonna be very interesting to see. And is that 1 card in hand or 2?
Yeah, man. With a hand that small, you're probably just sticking at that point.
I feel like the force marker in that case might have been put on the wrong spot. Like,
Yeah.
depending. Like, he could have a grade 2 or grade 1 ready to put in front of the grade 3 searcher like that.
Oh.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah,
1 card in
sometimes.
hand, bouncing 2 is gonna get him to 3 with a triple drive. That's gonna get him to 6 cards in hand. Oh, 7 if he calls a grade 1 from bind. So, like, you gotta understand, still, this looks bad, but he's gonna end his turn with 5 attacks and 7 cards in hand. That's value, if you ask me.
Yeah. As you said, meanwhile, Simdu's trying to cack him. He's like, listen, I can't, like, I can take a couple of attacks, but I can't be taking this willy-nilly.
He's doing the right thing. He's taking the early attacks that are smaller numbers and just prepping his damage for the late attacks that are going to be bigger. Because that grade 1 gives 10k to itself, and the grade 2, I'm pretty sure, gives 10k to the front row. So you have a 30 on the rear guard, a 28 on the rear guard that's also going to draw a card, and a Vanguard swinging from, if I'm not mistaken, 23 triple drive. Those are no numbers to sneeze. And there's crits.
Oh,
Jeebus.
come on, man. Can we
Tell you,
calm
man,
down
he's
with the
been
crit
hitting
checks?
triggers like a champ.
Dude, he's got the triple drive too. Okay,
Only
thankfully he
one crit.
didn't double crit them again.
And there's
defensive crit.
defensives.
Defensive crit does feel pretty good.
That's gonna make the grade 1 a 10k guard, and that's gonna make the 40k grade 2 over there. Yup.
Yeah, I think you're chilling.
I think this is where you need to go for those 24ks. Like, you need to get rid of those 24k K units on the board, because if he's got Gaia in hand, I'm willing to say this is over.
Yeah. Oh, I think I spotted a guy there. I think I just spotted that Gaia Green.
Yep, I think he's swinging at the rear guard.
Oh, and he's going to
Sacker.
let one of them hit? Interesting.
Yeah, you gotta understand, like, whatever is in his hand, he must be calculating, thinking, I don't have to guard it. I have stuff to extend it, because having open front row rear guards is gonna extend combos. Oh. And he's letting the multi-attacker die. Oh, that was a really good combo under there. Damn. What is in his hand that let that die?
He does have the Gaia. There we go. We did spot that Gaia Green just now.
Ooh.
Oh, what's left in his hand? 4 cards left in hand.
4 cons, 2 CB. He's got a multi-attack extender in the back row. He's got a 1 CB for God to activate that. There's another multi-attacker. Excuse me there. Let me tell you what's going to happen.
Allow me to enlighten you, gentlemen.
Let me use some of the time leap abilities I have. He's going to use the grade 1, and he's going to put either the grade 3 or another multi-attack extender underneath the grade 2. Oh, even a Mega Rex. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh. This as a Tachi player, you dream about boards like this.
And guys, at the moment, we've just been let know by production. This is currently time on round. So it is currently turn 0 for Sindhu. Then going to go over to Noman, back to Sindhu, back over to Noman.
Now, I
if the
know
game
he
isn't
has.
somehow over.
I know he has 6 cards in hand. And I know this is turn 0.
But I don't think this makes it a turn 1.
Granted, he's got 2. I'm not taking one big factor into account. He's got 2 buffer damage, and the man's been hitting triggers like crazy. He might hit just enough defensive triggers to where it's going to matter. Oh, he's putting the grade 3 underneath the grade 2. Oh, this is going to be brutal. I'm not biased, I swear.
Man, it's okay. Back when we did the Car-Fi Call Invitational as well, I was hella biased.
All right,
It's
using
fine.
the grade
It
2's
just happens
ability.
sometimes.
Like he's using the grade 2's ability and deciding what to gauge, and he's, in my opinion, he's doing the right play, gauging that grade 2 on the rear guard.
You just want to make sure every attack hits, really.
Exactly. Gauge the grade or not. All right.
Okay, maybe not.
That is player's choice. I will say Mega Rex is a 29 now. That is a good number. And there's a 29. Let's see here. How are you going to play this? So he's probably going to use Mega Rex to retire the grade 2 and get that nice grade 3 on the board, making it a 44 rear guard on Excel. And yes, that is a 44 on an Excel right now.
Big numbers are big damage. Is that what I'm hearing?
You still got to understand, he has not swung with Vanguard yet. We know he runs crits in the deck, and Gaia is definitely going to be a double critical swinger. Yep. This is understandable. He's I won't say sacrificing. He's swinging with a big column. That is a, let's see, 34, 44, around the 50 region number. But he's using that because now he's going to retire the grade 1 in the back with Gaia to extend his multi-attacks and give Gaia an extra 8k in a critical.
I think if Noman has a PG, that's definitely the attacker PG, because he took that damage, got no defensive, so his turn didn't get any easier. So he's currently he's just, I think no one's sweating at the moment. You can see him there thinking, fidgeting with his cards, while Sindhu's just trying to make that one final push.
This is sad, but it's still a good attacker. Echo, remind me, draw PG's 4K or 5K power?
I believe they are 5K? Wait.
So yeah, that's a 25 attacker on the rear guard right now. That's a draw trigger swinging for 25. Let that just sink in.
I was just looking up, yeah, they are 5K. Feels good. Well, to be fair, the 4 to 5K distinction really doesn't make a difference.
Whoa. Did I just hear one to pass on a double critical?
Nani? First check, nothing. Second check. Oh! Let's fucking go!
And he heals.
Oh!
And that's it. I'm telling you, man.
Are going to finals. Let's go! Tachikaze is going. Sindhu beating out WCC's Noman 2-1, beating the boogeyman that is Prism, with Gaia taking it to finals. Feels good, bro. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm not biased.
Dinos, let's go. Guys, can we make a petition? If Sindhu wins, I want his name on the Discord to be changed to Dinosaur King, and I don't want to hear anybody disagree with that.
100%. Yeah. I'm 100% approve of this. I 100%
Absolutely
approve of this.
Incredible games. GG's to our competitors. Guys,
oh my god, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, man. Tachis are scary. People sleep on the deck.
I want to say huge again congratulations to our competitors just now. We're going to take a short break before our next match, which is going to be Mellow Adamat versus Gleaming Gamo.
Yep.
And who are playing, I believe, Mellow Adamat is, I believe, playing Pacifica, and Gleaming Gamo, I believe, is playing Grand Blue. I could be wrong.
Very interesting match.
I hope. For some reason, I seem to remember Gleaming Gamo playing Grand Blue. I could be wrong. I hope I certainly hope I am. But guys, we're going to take a real quick intermission. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and we'll see you guys in the second semifinal games. See you in a few minutes, guys.
It's me, VB Franz. I'm here to show you how to sign up for Match Arena. Very simple. All you have to do, navigate over to matcherino.com, click on the login button, and choose your preferred sign-in method. It has everything you need from Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Google, Facebook, Discord, even Line. After that, you're essentially in. You got your account set up. Now, what next, Franz? What do you want me to do next? Well, you can support our tournaments. There will be a prize pool that you contribute to. You can also claim codes. Each claim code is 25 cents into the prize pool. You get 50 codes for that. If you get all 50, that's $12.50 that you've added to the prize pool of the tournament without doing anything, without any cost to anyone. Now, if you would like to directly contribute to these tournaments, there is a direct contribution section for you. You can put as much as you want in there. Be our guest. Now, moving on to Marketplace. There are so many things that we can do with this. We can do Discord roles. We can do merch coming soon. We can do sleeves, mats, any apparel, anything like that you can imagine. All of these will have specific values that you can buy them for, and those values you can also get extra bonuses that'll go to our prize pool. You can buy a shirt for $10, $15, and you can contribute $5, $10 to the tournament while you're at it. And all that at zero extra cost to you. That money just goes from your purchase directly into the prize pool. Super cool stuff. Now, the last thing I really want to talk about here is quests. Now, over on the sidebar there, you'll see a bunch of quests going down. It can be anything from following things on Twitter, subbing on YouTube, to anything a little more in depth, like looking at a link, doing a small survey, anything like that. Overall, guys, this is a really cool opportunity to get more funding for our tournaments, and this is just for you guys. This is all for you guys. This is no benefit to us, no monetary benefit, other than giving you guys more of a prize pool to build and grow our tournaments. It's what we want for you guys, and I can't wait to see you in the next tournament.
Welcome back, everybody, to our second semi-final match between Meloetamat and Gleaming Gamo. I'm Echo again, and with me is somehow still Philip from Top Deck Heroes. I was going to say, Philip, so after our break, looking at kind of the games about to start, we know Gleaming Gamo's about to go first, Meloetamat on the Pacifica. We believe Gleaming Gamo is on Grand Blue?
Well, I had a nice quick glimpse at the mat and sleeves, and there's a nice platinum ezel mat with
MLB
mat.
sleeves.
Yeah, exactly. So
To be fair, they're famous for playing golds. I just don't remember seeing golds on
well,
like on the top 4 sheet, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm blind.
you're right. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Like if it is what we're talking about, it being Grand Blue versus Pacifica, it's gonna be a very interesting match to go because you gotta understand if it is Grand Blue Night Rose, that deck is notorious for not only being able to dish out really good numbers and multi attack, but also maintain a really good hand size for the most part. And then you got on the other side a Pacifica deck that just says, "I got to my condition. Your hand size is very funny."
Man, it's just like, oh, you got a big hand. Have you considered guarding with 3 at a time? Have you? But guys, we're going to transition over to the game just so we can get started over in let's swap over.
I'm actually excited to see.
Let's go.
All right.
It is the Grand Blue.
And I'm pretty sure it's Pacifica.
It is Pacifica versus Grenache, so it is
Yeah,
looking like the Grand Blue match.
we got Gleaming Armor going first.
Yo. I think, guys, for everybody who's missing who's going first, second, as is customary, the quick shield is beneath the Vanguard.
Cannoneer. Cannoneer.
Oh, Cannoneer
sure it's
doing
playing
that
Cannoneer, right?
mill.
I'm telling you, man, Cannoneer is a staple for most Grand Blue decks if they're playing Night Rose, because who doesn't want to mill 5 immediately?
Don't you love milling 3 triggers? 3 triggers feel good, man.
Exactly, but I will say that is the one sad part of having the ride Cutlass. Cutlass is an amazing card. You don't really want to ride it. You can Soul Blast it later, but you didn't really want to ride it.
I feel like you only are okay with riding colors going second if you want to like swing under. I think that's the only world where you don't cry about it. But every other world is
you got to understand what just happened. In a starting hand of 6, counting the start for turn draw, Gleaming Armor had 3 grade 1s in hand because you need a target, a potential card to call next to Cannoneer and Cannoneer himself. It's a very hard combo to do, but if you can do it, you're prepping yourself for a good late game.
Yep. Meanwhile, we have Matt with the double Sedna going through looking for grade 3s, digging for treasure.
No damage. He's not swinging.
Yeah, he knows.
Columbard.
Yeah, there you go. He's scared of that Columbard. A justifiable fear, to be honest.
It's a good fear to have, but it's not changing the fact.
Only 1 trigger this time, though. Evening out.
I saw an interesting
Evening out.
I saw Ghosties. That is an interesting tech. I'm pretty sure. Granted, I haven't seen a Night Rose
No, it's
yet,
pretty sad. Night Rose lists do run Beatrice now at about 2 of just for that extra attack
so I've been
extension.
out of the game for a bit.
Yeah, it lets you have a bit of extension after your Skull Dragon turns. So when you swing the Skull Dragon, you're able to go into a grade 2 or grade 1, and then into a grade 0 if you really want to, and they all kind of refund themselves in terms of counter charge. That's a nice heal trigger there. Ooh, heal trigger coming out on both sides.
There's a chance that this must be a ghost. It might be a ghosty deck.
That is possible. We haven't seen Night Rose yet, not as far as I could see. Thing is, Night Rose are a much tankier build to go up against, so they can just sit there and just survive.
We also saw Gleaming Armor put the grade 3 ghosty into his hand, so it's gonna be interesting to see what happens.
Thing is, the thing is, the rest of the deck does look like Night Rose, so I'll be surprised if it's like pure ghosties. So I do think we're going to get to see the Night Rose. I'm guessing Beatrice is like a 2 or 3 of in the deck.
Agreed, because I do agree. I completely agree with you. Sorry for saying agree so many times, but we've seen only Beatrice. We haven't seen the other ghosty cards that are staples for the Beatrice multi-attack option. So this might still be a Night Rose deck, but there's nothing to say that the Gleaming Armor has Night Rose in hand.
Yeah, drop zone getting kind of stacked already. We ain't even hit turn 3 yet, and that thing's already looking a bit scary.
I think I've been focusing a little bit too much on the Grand Blue side. I need to look over at Bermuda and see what's going on. So we have.
It looks. I was going to say, look in the chat. It looks like we've got some of Garmo's former victims, letting us know that it is in fact a Night Rose deck.
Okay.
So it looks like our
there we go.
estimation is correct. Because some of those picks, like the Navigator in the back row, is yeah, that's usually a and as well as the Cutlass are usually Night Rose cards more so than Ghosties.
An interesting grade 2 rush turn.
Hmm.
And this is going to be a hefty Vanguard. I think this is a. No, it doesn't matter. I don't need numbers. And Ghost Ship. Ghost Ship is also a very key staple card in
Ooh.
Night Rose.
The Ghost Ship going to damage zone or drop zone is a bit painful. There we go. There's a Night Rose, which is, and they go for the Protect 1 is going straight into the hand.
Makes sense. Great. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't make sense. No, never mind. Ignore what I just said twice. It makes sense for Night Rose. There is no point in going Protect 2 because the rear guards are never going to stay on the board.
No, that's true. That's true. The thing is, I guess the only word that would make sense is in cases where you can like use ghosties to intercept, and you just want it to be even fatter intercepts.
Yeah, but you gotta understand Night Rose. The only way the ghosties can intercept is if you are on Beatrice.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you're on Night Rose, the only time anything can intercept if it did an attack. The second it attacks, it's gonna die.
No, 100%, 100%.
Let me guess. Skull Dragon.
Most
Or
likely.
Ghost Ship. Usually, when I see Columbard activate its ability, it's either a Ghost Ship or a Skull Dragon that hits the board.
It looks like right there they're trying to go for that second Skull Dragon because we saw them mill one earlier. So I think they're just setting up that double Skull Dragon swing.
Well, the double Skull Dragon swing right now is going to be a little bit hard. Well, it's still can happen. I'm saying, like, I've seen Night Rose players wait for Night Rose's ability to activate, call a column, call right in the back row, and call another Skull Dragon into the front row.
No. So the current way you do with Night Rose is you call a column with Skull Dragon and Beatrice Soul Blast one to call the other Skull Dragon.
Oh yeah, that's right. Beatrice calls stuff too. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
fair,
but she's
fair,
a Soul
fair,
Blast
fair,
call, so you can
fair.
actually get to be a bit more conservative with your Counterblast.
We see Banshee adding more to draw power.
Also, Columbard being a named once per turn is painful, but it is a
What do you mean
fantastic
painful?
card.
It's needed. Jesus,
Yeah,
please,
it's a fantastic
no.
card. It is like objectively the best card though.
Now I can't remember. Even boosted units gain 5k, correct?
Yeah. Every card on the field, attacks or boost gets 5k.
So if I remember correctly, What a question.
Yeah, we can't hear the games.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's a straightforward Night Rose play of empty board. Let's see if you're right, Echo. You probably are, but still.
Nothing. People are suggesting they should probably go for the Ghost Ship plays. Oh, great shade. Okay.
More mill?
Ooh. Okay, because Great Shade lets them then
Prep?
grab anything from drop zone.
I guess prep work.
Ooh, what do you think you grab?
What are we gonna grab though?
I'm guessing you just try and set up a more defensive turn.
I mean, heal trigger is probably one of the better options. I didn't see any other triggers like
Maybe a PG.
a perfect guard. Yeah, but you got to think like if Pacifica gets where it needs to go, perfect guards are going to be
PGs
hurting
are
more
what-
than
yeah,
they're going to.
PG. True. Yeah, the only ghost. Yeah, they're going for that heal because the Ghost Ship, as we saw, did go to damage zone, so it does hurt.
True. Oh, is Gleaming Armor only running one ghost ship then?
Possibly. Usually, you don't run. You run, I think, like 2 tops.
Because you got to understand, we saw a Columbard get a Skull Dragon to drop. Would have been more beneficial to get a ghost ship to drop.
Maybe, possibly. Or maybe they were concerned they weren't going to get more CB by next turn, but then the Night Rose turn will be kind of dead. It's pretty interesting, to be honest.
Overall, not a bad position right now. A lot of decent hand size. We saw the heal trigger go to hand, which means there's guard potential. Low damage, which means you can take hits. It just putting itself at 4. Interesting.
Taking that CV, my man.
See, now becomes the big important question. Can you put 4 Pacificas on the board.
Can we make big numbers equate big damage?
Hey, look, Echo, it's your favorite version of the card.
What do you mean? I hate it. What do you mean, homie? I hate it. This art is the peak Monka.
So yeah, we just got confirmation that Gleaming Armor is only running 1 ghost ship in the deck, and that ghost ship hit damage.
I'm a sweat, boys.
I could see the potential and the reasoning why, but at the same time, I'd run at least 2. Like having that double ghost ship play is never bad.
That is also true. It's actually really interesting because I'm kind of looking at their build right now. They've got some kind of funky versions. They're running Rune Shades, man. I haven't seen Rune Shades in a long time. In 4 cutlasses.
He's a mill. He gains power, if I'm not mistaken. So he's not a bad card of any matter, but still.
Okay, actually, interesting enough, looking at Gamo's list, they run 1 draw PG, 3 crit sentinels, and the rest of the so they're running 1 draw, 4 heals, and 11 crits.
Now, glare is a thing. I have no idea what that 1 card behind Lizalette is.
It's kind of wild.
All right, we're seeing another Pacifica, so that's 2, which means guarantee what was it again? Damn it. I think it's 2 Pacificas on board as a drive check, 3 Pacificas is extra force, and then 4 Pacificas is the whole guard restrict, correct?
Yeah, but yeah, the 4th Pacifica is the 3 to guard, yeah.
And we see 2 of them on the board currently, right? No, wait, yes,
That's
maybe.
1,
I don't know.
2. I can't see what the back unit is. I don't believe that's a Pacifica. I can't see the full back, or I can't see the back. What would be the back right for him?
You and me both, buddy. You and me both. I think it's the Lizalette, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it got moved in the back.
Yeah, they got 1 rear guard Pacifica is triple drive at 10k. To Vanguard, 2 is 2 force, 3 is 3 guard restrict. As in terms of rear guard Pacificas.
So this is honestly not the best turns for Pacifica.
But to be honest, the one interesting part, having looked at it, is like we did see the mill of the Rune Shade from earlier.
Hold up. I'm seeing something happen.
Oh? What is that?
Honestly, I played Pacifica whenever it first came out, and I completely forgot every single effect the deck had. And there's a 3rd Pacifica. I'm pretty sure the support grade 3 for Pacifica searches it out. But getting it on board, making sure you can do it, stuff like that. Like I completely forgot all the necessary combos. But if he's able, if he can call that Pacifica, that's 2 more force markers, which means every single attack is 2 damage, double critical. Which means the Pacifica just needs to hit twice to win the game.
It looks like he's being careful there. He's just getting rid of all. He's calling all Pacificas to back row, so they can play pretty safe.
You do have grave recursion in Pacifica, so you can get them back from grave. You need to see the pieces to do so, but so it's not too, if they pop them somehow, it's not too detrimental.
But I think sitting on 4 damage, you're starting to be a bit careful with how many attacks you let slide through.
Yep.
But no, I kind of want to go back because like the one thing we saw Gamo mill was a Rune Shade, and that's kind of got me interested. I'm like, why are we like what do you think is the reasoning behind it?
All right, so this is going to be a very interesting turn. 1 card in hand, 4 damage. 3 Pacificas on board?
No, so it counts rear guards only. So that's 2 Pacificas. So Pacifica is going to be getting the plus 10k and triple drive and the 2 force markers.
So is this a no guard?
There you go. Oh, that's a heal and a crit, is that?
That's 3 damage.
God damn. And the important part is like his entire front row is all swinging for 2 damage. She gets the 1 heal, but that
that's
doesn't
still 1 hit away from losing.
Matter. Yeah, I was about to say that's still
the only thing
the
that
ghost ship
just
is going
did,
to drop. It gave her the access to the.
That literally changed nothing. The amount of CB open is still the same.
No, it's not about that. It gave her access back to her ghost ship.
Oh, you're right.
Although I think at this point of the game, you do just go for the Skull Dragons, to be honest. I think Ghost Ship was the play last turn, and I think now it is just Skull Dragons.
You're not wrong. Like, if I'm not mistaken, Pacifica only has 4 cards in hand. Matt is only working with 4 cards in his hand.
Hmm.
If Gleaming Armor can do a full 5 attack combo with the last 2 attacks being Skull Dragons, then not much you can do about it. You have to
Yeah.
guard all the attacks and leave the Skull Dragons and hope they don't hit any critical triggers on top of them, because that is the one thing I'm starting to recall playing against Night Rose. You always want to be kind of at lower damage because you know those Skull Dragons are coming and you gotta tank them.
Absolutely. With certainty and haste.
See, but that's not help. That doesn't help the fact that I'm pretty sure there's 2 not Columbards. What are they called?
Negerbones?
Agrabone. Thank you, Echo. There's the second one, which means there's a second Skull Dragon, which means this is gonna be a 4 Skull Dragon attack turn.
Yep. Feels kind of good. Kind of good.
Oh my god! And Cutlass came out. If I'm not mistaken, Cutlass came out in set 1, first
Yeah.
few sets of E, not set 1, but the
No, I
first
think
few
it was the
sets of
first
E.
extra boosted 2, I believe.
Yeah, but it was the first Grand Blue support of V, I want to say.
Yeah, Champions of the Age second. Yeah. VBO2.
Yep. And it's been such a good card ever since.
The interesting part is you now start seeing people cut it because with Beatrice, you start being able to utilize Soul a lot more. So you
You're not
stop
wrong,
caring
but-
about Counterblast as much.
You're not wrong, but at the same time, Cutlass not only gives you that counter charge, it also gives you that mill. And a free
True.
unit on the board, which with Night Rose, that's an 11k attacker or booster.
That's true. That's true.
So there's merit to both. And it again, it comes down to just player preference.
Hmm.
Wait, did I just hear that accidentally correctly? There's 30 cards in drop.
Yeah, it's very possible.
So that's a 67 skull. Sorry, 60. Yeah, I said it right accidentally. 67 skull dragon. No, wait. Why am my math going all over the place? 60, 70, 77 skull dragon.
Hmm.
When defensive triggers don't help. Oh my god. And yes, she's going into the Beatrice.
It's a please, baby. Yep, you watch that second dragon coming right back out. There we go. Matt is sadly being like, am I about to die? Matt seeing this life flash before his eyes.
Well, you gotta understand, this is only a 26. Not her. Night Rose gains power, doesn't she?
She gains 10k. It's nothing serious.
So this is a 30. Good sir, this is still a 34 attacker that has twin drive.
Yeah, at this point, you're just hoping to get those 6 damage heals. The rest of the triggers don't matter.
23, 34. You need, there we go.
There's the crit.
And there's a crit. Only 2
Feels
heals can save him
good.
now.
Nope, and the second heal does. Neither the first nor the second heal pull through. Feels bad, and we're going to a game
Ooh.
2 with
Now-
Gleaming Garmor's game 1.
So
Game 2
Echo,
going.
after-
We'll see if Matt can bring this back.
Yep. After after a little bit reminiscing on what all happened in this game, I feel like a big turning point was when Matt took that double critical rear guard and put himself to 4. Now,
Yeah.
I don't know what is in his hand. I don't know if he was able to guard it or if he did guard it, it would have took too many resources out of his hand. But taking that double crit and putting himself to 4 really put him in a bad spot and time-wise, because Gleaming Armor, Night Rose, you're going to get to that Skull Dragon combo attack eventually. So staying at low damage helps.
Like, the interesting part as well is when we're looking at that, kind of as this game went, like, the only place where I could think, maybe Matt has a way to capitalize on this was when we saw that the ghost ship go to damage. Because we go, okay, well, Gleaming Armor isn't going to want to, they're not going to want to call Skull Dragons too early because that's not going to do a whole lot. And they're not going to be able to capitalize on that draw. So you're thinking that was going to be able to put them back a bit, but unfortunately the Pacifica turn wasn't able to exert quite enough pressure. Even with all those
that
force
one more
markers.
Pacifica. Honestly,
Yeah.
this game might have been turned around if he saw just that one more Pacifica and managed to activate that guard restrict.
Yeah, the issue is that 3 cards is just so major. Like, it means you can't even you can PG things, but that's 4 cards out of your hand.
And if you
That's
put your
so
opponent,
much.
but especially in this matchup, if you put Gleaming Armor to really low hand size, let's say hypothetical situations, because of the way they had the guard, starting their turn with 0 cards in hand and only drawing 1 card, that means only 1 Negger Bone is active, not 2 that we saw in that turn that put 2 Skull Dragons on the board. And that can very much make a difference between winning or losing.
The thing is, the wild part as well is that like this feels like a very unfavorable matchup towards Matt, because discarding a lot of cards for guard, sure, it hurts you, but it doesn't hurt quite as bad when your entire deck revolves around graveyard recursion. So at that point, it hurts Grand Blue less than it does any other clan. Oh,
All right, so
sorry, production is just talking to the.
starting with game 2, and of course, Bermuda's going to go first. There's no reason. There is no reason in V format, or that I know of, that a deck wants to go second.
True. Thing is, some decks don't mind as much. Like Luard doesn't really mind, because Luard gets
no.
to use Abyssal Owl every time.
You're
that
right.
way.
There's people that don't mind, but there's not one deck that wants to go second. Not that I can recall right now.
Although
Like,
I think it'll be interesting to try and make
Gear Chronicle is probably the. Sorry, you said it?
Sorry, no, go ahead.
Yeah, Gear Chronicle is probably the closest thing to a deck wanting to go second, because you can go into your next stage immediately. But at the same time, we've seen so many Gear Chronicle cards, especially with Corona's Command. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Double critical on the early game. Oh. Anyway, Chronos Command coming even, where even Gear Chronicle decks don't mind going first. You can either go Chronos Command, populate your board, or you can go into Time Leaper and do multi-attacks and then save yourself in the next stage for the next turn.
To be fair, the only place I would disagree, though, is with Gear Chronicle. You never minded going first, because what would happen if you went second? Yeah, sure, you do your next stage play straight away, cool. But if you go first, you'd either go straight into Time Leaper and do those attack extensions, or you go for Metallica Phoenix and try and farm hand.
Yeah.
Because Metallica Phoenix, while being a vanilla, is triple drive.
Exactly. And on top of that, once volume 1 and 2 of V-Clan Selection come out, you're gonna have to also you're gonna have access also to Cronus Command.
That card is nutty. It's pretty wild. Because even though it's an on price, like an on ride, because you can do during the main phase, it's pretty wild.
Yep. There's the staple Bermuda plays of Aqua, Lizolet, I won't say multi-attack rush, but just rush. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Triggers galore.
Is that the Crit Sentinel in the background? For Pacifica.
Oh, wait a minute. You might be right. If Pacifica, this game might be very unfavorable for Pacifica for a simple fact if they're running any Perfect Guards, period. Because if you don't have Perfect Guards against a Skull Dragon deck, yes, I said Skull Dragon, not Nyros. Yeah. You're not in the best spot.
Let's just call it what it is, yeah. Just call it what it is. It's a Skull Dragon deck. Big numbers, big damage. Just call it what it is.
See, I think, Echo, to answer your question, this is why you run that card, so you can mill early.
True. But I don't know, it's just still such a strange card for a deck that has so little space. Because, like, you know what I haven't actually seen? I haven't seen any Jesse or the great 2-in-1 Ghosties that came out with Beatrice. Oh. Philip, you still there?
What happened?
Oh, there you go. I think your video dropped out.
Why?
Also, yeah, as Outer Orange is mentioning in the chat, also High Orange, it's allowing for some big numbers with Nyros. So Creature does start hitting magic numbers.
Have I returned?
Oh, he's back. There we go. He's a pixelated boy. Let's go.
I think my house every so often has these weird power surges. I think there was just a small power surge that disconnected everything. So yeah, what did I miss? Oh, look, a full board with double with force markers everywhere.
Local man disappears for 2 minutes. Not even disappears for 30 seconds. Comes back. Matt has a full board Pacificas.
Wait, there's a full board of Pacificas?
I'm seeing 3. I can't tell what the back row is. He's got the 3 force markers, so I know for a fact there's at least 2 Pacificas, which I can see.
There's in one front right rear guard, and there's one in the back left rear guard.
Okay, can production?
I think he
possibly
has.
confirm
I
for us
think he
what the
has
last
all
card
3.
is?
I think he has all 3 because I get. Yep, he has all
Oh,
4
he's got the
Pacificas
3.
out of deck, and Gleaming Armor can only take 1 hit. Actually, that was a hit. Like they can't take a hit, and they got a guard with 6 cards. Oh, there we go. The
Oh, the
implication
quick
of
shield coming in
intercept and a quick
clutch.
shield.
Reject guard, restrict, return to quick shields.
Still, though, 3 cards out of hand is still gonna hurt, and you
Nah,
can do
these
as
are
much
fine.
prep work you want. You're gonna have a really good turn. The opponent is at 2 damage, and now you have 4 Pacificas staring at you,
Hey,
one
man.
of which you can only swing at. I think this is where it's showing why Pacifica is sitting
So-
right here.
So to the question in chat, Orange, yes, because quick shields don't ever hit the Guardian cycle.
No.
There's discarded from hand and the effect activates. Or they're placed into drop and the effect activates. Oh, yeah, they just removed from play and the effect activates. They never hit the Guardian cycle. Yeah, so a lot of orders, it's the same reason a lot of Dragon Empire clans run the 15k order, because it acts as a 15k shield without ever having to hit the Guardian cycle. Even before V, or before D, where the audio zone didn't exist, you simply discard the card and the effect activates.
Yes. Technical difficulties, man. What I miss again? miss again?
Nothing. Just, and he's gone again. Rip. Yeah, look, I'm still kind of surprised how many people aren't necessarily familiar with the order interactions with God Restrict. Huh. Fair enough. Yeah, as Eric is saying, blitz orders just activate from hand. They never make contact with the board. They never enter the Guardian Cycle, and the Guardian Cycle is the only thing that trigger that the God Restrict is activated in relation to. Well, it looks like Nairos is attacking. Only that Soul Blast 1.
Yes. Anyway, I see a Pacifica still alive on the board.
Oh. First check, heal trigger. Heal trigger is going to make big odds here. Heal trigger is going to make him able to take 1 attack. And second check is nothing, but the power is going to be going on the Skull Dragon, just because we know the drop zone isn't that big just yet.
Well, Echo, you say it's going to allow Gleaming Armor to take 1 attack, but you still understand there's drive checks that have triggers on them.
Yeah, but unless Gleaming Armor pulls 2 crits, they can still take 1 of those attacks.
You mean Matt?
Sorry, yeah, Matt can. So, no, wait.
Matt
No, I
needs
mean Matt
only...
can swing. Sorry,
Yeah,
Matt needs only 2 crits.
No,
as long
Matt
as he pulls 2 crits, it doesn't matter.
No,
but as long
Matt
as he
only
pulls
needs 1. Oh, great, granted, yeah, 2 crits to make the other 2 rear guards also
Yeah.
threatening, but at least
that's what
1
I'm saying,
crit
that's what I'm
to
saying.
make it really threatening.
No, what I'm saying is unless Matt can give 1 crit to all his front rows, then they can still take 1 attack.
Agreed. Well, on the bright side, Lingara did prep the hand, so the hand size is very big now.
Also, Eric,
But
I think
still.
it's confirmed Orange doesn't listen to us because we've had this exact conversation this past week.
And it's
Our
up to
Orange
you.
confirmed doesn't
Leave
listen
me
to
out of
us. Yeah, no, it looks
I don't
like
know what
that
the
is a crit
players are-
sentinel.
I don't know what the
Bermuda.
players are debating right now about, but it seems like there we go.
Hmm.
Now it
Not a
comes
bad play,
down
to be honest.
It's
'Cause now
not.
it's
It comes down
resources.
to if man has any way to get that Pacifica back from drop zone. There are cards that do that inside of Pacifica builds, like that one specifically.
Hmm. Would you
But
look
you
at
know,
that?
it's one of those reasons why. And Aqua is such a good card in this exact moment. It's like, analyze a lot.
Leafs a lot. Oh, it's a PG.
There is PGs in the deck, so there is hope.
I think it's a 2-2 split because we saw Crit Sentinel go to drop.
Well, one PG left somewhere. Let's hope he can see it in his hand or kill.
Hmm.
There we go. But all the Pacificas in the back row so they don't get hit and swing at.
Yeah, he wants to sleep, and he wants to sleep well at night.
I will say Aqua is the only thing that can hit, and Lizalot over
Phenomenon,
there.
yes it does. Yes it is. The whole back row is currently Pacificas.
There we
Never
go.
mind, front row is now Pacifica.
He understood what needs to happen. Like, yes, Lizalot is better in the front row because you're saving your Pacifica in the back, but at the same time, it's only a 10K. You're not getting any. There we go. I think we're going to game 3. I think we're going to game 3.
Are we gonna get a second crit? What a Chad! What a Chad, dude! What an absolute Chad!
God!
Crit, nothing. Heal!
Heal.
Oh, do we get the double heal? Do we get the double heal?
Well,
Is Gomor an absolute
I think there's
Chad?
3 heals out.
No, that we're going to a game 2.
Hey,
oh,
at
game
least
3.
Ghost
Sorry.
Ship, that's poetic. The one Ghost Ship in the deck.
Yeah, we're going to a game 3, boys. Absolute Chad plays.
Echo, I think you had the timely powers right there in that moment. You called it. 2 crits.
Dude, the absolute slaughter. Dude, the double crit tech is coming out real clutch today. This is like the second or third game it's happened today. It's absolutely wild, but we're going to be diving straight into game 3.
Like, there's one thing to note immediately for game 3 is the fact that Gleaming Armor has the advantage of going first. Matt needs to see all 4 Pacificas, one way, shape, or form, through effects, through drawing, through whatever, if he wants to stand a chance.
No, absolutely. This will be a pretty close game, I feel. Because like this is one of those games where like one of them is absolutely going to have to pop off on turn 3. And like pretty much whoever pops off first is just going to end the game there and then.
I want to say one of the reasons Gleaming Armor was in a worse spot this game was because we didn't see Navigator on the board.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's definitely one of the reasons.
Like Navigator is one of those cards where early in, like a lot of people didn't realize the potential of it, but then everybody started playing it. It's like Calamity for Overlord. Like when Calamity was first suggested for Overlord, a lot of people didn't really want to take to it, but then later it became like a effing staple.
Well, Calamity Tower Wyvern was the one that retires itself to give the Vanguard 15k.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Navigator is the same ballpark. Like
happy the cross noises.
Like a lot of people didn't really want a card that rests other cards mills 5 because you had to see it and all that, but now we're seeing a lot of Night Rose decks that if they don't run it, they're shooting themselves almost in the foot.
You know what I think it is? I generally think it's probably because we're now able to get out so many Skull Dragons so early that you want to try and just turbo that drop zone. You're like, listen, I don't care. I just want to have it end up there.
I mean, yeah, you're 100% right, but it's also like I think the reason Navigator in the early days was really good just because you want those options. Like you needed your drop zone was your hand, so you needed as many options in there as you could manage. And Navigator just if you hit triggers, it was going to be sad, but hey, that's where we got V-Clan selection coming up that says, hey, Cav, all the triggers in your drop zone will reward you.
Because the interesting part is, as I was talking earlier about kind of about Jesse and kind of the Grey 2-in-1 ghosties that came out with Beatrice. The nice thing is, as Orange is mentioning in the chat, like what you could do is rest 2 for Navigator, rest 2 to mill 5, and then pop those 2 to call out Jesse. So you effectively just get to mill 7 effectively.
I don't know if you noticed that, Echo, but we had a Ghost Ship get ditched from hand to mill 2 crit triggers.
That is pretty spicy, though.
And get a column bar prepped.
Yeah, that's pretty spicy, homie. That's pretty nice, you know? Goes straight for that. That's a Vanguard swing, isn't it? Yeah, but that's a Vanguard swing.
We're going to have some technical difficulties, apparently, with some phrasing, but everything's getting resolved. And now
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. Like, comes down to: are you gonna take a Vanguard swing, or are you gonna no guarding?
No gods.
Oh my God, that's a dead
Ooh,
card in hand.
defensive.
That is a dead card in hand right
But that's
now.
okay because he's going to be able to ditch things. They're going to be able to ditch things later on.
Let's see here. I see a run shade on the board, which means that's one your ditch target that's already out. Not Rose doesn't ditch anything. If you can get a Negra Bone in a drop, that's a way to ditch it. So, or a Perfect Guard.
Hmm.
But
Means the deck has enough consistent ways to just get ahead with it. And even if you
here
have one in
comes
hand,
a
you run with 4 main decks,
19K.
it's fine.
Oh, did he swing at rear guard? Oh, he swung at rear guard.
Yeah, he's going for that full damage now.
Oh,
That's
like
the
it.
Navigator. Yeah, you go. Oh! Big numbers, big damage.
Well, that's one way to put it into your drop zone. He's
Hey,
Soul
man,
Blasted.
Soul Blasted with Soul Blasted later, man.
Ah,
You just
and
Soul
there's
Blasted later with Beatrice.
another heal,
Hey,
2 heals.
And a crit.
Five?
Yikes.
Oh, 5? Why 5?
No,
Was that
Navigator.
5?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, shit. For some reason, my brain went Navigator's only 4. No, 5. My bad. I had a derp.
Is Skull Dragon across both turns, or is he just during your turn?
Jesus Christ, man! Don't make it broken. Just during your
People are
turn.
just like, Dantaran is scary, man.
No,
Dantaran is
if-
40k base, bro.
So Skull Dragon is only during your turn. If it was during any turn it gained that amount of power, I don't think we would have ever seen any other Vanguard other than Skull
True.
Dragon, just because of the defensive capabilities.
So, guys, all I'm saying is we could see an errata as soon as this Tuesday to make Skull Dragon active on both turns. That's all I'm saying.
No. We don't
Make
need
premium great again.
we don't need an MLB that's worse, or
Make premium
worse
great
in the
again.
sense of better. Oh, look, man, the bane of my existence whenever MLB just said, "Hey, I'm an 18K now. I don't need a Skull Dragon sitting there at 40s."
Yeah, but you're a Messiah player who has a 30k base cards and still finds
I
a way to
don't.
complain about base power, man.
Hey now, you're never gonna see me ride that Grey 4 because I can't.
No, you just call it a rig out. It's fine. And you'll attack with it like 5 times.
How'd the ghost ship come out of? Do we see a navigator get used?
Ooh.
Echo, help me. How do we get a ghost ship on the board?
Negerbone.
Negerbone, thank you. See, this is he's doing the right thing right now. He got lucky with taking the damage and getting a heal,
Beatrice.
but
No, you
staying
just
at
don't
low
take the
damage.
Beatrice. He's chilling. Because he's able to Soul Blast that Skull Dragon and call it straight back out.
What kind of game are we watching? Where both of the support grade 3s are on the Vanguards right now?
A based game. A very based game.
I think I see what's going on right now. He doesn't need Pacifica Rush turn right now. He can just build his hand. Your
Thing
opponent's
is,
at 0
Pacifica
damage.
Rush, going all out for a Pacifica Rush doesn't do anything when you're both at borderline 0 damage.
Look at it this way. If he swings a Vanguard, he's getting his Twin Drive, which means he's getting plus the hand. He's pressuring the opponent for 2 damage. Overall, I like this play.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the right play, personally.
Not to mention he guaranteed himself a Pacifica in hand.
Also, yes.
See, this is the one of parts of Vanguard that I really enjoy, where it's not just about hitting triggers. It's not just about being lucky. It's about also thinking and tempoing and knowing your opponent's deck and knowing when to swing, what to ride, how to, like, you can't just go unga bunga in and expect to win.
Nah, man. Bruce busted. Bruce best deck.
Hold up. I stand firmly on this. You cannot play Bruce unga bunga and expect to win.
What, in V format? 100%. Bruce's best V deck. Not even close.
I don't know if you're trying to be serious right now or still pulling my fucking leg.
Thing is, I think you're going to get to see, like, I think the thing is, at the moment, both players are going to play pretty conservatively because there's no real point in going all out. You're just going to give up the game at that point.
I do say Pacifica, Matt needs to be careful how conservative he plays. Because the Grand Blue hand size is not gonna get any smaller anytime soon, unless he starts poking and unless he starts attacking.
But the Pacifica, if they can hold on, Grand Blue just X out.
You know how much you gotta hold on for that? Like, you
Not
don't have
too
to use
much.
Navigator. You don't have to use Navigator. You don't have to use the other effects. You can just wait until your opponent gives you just enough damage to work with.
Hmm.
To the pass being met with no triggers, so these are all gonna be just one damage pokes.
Hmm.
Like, I think, yeah, pass turn. Like, if you're not gonna put your opponent at least 2 damage to have Pacifica be threatening, there's no point of swinging.
Hmm. These narrows, yeah, calls out the Beatrice. Beatrice Soul Blasts that Skull Dragon.
I'm gonna
There we
assume
go. I think you
causes
can call back at. I think go Ghost Ship.
Ghost
There
Ship.
you go. Yeah, listen, if you're just trying to sit there and farm, then you're going to farm that hand, aren't you? At that point.
Is this really just gonna be a mill game? Just wait your opponent out?
I think so, man. It does look like it.
I mean, if it works, it works, but this really is starting to be a war of attrition. Goes for the rear guard. My God, this is gonna be proper war of attrition. My God.
Yeah. I think he's doing it the rear guard here. No, he didn't swing at the Vanguard. Ooh, that's a Leaslord going down.
I think he's got I think Gleaming Garments needs to be very, very careful how she does
The
this.
nice thing Gleaming Gummel gets to do though is she gets to swing with very big numbers, but then force her opponent to swing into her if they want drive checks.
You're not wrong, but at the same time, you got to understand you're putting your opponent at 3 damage. Well, 3 damage is good for Grand Blue. Or 2 damage in this case. It's also one of those things like, now if you take that double critical Vanguard, you can't, granted there's 2 heals out of deck, but you can't accidentally heal out of it, and you put yourself in a position where you can take multiple hits. Like, this has turned into a game where if Gleaming Garmer takes 3 attacks, the game's done. Only 3 attacks need a hit for the game to be done.
No, that's true. That's true. But just think at the moment, Grand Blue gets to play like a super, super passive game. They get to just chill out.
Did you get a hand count there? I didn't.
No, I didn't quite. I think I counted 10 counts total with 2 crit. I think I saw 2 protects.
I'll turn back time. I'm turning back time. 3, 4, 5.
I think
6,
10, 2 of which are PGs.
7, 8, 9 cards, 2 of which are PGs. So 9 cards, 2 of which are PGs means if Gleaming Garment wants to PG,
let's see if we pass primary school maths, boys. Let's go.
If Gleaming Garment wants to PG any of the attacks, that is going to be 4 cards out of hand if Pacifica can get to the full condition. Well, we see 2 of them. 3, 4, 4.
Yep.
4 Pacificas.
Can I be real
3
though?
attacks.
I think you can take the Vanguard attack pretty comfortably.
Oh.
Well, no, there's not a world where they kill you.
There's not a world where they kill you, but there's a world where they can make you very, very suffer. Good sir. We saw double critics get ripped on a triple drive game 2.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Pain. Suffering.
That's a good impression of Jason Momoa.
Thank you. Nothing. Crit. Oh shit. We're gonna go to Value Town? Oh crap.
Put him at 2. You don't have to put him at 3 damage.
Phillips voice and video cut out there for a second. He'll be right back. He'll be back shortly. It appears on the road to Value Town he did have to go through a tunnel. To be fair, defensives are a thing, but
I don't
think the deck cares very much.
I do not know what's going on. Don't.
He's like, I don't understand, man. What is this? What is this dude? What is this dude?
My equipment's hitting me right now. I think I just need to not put my hands on the table and not
See
shake
what-
anything and let it
Let's see what
stay.
chat doesn't understand. Chat's just like, yo, Philip's setup looks so clean. And I'm like, yeah, it looks clean, but it craps out a lot.
Look, man, all right, I'm trying here. Oh, so what happened was I was right. The crit was not put on Vanguard.
Yeah, I was pulling the rig out by the looks of it. Philip sounded like, I'm fighting for my in life, man.
If I was in Pacifica's shoes right now, I see three heals in the drop zone. I would try to put Gleaming Armor at least 4 damage.
Absolutely.
Because it's either eating 3 cards up to 4 cards in hand, or it's putting Gleaming Armor in a kill range.
I don't really think there's another option outside of that. Like, you kind of just have to try and play it up.
Yep.
Because the sad part is, like, you can take this one, you go to 5, but the issue is then every attack going forward is a must guard, no matter what.
I mean,
'Cause we've seen-
even if it wasn't triple critical, even if it was triple critical, it would have been still every guard is a must guard to attack because of the force 2 markers on the board. Like, you don't need big numbers in Pacifica to be dangerous. That's the beauty.
Yeah, you just
of
need
it.
to inconvenience your opponent.
So now we see 2 perfect guards in one deck.
And it's another protect marker going to the hand.
Now, 2 damage, more than enough damage to work with. We're seeing a Negerbone being activated by discarding a protect marker.
A Kanzengardo?
You don't need them. Like, we've mentioned this
Yo.
already. You do not need perfect guards against Pacifica. They will hurt you more than will help.
They will literally cause you pain in real life. You play the card, you get a heart attack. It is bad. It hurts very much.
Now, there's 2 avenues Gleaming Armor can go here. It can either we can either see a Skull Dragon. There we go. Or Ghost Ship could have been called, but I don't know.
We're doing it again. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're doing con.
Gotta let your opponent cut your deck. Otherwise, you're stacking. So who's coming out now?
Probably another Skull Dragon, I reckon. There you go.
So
We'll just go to Valley Town, man.
I don't know how I feel about this.
I think this is their only chance, because next turn they'll be so screwed.
You're not wrong, but we see Matt at 2 damage. Like, he has some buffer damage, and we only see 2 cards in hand. Like, if you call Beatrice down to get another Skull Dragon turn like this, in the sense of 4th and 5th attack, you're stuck with 4 cards in hand, which means you can only guard one of the Pacificas, which means you might be dead.
Yep, this is not a fun situation.
I feel like the saying, the best defense is a good offense is not working here.
Yeah, no, absolutely
Or the other way around. The best offense is a good defense. Well, how's it
No,
go?
it's the best defense, a good offense. Yeah, I had it right the first time. Don't worry, man.
I don't think the saying is a very good application right now here.
Yeah, it does look like Gamo's going to be trying to go for that sack, that Giga sack, the quadruple Skull Dragon. I think you kind of just have to go for broke at this point. Like, there isn't really any other way to recoup this, so there you go, another Skull Dragon swing. The defensive critical might play a factor in the Vanguard swing, but really doesn't for the Skull Dragons. But Matt's looking at, what's that, 4-card hand left after that PG? He's looking at, he's got 6, he's taking it. Oh, it's nothing.
What I miss?
Oh boy, so he's going for that Vanguard swing. Yeah, they're going to go for that Soul Blast one. Soul Blast one's going to get another Skull Dragon out.
Night Rose is an easy card to guard. Easy card. Out of all the attacks coming, Night Rose is the easiest card to guard.
The thing is, the interesting part is, like, because Pacifica's God Restrict is already live, they can have 0 hand and still be chilling.
That is the dangerous part right there.
Oh.
If Matt has a perfect guard, he's fine. If another crit gets ripped and he doesn't have 2 perfect guards, I think this is it. Granted, heals are still a thing, but...
Okay, so it looks like the power and crit is going on 1. The second check. Nothing. Ooh.
All right. Oh, so this
That
it comes
is-
down. He needs only one perfect guard or a heal trigger to be. Oh, granted, he needs a heal on the 2 crit.
Let's see it. Does Matt have the PG? He's looking at his looking at his hand like he does. Oh, that is a heal and crit.
Oh!
Oh! God damn.
Oh! Oh!
And the final
gleaming,
attack.
Oh, gleaming armor. Oh! There's a right move here. I wonder. Yep, there it is. You can't kill your opponent. You
Get
go
rid
for
of one of the
piece.
Pacificas, man. Do it. Do it. Swing of the ray god. Let's go.
Okay, so this has changed the tempo of the game.
If Matt can get a hold of that Pacifica, he wins the game on the spot.
Maybe.
Oh,
Maybe.
if anything's going to make the difference.
Oh no.
No, it's a critical trigger. Oh my god.
Ooh.
The god restrict is gone. Holy crap.
Wait.
No god restrict, just a whole lot of force. This game is truly a befitting game 3 to see who's going to be going up against Sachikaze in the finals.
It is still triple drive though, and it can hurt. We do know Gleaming Armor has a perfect guard in hand, but what else? And a heal
That's
trigger
first
to
heal,
boot.
nothing. And
A
crit. Oh! All right, let's
Maybe.
see how many defensives we're seeing out
Maybe.
here.
We have a perfect guard and we have a guaranteed 15k shield that we know in Gleaming Armor's hand. So this needs to be put smart.
Oh, boys.
You don't want to give Gleaming Armor too many
First check.
resources.
Crit.
especially-
Oh, defensive.
Triggers.
Second check. But it did it on force 2?
This is exactly what we were talking about. You don't need to put the opponent at 5 damage because you can kill them already at 4.
God damn. Chilling.
Oh,
Actual certifiable vibe.
and that should be around a. Oh,
Not even the PG.
but
God damn.
But do we have enough Negro Bones in drop now? Do we have enough cards to use? Like we're gonna get a guarantee almost 2 Skull Dragon swings, but
Now, depending on how this goes, we might have some more. What's that? That is a
Ooh. Ooh, and there's
that's
a Negro Bone.
bone.
That is big.
Huge.
Using the Negro Bone, calling the Beatrice. This is
Adds the Beatrice to hand. Yeah, no, that's it. She's got it.
you don't know. Hey, heals are a thing.
No, because what's gonna happen? She's gonna call out the Skull Dragon now. Then she's gonna bot deck it with the Necrobone. Oh, or not? Okay. Oh, we not going for the Necrobone play? Okay, there we go. Getting rid of the PG, bot decking, and getting the other Skull Dragon out, and she's got the soul. That's it. We're getting the 4 attacks.
She doesn't only have the Soul Echo. She also has a Column Burden drop. She's got 2 ways to do it.
Man,
25
stuff is
drop with that's a
scary,
25 drop. Those Skull Dragons are 67s.
big numbers, big damage.
Oh, but a heal can still kind of save you.
Well, no, they're 67 and 69. Very nice. Big nice.
Oof.
First damage goes
Oof.
through.
Now we got a 69. Nice.
Very nice. 69 coming in. Takes it. It's a critical defensive.
The critical defense is going to help on the Vanguard swing.
Going to be making that difference. It's going to be swinging in, going for the Counterblast 1. Going to be getting a Skull Dragon and presumably a Night Rose, I'm guessing. Oh, no, Night Rose. Beatrice. There we go. Because you really don't want to get Counterblast denied at the moment, especially if you somehow survive the next turn. Gets it out.
I mean, you still have Beatrice, so it's like
It's
either
currently
or
a
at
1
this
to
point.
hit. It's currently a 1 to hit, man. Are they going to get it? Empty hand.
You gotta risk it. Like you really can't do much about it. Like
Come on.
we know he has at least a
Matt do
30k
it?
shield.
Come on, man. Let's see if you can do it.
And those Skull Dragons actually went down in power because they called out with Beatrice being in the back as well.
First check, one to pass, second check.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Oh no, that's
drop
draw.
trigger.
Never mind. Never
On
mind.
the attack
Draw
save, does
trigger.
he get the 6 damage heal? He
Nope.
does not.
And that's the game.
Gleaming Gamo goes to finals. Our finals is looking to be, at the moment, Tachikaze versus Grand Blue.
Oh.
Gleaming Gamo progressing to go up again. Oh, okay, Sindhu and Matt is going to be facing Noman shortly for our third place position.
I
But
gotta
guys,
say,
go ahead.
sorry, that
No,
was
no.
a close game, but Gleaming Gummer going for that Pacifica was the only and the right move. Because imagine having to guard restrict that last turn.
With the guard trick, they were dead. They were actually gone. Like it was finished. But I just want to say, guys, a quick reminder to everybody that our prize pool is currently standing at $167. Dollary dues. I want to say a huge thank you to everybody who's been supporting us so far. And if you guys do !Matcherino in the chat, you'll be able to jump in, click some free buttons, acquire some free real estate, and help us raise the prize pool to give more support to our competitors. And don't forget, the winner also wins a box of DBTO2. But guys, just a quick question to production. Is there a small intermission between this game and the next? All right,
All right, we're
perfect,
gonna
guys.
have a small intermission. Gonna step away for a bit, and that's gonna give me a good chance to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Guys, we'll be back shortly for our loser semifinal between Mellow and Matt playing Pacifica versus Sleepy Noman playing Prisms. See you in a few minutes, guys.
It's me, VB Franz. I'm here to show you how to sign up for Matcherino. Very simple. All you have to do, navigate over to matcherino.com, click on the login button, and choose your preferred sign-in method. It has everything you need from Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Google, Facebook, Discord, even Line. After that, you're essentially in. You got your account set up? Now, what next, Franz? What do you want me to do next? Well, you can support our tournaments. There will be a prize pool that you contribute to. You can also claim codes. Each claim code is 25 cents into the prize pool. You get 50 codes for that. If you get all 50, that's $12.50 that you've added to the prize pool of the tournament without doing anything, without any cost to anyone. Now, if you would like to directly contribute to these tournaments, there is a direct contribution section for you. You can put as much as you want in there. Be our guest. Now, moving on to Marketplace. There are so many things that we can do with this. We can do Discord roles. We can do merch coming soon. We can do sleeves, mats, any apparel, anything like that you can imagine. All of these will have specific values that you can buy them for, and those values you can also get extra bonuses that'll go to our prize pool. You can buy a shirt for $10, $15, and you can contribute $5, $10 to the tournament while you're at it. And all that at zero extra cost to you. That money just goes from your purchase directly into the prize pool. Super cool stuff. Now, the last thing I really want to talk about here is quests. Now, over on the sidebar there, you'll see a bunch of quests going down. It can be anything from following things on Twitter, subbing on YouTube, to anything a little more in depth, like looking at a link, doing a small survey, anything like that. Overall, guys, this is a really cool opportunity to get more funding for our tournaments, and this is just for you guys. This is all for you guys. This is no benefit to us, no monetary benefit, other than giving you guys more of a prize pool to build and grow our tournaments. It's what we want for you guys, and I can't wait to see you in the next tournament.
And welcome, everybody. It appears I am on my own, for I cannot see my casting partner. Oh, peekaboo, he is back. I'm your boy Echo. This is Philip from Top Deck Heroes, and we are just about to jump into our bronze match / losers final between Mellow at a Mat on the Pacifica and WCC's Noman over on Prism. So, Philip, we were talking about this a little bit during the intermission. How are you feeling about a Bermuda matchup for semifinal, for our losers finals? Or bronze
Let's see
final?
who. First off, before they hit grade threes, let's see who can Lizelot Aqua better.
True.
And then when they hit grade threes, let's see just what happens. Like this whole game is very much dependent on if Prison can see for. If Pacifica can see four Pacificas. That is literally it. This is the biggest hindering of this match because the Prison player, from the games we've watched and from what Prison can do, we already know it's going to be very consistent. It's going to do what it wants to do. It's not going to hinder. It's not going to whiff. Pacific, on the other hand, is the deck that can whiff.
Also, guys, we're going to be, sounds to us like the game is ready, so we're going to be swapping right over to the tables, and we're going to get started on our bronze match between WCC Noman and Mellow at a Mat, with WCC Noman going first on Prisms. Let's hop over to it.
There we go.
So as we just found by production, it does look as though Noman will be going first. So we're going to get to see a little bit of that aggression coming out of him. Coming out. Oh, there we go. Send the grade 3 searcher coming out straight away. Man's on the offensive, checking. There goes for the draw first, then checks top 5.
He's looking for that one piece and one piece specifically. There's no other grade threes in the
He
deck.
doesn't see it. The thing is that the grade 3 searchers, given the fact they only search for grade 3 and not grade 3 or greater, does hurt
Do
decks like
not
this a lot.
Make Gear Chronicle broken.
What do you mean? Gear Chronicle's balanced, bro. Fair and balanced.
We have the dog already. We don't need more.
True.
Regardless, like we were talking about before, Pacifica is one of the most consistent decks that Bermuda has right now. So this is honestly, this whole game is going to hinder if, Prism. Prism is the most consistent deck out there in Bermuda Triangle right now. And this is honestly going to consist of if Prism can see 4 Prisms. Also, can I just make a side now? Why did they have to have both P in the name? I'm getting confused between Prism and Pacifica. It's like, which switch?
To be fair, like it does feel like one of those games where like it really depends on who has the best like kind of opener. If you don't really have your like nuts by turn 3 and your opponent does, you just lose instantly in this game. I feel.
You mean
or
like
this
using the
matchup.
grade 3 searcher and finding the necessary Pacifica already?
Yeah, imagine. Couldn't be us. Could not be us. It's kind of wild, to be honest.
It really is going to come down to what's going to happen. Like, I've seen a lot of Bermuda players do this now, where they're going to call the Lizelot, even if they're going first, they're going to call the Lizelot down on rigor just so they can have that Aqua play ready for turn 2.
Also, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Cocker and TCG, who gave us a raid while we're on our intermission, coming with 10 people. So welcome everybody. Hope you guys had a good stream and welcome to the tournament. As a quick briefing, this is the bronze match in our first Vision Remote Fight Experiment series. Tournament series. This time for V Premium, and our bronze match is between Mellow at a Mat piloting Pacifica and WCC's Noman piloting Prisms. And after this match, this is going to be a best of 3. This is game 1. We're going to be going to our grand finals, which is going to feature Gleaming Garmor over on Grand Blue versus Sindhu playing Tachikaze. So it's going to be certainly a fascinating game to watch. But that's not going to come until after this.
So, Echo, what's the scariest part in a Pacifica player's turn?
Not getting all the Pacificas.
No. I mean, when you, as an opponent, is exactly what happened a second ago.
Them having all the Pacificas.
Is exactly what happened a second ago, where you use a grade 3 searcher, you find a Pacifica, and you put it to drop zone.
Oof.
That is a scary moment.
No, I feel like if you do that, that
know
means
exactly what's gonna happen.
Yeah, because you know what they've got in hand at that point.
Uh-huh.
You're like, yeah, they've got that recursion, that the easy game. Like, they've just got the recursion. They're chilling.
Oh boy. But there's that staple Aqua turn right now, and getting Lisa a lot again, and another Aqua. Hold up, Aqua is a name once per turn, right? It's a hard once per turn. Echo.
Sorry, I believe Aqua. Is a hard once per turn. I don't remember a
Good.
once per turn icon on it.
Let's not make it broken any more than it already is.
I believe. One sec.
Oh, I don't think we've seen Noman do this play yet. I think he's very much debating if he wants to use a grade 4 Pacifica Prism. Jesus Christ, too many P's.
Also, I would ask production to check the DMs real quick.
All right.
But
Draw
yeah,
our trigger guy. Triggers all around. We got a draw trigger as a defense, as an offensive, and a heal and a crit as a defensive. My.
To be fair, it's kind of wild because we can already see Matt getting his legendary sacking powers, shutting down all defensive attacks.
I mean,
all
we
defensive
know.
maneuvers just.
Oh my
yeah.
god. We know he has a Pacifica in drop. We know he has a Pacifica in hand, and now he found another Pacifica and he's gonna put it to his hand more than likely.
What an absolute chat.
So that's 3 already, which means he's only missing 1.
That man
And
don't
either
miss.
Exactly. Either he already has that 1 in hand, or he's gonna just find it.
So he either has it or he doesn't. Those being the 2 options.
I mean, it might be a simple choice, but very, very big differences in determining how the game goes.
Imagine if he just drive checks and finds. Oh,
You had to say something, didn't you?
Crit and power.
That should be a 31 column, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so. I'm not too familiar with their numbers.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
What? Oh.
Oh, is that G-Assist?
Oh, yes, it is.
Holy. Okay, that is a bad sign.
Granted, you gotta understand. Like, we have 7 cards in hand. Oh, okay, whiff. Never mind. Now it's bad. I was gonna say, if you manage to find it, it's not that bad. You're going to 5 cards, 4 cards in hand, but you still got your vert that's gonna bounce 2. It's gonna gain you triple drive. Like, you're not hurting too much with a G assist, but whiffing a G assist, now you're hurting. Oh. Granted, this is probably the best turn to be whiffing, or one of the best turns to be whiffing for G assist, because you do have a decent board. Rewriting an Aqua so he can get some benefits. Nifty. Oh, I think I've seen it accidentally. He just drew the vert off of the Aqua ability.
Dude, this shit's wild. This man's sacking.
No, it's not. He missed the G assist. I think he's
sacking, dude. Sacking.
I am getting a little bit concerned because he drew the vert we saw accidentally. He bounced the Lizala. He called the Lizala. He called off the top of the deck a grade 1, which means the chances of there being a trigger on the top of the deck now are a lot higher than they would have been. But he did get another vert. So now he definitely has the grade 3 in hand. That was smart for Matt, keeping himself at low damage, being able to tank those hits later.
Okay,
but now
the real question here, on 2 damage, I think you do just try and go all out on the Pacifica and just try and end it here and there.
Oh, 100%. Your opponent can only take 2 attacks, or technically can only take 1 attack. He dies at 2 attacks.
But I think we did see 2 PGs coming out of nowhere. If you can get that 3rd Pacifica, it's basically game. I think if he is able to get that 3rd Pacifica out, he just wins there.
I think he just searched it out, good sir. I think he just got it.
What a Chad.
Oh boy. So There's one Pacifica on the Vanguard right now. And let's see the other 3, basically.
Dude, if they manage to pull the whole thing out, it's going to be wild. Let's see over here. So, like, to be honest, like, what do you think happens here if he doesn't survive? Because I think that with GSS for
Echo?
Noman really
Echo?
put him on the back foot. Oh,
3
yeah,
Pacificas
no.
just hit the board.
Yeah, I think this game just ends here. I think this is pretty much going to be a go to game 2 situation.
This is
That looks like a 4th Pacifica to me. I believe the back row is Pacifica.
there's 4 Pacificas on the board. There's 4 Pacificas on the board.
That's Pacifica. Yeah.
There's 4 Pacificas on the board. This is gonna hurt.
Yep. Let's go in, boys. Man's pushing the damage. Man's pushing the damage.
I will say though, he's only got. I think that's a grade 2 in the front row. So unless it gains power somehow, that's only a 10K. Oh, granted, never mind. He's a he's a grade 2 still. Never mind. Ignore me.
Easy with assist. Easy. Because thing is, Matt got all the benefits of going second, but still got to go first. This is just one of those games. Let's see, no one's counting the cards in his hand. No one's trying to make the absolute most of it. But Matt's going to be going in right now. He's going to be checking first check. Critical trigger. Going to be putting no one straight onto 5. Crit to Vanguard, power to Rayguard, second check. Leaves a lot, third check. That's going to be an Aqua. So he is going to be able to put his Noman on to 5 damage. If Noman doesn't heal, first check, nothing. Second check, draw trigger. Might make a bit of a difference. He's going to get to draw 1 card, and the third check is going to be nothing. It's going to be a Nectaria. But with 5 damage, that critical trigger getting pulled, putting Noman on 5 damage, he gets a draw trigger. But like we said, it's probably not going to make too much of a difference. But then he has to block the next 2 attacks. God Restrict live. He does have the cards in hand to make it work, but
That's still
yeah,
6 cards out of hand.
Yeah.
And the
No one's
intercepts are not going to help.
ditch the whole thing.
No, granted, the intercepts are going to help. Never mind.
Yeah, it's pretty wild at the moment. See, Noman's here guarding. He's making calculations. He knows what's coming.
I think he's maybe. Hold up. Like he just needs 3 cards. They don't have to actually all be shield. Like if he has more enough shield to guard it, he can just throw away deck cards in his hand.
But the issue is the only cards that won't have shield value are the grade 3s that he'll need to G-assist for.
Yeah, you're not wrong. He does still have 2 interceptors. What's the column swinging for anyway?
To be fair, it almost doesn't matter at that point. Because as long as it's more than 20, which it is.
Oh, I think the great. the
other unit can just get intercepted, I think.
No, the Pacificas can boost. That's what's making this difficult. The Pacificas can boost.
But he's got 4, he's got 5 in hand, so he can probably take care of it.
He can intercept. That's only a 23k attacker right now. He only needs a 5k interceptor because of the defensive trigger.
There we go.
Oh,
and he does get that third right, so he's going to be able to start pressuring his opponent. But to be honest, it'll be very interesting to see if he can exert enough damage to make this worthwhile.
You're not wrong. He does still have 5 attacks, you got to understand. And all the attacks after Prism, these pieces, are going to be, honestly, decently big. So it just comes down to what is he going to call, what is he going to use to swing? Because that Aqua right now is a 15k attacker. You have, there we go, a Prism in the front row on a force marker. That's a 20k attacker. It's not going to be easy turn, the least.
Absolutely. I think you're right. There we
go. Guaranteeing himself another vert.
Oh, then Nectaria is going to bind zone as well. So he's going to be able to call that one out. Dude, Nectaria is so cracked.
He only has 1 Nectaria in bind zone though, so he's not getting the full potential. I think he's still going to go for the other 2 prisms, the grade 2 and the grade 1. to
Mm.
guarantee himself a draw, some extra power to the front row, and everything overall.
Yeah, I think you are right, but it's still going to be pretty interesting to see what he can make happen here.
Nectaria is in the deck, from what I'm noticing from watching Noman play, is in the deck for assurance. She's there to fix it when it needs to be fixed, or whenever it's the last resort.
Hmm.
And here we go, starting to turn sideways. Now, from seeing Noman play, I think he's going to be boosting here with both rear
Yeah.
guards, maximizing on the early game power as well as the late game power.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to make the most out of it right here.
That's going to be a 23, honestly. Like that's not a number to sneeze at. That's a 23k attacker right now.
Hmm.
That's a 15k shield.
Well, the thing is, Matt doesn't want to take it because he wants to be able to no-god the Vanguard, I think.
No
'Cause the
guard in the
Vanguard
Vanguard's a lot of risky. You are
But he
facing
does
down
have
a
to sack
barrel of a
3
triple
crits.
drive.
So he has to get 2 crits for it to make a difference.
Still, you're staring at the barrel of triple drive. These are the smallest attacks that are going to be coming at you right now. These are the attacks that you need to guard.
Because the issue is the Vanguard swings now, you bounce the board. If you get a crit and you can't guard everything, you're fine. You're better off just taking the Vanguard and hoping you can guard the rest. I think.
It depends. Like the Vanguard is only swinging for 23 right now, while you have a rear guard over there on the grade one over there. If I'm not mistaken, is going to be all the way to 38.
No, because here's the thing, right? If you don't take the Vanguard, you have to guard every single attack. If you take the Vanguard, you have a chance of getting 2 defensives, assuming they crit you, right? And then you have they're forced to redirect their attacks at Pacifica, fearing that you might be able to guard it.
They healed.
Ooh,
but
that's pretty
against
huge.
the Pacifica player, that heals means absolutely nothing.
That's also true. But it is just a little bit of extra damage out of it. Ooh, yeah, see, he takes it. Because you see what I mean? Like, it's a situation where if you take it, then all of a sudden you have an extra chance of getting an extra card out, and you have a bit more flexibility there. Whereas there you go. See, now he has to start swinging at
He went for the
Pacificas.
Pacifica in the front row.
There
Smart.
you go. That's what I was referring to earlier. Like, if you take it, you run the chance of them just knowing they can't kill you. And if you guarded it, he just keeps swinging at you and you just lose your entire hand. Whereas if you are taking the attack, he has to double crit you. And if he doesn't double crit you, then the rest of his attacks are just not going to go your way. Even if they can hit. Because it's not worth the risk.
All right, now the big plays. Let's see if he can get that grave recursion. He let the Pacifica die pretty easily. So I feel like he has some way for him to get grave recursion and get the Pacifica out of his grave back to the board.
Oh, it looks, looking over at chat, it looks like we've got the real Solemn as well here to support his teammate and testing partner, Noman, who is currently fending off for dear life.
Man, I haven't talked to Solomon forever.
Dude, same. Like, Christ, it's been a while.
All right, so we have... I need to start remembering these card effects and card names and everything, but I'm pretty sure, yep, he's going searching his drop zone for that Pacifica, got it on board. He is...
And the restriction
is
live
active.
Again.
And I'm pretty sure those Pacificas can boost again, and now they're all in the back row, so they're not at risk of being attacked next turn.
Yeah, fully back in action there. Too powerful. Any of these attacks landing is going to kill him.
I'm pretty sure that the grade 2 in the front row is giving them boost. I'm not 100% sure, but I think a little bit sure. Yep.
Yeah, there we go. It looks like he's going straight for the Vanguard, and at this point, no one has to go all out.
No, like
if he doesn't go all out, this is over.
He has to guard every attack with three cards or more. He can't take a hit because everything's double critical. Yeah. So this is going to eat 9 cards out of his hand.
This is going to be kind of wild. And he's not. I don't think he's got enough cards. I think he's only got 8 in hand. He's going to have to take one of these. From what I could count, I could only count 8. So it means one of these is getting hit. One of these is taking.
No, wait. This was 3 there. No, he's got more than enough cards in hand.
Has he? I only counted.
No. He's got more than enough cards
there you go. He's got 9. He's got exactly 9.
It's just a question of can he distribute the power? Like, triggers are going to be a big factor right now. And he is also intercepting. He's maximizing all the shield because this is still going to be a triple drive.
Let's see. First check, nothing. Second check, nothing. What about that third check? It's a critical trigger.
It's a critical trigger.
It's a
That
crit
critical
sentinel.
trigger is more dangerous because of the power and not much by the crit. Like crits, yes, are gonna
Hmm.
steal the game, but everything is lethal already. Power is what matters right now.
Hmm.
So that's gonna be a 28 attacker. It's not a big number when you actually look at it
it's
in the
3
grand scheme of
cards.
things, but that's 3 cards out of hand.
It's 3 cards, man. That's all that matters.
That's the beauty about these effects. Like whenever you're forced to guard with 2 or more, or sorry, with a minimum of 2 or with a minimum of 3 in this case, the attacks don't need to be big. They just need a hit. They also need to
Hmm.
be big enough where interceptors don't matter, but at the same time, just they don't need to be extremely big. You're just wasting cards out of your opponent's hand at that point.
Hmm.
Noman with 4 cards after this attack if he guards it this way.
Looks,
No,
it's able
3
to hold
cards.
it
Oh
10.
boy. So that's 15k shield puts it at 28. And that puts it just enough to guard, I'm pretty sure.
Yikes. Just about holding on for dear life.
This is where, after playing so much Overdress, I am very, very happy that V Era still has 10k grade 1s because they make all the difference in guarding.
Oh, absolutely. Here? Absolutely.
Now, let's see here. That I think that's a grade 1 or a grade 2. I honestly can't remember
Is that a
nor
PG?
to see.
Oh, I think he has to call the PG without PGing.
This is either a 36 or a sorry, not 36.
Or does he ditch a card to PG the thing? No, you just
Nope.
naturally got it.
More than enough shield.
Yeah. There we go.
But he's got
and
the vert, so
rewrites.
he's got the power.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
And he's got the drop zone. Like he's set for his 5 attack combo. He's set for his triple drive. He's set for everything he needs to do.
And Matt can only eat one of these attacks. So it's going to be very stressful for him.
Now he does have a. I keep forgetting her name. The grade 4. Help me, Echo.
Nectaria.
Thank you. He does have a Nectaria in drop, bind zone, and he just now bound the grade 2. So he's got a pretty good board set up right now.
Wait, is Nectaria going to be mad powerful?
Well, there goes the perfect guard.
But to be fair, again, like we were saying in the previous matches, against Matt, this is more a liability than anything else.
Hold up. Is this still game 1 or 2?
This is game 2, I believe. It's
This is still game 1.
Is this?
Yeah.
Oh god.
It's,
Oh yeah, because Noman whiffed he
Yep,
whiffed a G assist this game.
He missed on the G assist, and he put himself a turn back. Like you said it beautifully. Matt went second, but also in first.
Oh god. Oh god, this is still game 1. Oh dear god.
So he does have the Nectaria, but he doesn't have another Nectaria. She's not getting the 10k. But he does have the grade 2, and if I remember correctly, the grade 2 gives the front row 10k power. So I'm honestly gonna double check. I've been saying that. I want to make sure I'm right.
The issue for me is because we just saw Matt play, his previous series and this series are like blending in together for me.
Come on,
I'm
Echo.
I'm like,
Focus.
wait, I saw that layout. I'm like, wait, no, that was a different series. Oh no.
Oh, he took it, but no defensives. Oh
God,
boy.
said he can only take one attack.
And he's intercepting. He's using all the shield he can. Like this is going to come down to the wire.
Absolutely. Also, thank you to Zero to Pass as well in the chat and everybody else supporting these tournaments. These wouldn't really be possible without all of you guys. So thank you very, very much for everybody who's helped support it so far. Just a brief reminder, the prize pool that everybody's currently fighting for is a whopping 167 United States dollary dues, as well as a DBTO2 box going to the winner.
So after researching it, Rosa, the grade 2, when placed from binds on all of your front row units with prison their card name, gain 10k until the end of turn. So yeah, she is. Oof.
Dude, how did Noman's last turn was insane, actually. I was so amazed he managed to survive that.
You don't need much for Prism. If you can get he had a beautiful. He was able to ride again, get another force marker, which means anything he calls to that force marker can hit. And then if he preps his Brian zone, he's got 5 attacks that are honestly good 5 attacks. Like there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, it's been wild.
Vert on Vanguard guarantees him at least one of good card in his bind zone.
Dude, it's
And
been
triple
kind
trap.
of insane. Like I'm still kind of like coping with the fact this was only game one. I'm still in cope mode.
Now, real quick, I want to ask production, how long do they have? So there's only
Okay.
2/3 of time remaining
For 2 more
in
games.
this round, and that was only game one.
Boys, let's go. We're going to game 2 with Matt going first this time around, and we'll see if he's able to clutch that going first advantage with both of his hands and capitalize on it.
Now,
And
while Noman did whiff on G assist, it was nowhere near very. I won't say it didn't set him back as much as other decks would be set back on whiffing. Because you got to understand, he managed still to rewrite another Aqua, gain all the pluses, still had a good board to push with. It's just he didn't get the grade 3 at that point. He probably could have clutched the game out faster, but it didn't set him back as much as it does set back other decks whiffing on G assist.
no, absolutely. Yeah, that's been like the interesting side. Like the more you look at this, the more you're like these decks really pop off on turn 3. Like it's been insane. And like the fact that they went for that sustain match back and forth, like it was pretty impressive. Like that last turn no one got to have, where he just barely hung on for dear life, was pretty wild. And apparently G-assisting is like the secret tech to winning Bermuda mirrors. Then that's the only conclusion I'm reaching right now. G-assist busted, broken. Bushy Road, please nerf on Tuesday.
Now, we do got to mention, like, Bermuda is a strong nation, clan, not nation, sorry. And it's not like both of these decks, both of these players are showing immediately, like, you can't just autopilot. You got to understand what your opponent is playing, how your deck is playing, because the whole turn 1 Liz-a-lot is like you think, okay, you're calling a Liz-a-lot in the back row and you're calling something from the top. You're not doing much, but you're actually prepping your turn very nicely for future plays with Aqua, with I don't know what else. Like it's just a value engine, and knowing when to use it, and knowing when not to use it, it just shows skill.
Yep, 100%. Like that's just about like games like these where you kind of get to see quite a bit of like skill expression, which is things I always love to see in V. Like, because like when you get to see that, like like when you look at last game, like any single change in guard, like one card changes would have really made the whole difference there. Like Noman would have died that turn if it wasn't for like very meticulous guarding patterns. So it's stuff like that makes it really exciting to watch.
I think like I didn't really get a good look at the numbers, but I think even one more offensive trigger would have put him too far to be able to guard everything. Like it
No,
also
because you
came
would
down
have
to
just
that.
activated the PG on the final attack.
You're not wrong, but then he wouldn't have that extra vert to ride, get the extra force marker, not be able to poke as well. Like he probably still could have clutched the game out just because of the number of attacks and the amount of damage Matt was at. But game state could have honestly changed a lot.
Oh, absolutely. Very, very close games. But to be fair, that's kind of one of the things you do love to see. It's like as much as this. So, what I'm really happy with is there are 2 matchups for the finals. Like this matchup is like super skill expressive, but it's like fairly standard. With the exception, like Pacifica's a bit out there, but like Bermuda mirrors are like something people are pretty familiar with. But then after this, yeah, after like kind of a slower game, a bit more of like a war of attrition, like we saw. But then once you swap over to that other final with Tachikaze versus Granblue, you kind of get to see 2 decks that are trying to like pop off as soon as possible, especially Tachikaze. And go from there and absolutely pop off and see if Tachikaze can make it happen on the first grade 3 turn.
Like
And I think that matchup is going to be super interesting.
Exactly. Tachi has a little bit of an advantage against Granblue in one aspect. That is that no matter if it's going first or second, you're playing against a protect clan, which means on your grade 2 turn, even if they win first, you can hit the Vanguard. It's not a force clan. It's not 1K difference. You have the potential to be able to rush a little bit.
But also the fact that like as much as they want to go protect 1, and that might still be the choice, Tachikaze loves you going PG. Tachikaze loves seeing 3 cards out of your hand, or 2 cards out of your hand at a time.
Not wrong. Those are going to be some big. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, the GS is coming out from Matt.
I mean, Echo. If what you said is true, that means Matt's got game 2.
Matt's got game 2, but it's game 3, lads. Let's go. We're going to a game 3. Let's freaking go. Looks
Ooh,
like Matt's crawling this one back.
jokes around, like this really does put him back. He's got the advantage of going first, so it's not going to be as hard, but still losing 2 cards out of your hand and a Pacifica player at that. Like we've been noticing already just in this game and in the previous match we saw him play, he doesn't have much of a hand size once he puts his full board. Like triple drive is helping, but it's not helping a lot. Like example, he just got rid of 2 cards to draw 2 more cards to ditch one. Like I'm seeing cards just go slowly from his hand.
Thing is, these kind of GSS really do hurt, but also want to give a quick shout out to Dinosaur Laser Beam Fight Club, just entering the Twitch chat right now. Our resident Tachi main. Make sure to show them out some love on YouTube when he isn't commentating events like he was yesterday. Sorry, did I say Dinosaur Laser Beam Fight Club? I meant Cardweeb, but also Dinosaur Laser Beam Fight Club.
Hold up, he's a Tachi expert?
You're a one-stop shop for all your Tachikaze needs.
Oh, he's a Tachi expert?
Yeah.
Challenge accepted.
Dude, he's our resident archaeologist.
Challenge accepted.
You'll get it, did.
Now we go a little bit back into the game now, after all that fun and games. What is this board?
I keep forgetting that people can't hear production.
No, they can't, but we can. Don't worry about it. Here's the early game rush.
With the things
there's a
going burr. What, crit? No crits. Nope. Feels bad.
Matt has oh my god.
Oh, feels good. Feels good.
Noman is in a good spot still. I'm pretty sure I saw him put a vert into his hand on his first turn.
Easy,
but that still hurts seeing.
Easy, dude. Easy, dude. This man. This a man. Noman out here practicing the sacred art of counting to 7. The year 1 arithmetic coming in clutch.
Are those different cards or the same card? I can't tell.
Those are different cards facing different ways.
Good. Okay, so it's the right line. Sweet. No, right line. It's the staples, grade 1 and 2.
Absolutely.
Question is, which one's going to bind? Which one's going to hand? I mean, it's a pretty straightforward answer for most present players, but I still want to see the choice. Okay, it's not as straightforward as I thought it was going to be. Huh.
Let's see.
I guess he already has one on the rear guard. Like he can use just Vert's ability and grab it from rear guard, or maybe even guard with the one. Oh no, there we go. I'm getting slowly confused, but at the same time, I'm not a prison player, so he probably is doing this better than I'm expecting. There we go. He's putting that in drop so the Vert can put it in bind.
Oh, what's that?
More digging.
I must dig further.
I mean, he's only got, from what I can tell so far, he's only got 4 grade 3s in deck, and 2 of them are in his damage zone. So this is more for a 13k booster than anything else. It's just the grade 3 searchers are a mandatory place from hand. You have to search. There is no choice.
Man, I'm looking forward to the famous debate of big numbers do big numbers equal big damage. That's the one thing I've not been seeing in this Bermuda matchup yet.
Well, you got Prism on one side that just multi-attacks.
I'm seeing big numbers. I'm just not seeing big damage.
When you got Prism on the other side that honestly doesn't have that big numbers, but does a lot of damage.
2 sides of the same coin. To be fair, unfortunately, we do already see one.
Echo, just a quick note. This is a 38 column on grade 2 turn.
All right. Okay numbers, decent damage. I'll give him that. Decent numbers, decent damage.
All right. Now the big question.
All right, boys. It's time to bring out Sesame Street's The Count. Let's see how many we can get out of here. One
leave you to it.
Pacifica.
That's an aqua. Getting that little mill, filter, bounce, all the good shit. That is a Pacifica Searcher. I think it looks for top 7 for Pacifica.
Oh, two Pacifica.
Well, it's in his hand. It's not on board yet.
Well, yeah. That's a big
There is
yes,
the Searcher.
buddy.
That specific grade 3 support card searches out of the drop or the drop
Three
zone or the deck for
Pacifica.
Counterblast 1 and get in Pacifica. Counterblast. Wait, what? So hold up. Is the grade 3 support card really that good? Does it grab a Pacifica from drop and damage deck?
Big cracked.
Double Pacifica.
Yeah, so Largy Balls in the chat making a fair comment saying the only counter to Prism is making all their damage go to. Yeah, it would
Wait,
appear that
he's
the
not
only
wrong.
counterplay is all grade 3 is going to damage. Fair
He's
enough.
not wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, Pacifica also has certain cards that say, "Hey, look, it's in damage. Grab it."
All right, guys, we're just checking the rulings to just confirm because apparently it's potentially been rot, but we're not sure. We're just getting a quick errata check over on our side just to make sure that it still works that way.
Which one? The grade 3 support?
Oh. But meanwhile, for the chat, how does chat think this is going to go at the moment?
Oh, is it for the grade 3? Yeah. So the grade 3, I'm pretty sure, only searches one Pacifica from either drop or. But you search your deck and drop, and you pick one, from what I can tell. It is not you do both. Because it says, yeah. So to help our production team and our people watching, yes, there was an errata on this specific support card where on March 5th, 2020, it changed from and to or. So you only search for one from either deck or drop zone. Otherwise, that card would have been hella broken. So, Echo, how you been?
I've been chilling out, man. I've been enjoying the tournament so far. How about yourself?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
I'm just scared of the fact that Pacific already has 3 available. I'm
Possibly
like,
4. Possibly 4. Now, I do have to admit, we've noticed this in the previous games where he searched both deck and drop, and nobody actually pointed it out. So I don't know how that's gonna go.
What's that? Sorry, guys, I just got production are you? Well, what's up?
Oh boy. Oh boy. So we're still trying to find out the actual proper errata on this card. Like, we're using as many resources. The production team is working really hard. So everybody watching, just give us some time. Hopefully we can find this.
What's the card name?
The card name, Echo?
Yeah.
The card name is Refined Poiser Ursula.
Ursula. It's from Crystal Melody. Correct deck or drop zone.
Yep.
Incorrect tax ability. Yeah, update date 3rd of May 2020.
Yep.
Yeah, Chrysamity, Refined Poison, Ursula, Arrow, Deckhand, Drop Zone, Correction, Deck, or Drop Zone.
Correct.
Incorrect
So
card ability.
that is an unfortunate thing that we did not notice too soon, but we're gonna see how we resolve this right now. Honestly, looking
Thing
at
is,
it,
chat, as much as we appreciate the wiki, we would like to use official sources when possible.
correct.
So in this case, we use the official website.
The wiki, given full credit to the wiki, is a really good source, but it
Which is
is not
this.
official. So we need to double check whenever it comes to matters like this. You
Yeah.
always want to be 100% right instead of 99.
Yeah, because the 1% of the time you get it wrong will be a significant difference. It could cost somebody a game.
Correct.
Yeah, the thing you can end up in a situation where it's like, you know, as much as the wiki is maintained, on the off chance that they miss something, we don't want to end up, costing somebody the game over that.
Luckily, everything has been resolved right now. It is sad. Like, granted, the incorrectability was kind of strong. Like, you got to understand, being able to not only search your deck and grab a specific out of drop zone, whew, that is.
Hmm? Okay, so it looks like we're going to be resuming as per normal.
Yep. Where's your
There.
counting, Echo? You're missing it.
No, I already counted the runs revealed. I've seen the fourth one. Is the fourth one down?
The fourth one, I believe, is still inside the deck somewhere. Due to the fact that we were not able to search it with the grade 3, and I'm pretty sure he only grabbed one from drop. I could be mistaken, but it's either there's one in drop zone or there's one in deck.
Hmm.
On the bright side, however, he is gaining the two effects of being able to get more force markers and get triple drive and 10k to the Vanguard. So, by all means, this is not a easy turn.
Absolutely. It's going to be stunned. He's going to come out swanging. But then the only real question is going to be, is no one going to start guarding? Or is he going to take an attack or two? Or attack one attack specifically? Because I think you do take one of the attacks trying to get some defensives.
Well, are you going to take the Vanguard? And the rest just ending the game there?
If you've got the PG and you don't, since God Restrict isn't live, there you go. First check, nothing. Second check, nothing. Third check, nothing
I
again.
feel bad. I honestly feel bad for Matt. He's not been hitting triggers this entire time.
Yeah, Matt's been kind of hurting at the moment. Because
And this is
no one
only
can
a
take one of
13.
these.
Oh, this is literally just a 13 poke.
Oof.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, you can just drop it into 7 and be like, yeah, I'm good. He can just decide to live his best life.
Drop anything at this point. Like, you really don't need it. If you're going to take an attack, you take the little bit bigger one. Or not take it at all. Yeah, honestly, he doesn't need to even take it. He's got 1 CB for Vert, and that's it.
Yeah, there you go.
That is the one thing about Prism I'm also starting to realize again, is the fact that they don't use that much resources at all. Like, it's such a free deck.
As is expected of a tier 1 deck.
Like, when you can do a full 5 attack turn where you have triple drive and you bounce 2 of your front row rear guards back to your hand.
What, for 1 CB? No, it's balanced, bro. Do you remember BTO1 Aleph?
Hey man. You know why I say it might still be balanced? Because Tachi's beat it.
I thought you were about to say because all the units can go to damage zone.
No, because Tachi's beat it.
Dude, you know what makes me laugh? When I have flashbacks, because like I originally started playing with the game like BTO1, right? When I see units like that are like CB1, bounce a board, call 2, do all this, and then I have flashbacks to Aleph, counterblast 4, gain 3k and a crit.
Echo. When you can swing with a fucking heal boosted by an 8 with a 13k attack. It's a simple poke, but it's more than enough.
Easy.
Because that heal's gonna go back to the hand.
Easy gaming. Top
And
tier gaming.
Jesus Christ, that's a 38 column right there. And no defenses. Matt has not been lucky with triggers.
Big rip. The fattest of rips. I was kind of feeling bad for him at the moment. This feels really bad.
The man had the G assist for grade 2. He just found out that one of his cards, the way he thought it was going to play, doesn't really play that way. He would have had 4 Pacificus if it did, but he didn't.
Oof. Big
It's-
yikers.
And he's not been hitting triggers. Like, everything's going against him right now.
Yeah, I just don't think this is his game, man. I don't think it's working out for him at this point.
On the bright side, Noman didn't hit any triggers either. So this is only going
That's
to be
true.
a 20k attacker and
But-
a 10, 20, 30, 38, I believe.
But the issue is Noman only needs to win 1 game. Matt needs to win 2.
You're not wrong. I think Noman is realizing here, like, he can't kill him. Like, he's at 4 damage. He needs 2 attacks to hit, and that's a 28 and a 38.
Absolutely.
So he's probably going to go for the Pacificus on the rear guards. Because those are
Absolutely.
honestly more dangerous than actually
Mm.
putting your opponent to 5 damage.
Yeah, as we learned, when you can't kill Pacifica, you start going after its rear guards.
Now it comes down to Matt. Can he see a... there it is. That's a grade 2. I'm pretty sure that grade 2... Yeah. So that grade 2 does say you can grab 2 Pacificas from either, I believe, drop or damage. I'm pretty sure. Maybe. So I can see some of the confusion in where it'd be with the other one.
But I'm guessing if you grab from damage, you put units face out. 4th Pacifica.
Yes.
Let
Let me honestly double check. I'm gonna try to find it here. Yep, there it is. So the full effect of the grade 2 he just called is auto Vanguard rigger when placed, put up to 1 face up top opposite from each from your drop zone, damage zone into your hand, and from damage zone, put the top card of your deck into your damage zone. And this ability is a hard once per turn. So this
Based.
one does grab multiples from multiple resources and also grabs from damage. So if it does hit damage zone, it's not completely lost.
Based. Pacifica's going in with the guard restrict. No one's now there calculating is like, okay, can I actually make this happen right now?
He can take a hit, but then has to discard 6 cards, up to 6 cards out of his hand. Now, there's one thing possibly go for him. I don't know if the
First
card
check,
that...
heal trigger.
Oof, that's good. I don't know if the card
Trigger's
that
pretty
allows
good.
Pacificus to boost in the back row is on the board. Because if it is, that just makes the numbers harder.
Nothing.
The
Third
guard.
check. Nothing. Was that
Oh, that's a
is
draw
that GG?
trigger. That's a draw trigger.
Ooh, that's pretty major then. That's just more guard value. Hands looking kind of measly there, but gotta do what you gotta. Ooh, critical trigger.
Defensives. I believe. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's
he-
okay now.
Yeah. This is a 28k attack. I'm almost certain, which means it's a 10k guard, but
Or an
I
intercept.
don't. He only has
Oh, no,
one
it's
intercept.
not. Yeah,
he only
needs
has
another
one intercept. So he can only get to 28. He can
Ooh.
definitely intercept the other Pacifica, but he has to discard 3 cards from hand right now.
Yeah, I think this has to be it. Boop. There we go. You're trying to use minimal shield value right now, so you can probably go all out and got this one.
This is only a 23 to 23. It's just going to be an
There we go.
intercept. It's not that much. But Matt is at 3 damage, I believe. Right? Yep, 3 damage. He's got a perfect guard in hand. He's got a 15k shield because of the heal trigger in hand.
No one has
And
the
Noman
rewrite,
is-
though. No one's seen all 4 of his verts this game. What is this, man?
Yup. I will say Matt is in a better spot right now than he was in game 1.
Oh, absolutely. I think the only thing that could make it better is if the last Pacifica was in back row. But if he's got
You're
a
not
con hand
wrong.
that adds it, then he's chilling.
Like he has freedom to take 2 hits.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a perfect guard that's going to guarantee he guards one of the hits. And he's got a 15k shield
Absolutely.
that, depending on what Noman calls right now to the front row, can guard one of those rear guards. So, yeah.
Mm.
Maybe not. Hold up. That's a 16, 21, 31. So that's a 31 column right there. So that is a 15k plus a 5k. So that if he uses the heal trigger, actually no, I forgot. Heal triggers are 20k shields. I've been playing overdress too much. That's a heal trigger to guard right there.
Hey, man. There it is.
There we go.
Which we know he has because he drive checked it last turn.
And now this one is swinging. Let's see, that's an 8, 25, 33. This is going to be a 25 to guard. And you need to understand, I'm looking at the bind zone. I'm pretty sure that's a grade 2 and a grade 1. So there's going to be a very similar situation to last turn's swingers.
The thing is, he can take one of the. Assuming the Vanguard rips no triggers, he should be safe taking the.
Assuming Noman did hit no triggers in his last 3 drive checks, in the sense of triple drive. So
sometimes you got to do what you got to do, man.
Exactly. Oh my God. You have a 23 Vanguard with triple drive swinging. You have a 30K rear guard on the grade 2, and you have a 38 rear guard on the grade 1. Whew. Like, I think you're right, Edgar. I think this is the attack he needs to take.
I don't think you can afford to guard everything. You just hope, and you just hope he doesn't double crit you. First check.
Oh
crit.
my God.
Crit power. Second check.
Making that a 40 now.
Nothing. Third check.
Heal
Crit.
trigger.
Oh, that's a heal.
He does heal, so that puts him even. Oh my. Oh, that's salt in the wound.
That's actually
right there.
bad for him.
That is salt in the wound.
That's bad because crit defensive.
That can help. That can definitely
Second
help.
check. Oh. Yeah, now it's gonna start becoming a problem.
A perfect guard can guard one of the attacks, and the lower attack is 40, and the Vanguard's currently sitting at 23. He needs a 20K shield
But
next
we've
to the perfect
already
guard.
seen 2 of them this turn.
Exactly. I don't think he's got it.
How
I think
big is
he's
his hand?
just
Like
shy.
3 cards? He's like 2 or 3 cards in hand.
3 cards in hand. 3 cards in hand, and one of them is a perfect guard. And these are not the perfect guards that you can just put down to guard.
GG's.
GG's.
And that is a 2-0 to WCC's Noman, defeating Mellow Adamat in the battle for the 3rd place. Very, very well played for both competitors. And yeah,
That was
I think
intense.
we're going to be swapping over back to the commentator catch. Just a quick question to production. Are we taking another couple minutes in preps for finals, or are we going straight into it?
Taking a break to hype ourselves up for the big finals.
Yeah, guys, this is once again a reminder, was a game between Noman and Matt. Absolutely fantastic game. Real close there, but unfortunately for Matt, Noman is able to edge out both of those games. And after a quick break of a few minutes, we'll be right back for the grand finals of the first Vision V Premium Remote Fight Experiment VRX with Gleaming Armor playing Granblue versus Sandy playing the Tachikaze. So we'll see you.
I'm not biased at all.
Sindu playing Tachikaze. And we'll see you guys in just a couple of minutes, and we'll see you shortly.
Hello, welcome back, Visionaries. It's me, VB Franz. I'm here to show you how to sign up for Matcherino. Very simple. All you have to do, navigate over to matcherino.com, click on the login button, and choose your preferred sign-in method. It has everything you need from Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Google, Facebook, Discord, even Line. After that, you're essentially in. You got your account set up. Now, what next, Franz? What do you want me to do next? Well, you can support our tournaments. There will be a prize pool that you contribute to. You can also claim codes. Each claim code is 25 cents into the prize pool. You get 50 codes for that. If you get all 50, that's $12.50 that you've added to the prize pool of the tournament without doing anything, without any cost to anyone. Now, if you would like to directly contribute to these tournaments, there is a direct contribution section for you. You can put as much as you want in there. Be our guest. Now, moving on to Marketplace. There are so many things that we can do with this. We can do Discord roles. We can do merch coming soon. We can do sleeves, mats, any apparel, anything like that you can imagine. All these will have specific values that you can buy them for, and those values you can also get extra bonuses that'll go to our prize pool. You can buy a shirt for $10, $15, and you can contribute $5, $10 to the tournament while you're at it. And all that at zero extra cost to you. That money just goes from your purchase directly into the prize pool. Super cool stuff. Now, the last thing I really want to talk about here is quests. Now, over on the sidebar there, you'll see a bunch of quests going down. Can be anything from following things on Twitter, subbing on YouTube, to anything a little more in depth, like looking at a link, doing a small survey, anything like that. Overall, guys, this is a really cool opportunity to get more funding for our tournaments, and this is just for you guys. This is all for you guys. This is no benefit to us, no monetary benefit, other than giving you guys more of a prize pool to build and grow our tournaments. It's what we want for you guys, and I can't wait to see you in the next tournament.
And welcome back, everybody. It's your boy Echo and my my Can't Fight Con buddy, Small Deck Heroes, sitting on the
Hello.
floor. We're
Gotta bring
actually-
some old jokes back.
man. Do you know the wild part? That joke is like almost a year old at this point. That's last December.
Yes, it is.
That is ancient. We are actual boomers at this point. It was so long ago. All we knew about Overdress was the name, and that was it.
Oh yeah, there was then,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
because our original panel was just us talking about speculation about Overdress, and then there was nothing to speculate on.
Did we have already card arts of the units?
No, we had nothing.
Just nothing. Okay, so we just speculated everything.
Yeah, it was like a month and a half before the strategy meeting. It was such a long time ago.
Christ.
But I just want to remind everybody who's joining us now for the grand finals between Gleaming Gamo, funny enough, was also on that panel, who's currently playing Night Rose, Grand Blue, as well as Sindhu playing Tachikaze Gaia on the other side. So looking for some exciting
Technically, he
matchups.
has a tech option in his deck that he can go into of Gigano Blazer,
Blazer.
which
But
is
to be
honestly a
fair-
good card.
To be fair, it's just a standard Gaia card at this point. But, while we're getting everything set up, I just want to remind everybody that they can do !Matcherino in the chat to help support the tournament for free by clicking links, giving us free real estate, and helping support the first ever Vision Remote Fire Experimental VRX tournament series, which is currently, as you guys can see on the screen, is sitting on a price spot of $167 dues. And on top of that, the winner of this matchup with the best of three is also going to be winning a box of DBTO2, courtesy of Vision. But at the moment, so we just finished up a fairly exciting series before the break between WCC's Noman playing for Prisms versus UK's very own Meloetta Matt playing Pacifica. Very
He's from
hard
the UK?
battle. Yeah. He's a
Okay.
fellow UK brethren. It was a
Very nice.
thing is the insane part is like it's kind of cool that we're seeing kind of like repeat players topping though, because it kind of helps us. I think it also helps like have this like mythos of like these like top players that people can now strive to beat. But actually, interestingly enough, I did like the fact that Bermuda didn't actually make the finals. Both Bermuda players lost at semis.
I mean, okay, so it's kind of hard to say about that because Bermuda is still a very strong deck and has one of the best chances to win, you know.
Absolutely.
But you got to look at the opponents they're facing. You got
Mm.
Prism facing Grand Blue, which is not a deck to sneeze at. We have the Skull Dragon combo. We have Night Rose doing Night Rose things now with Beatrice, right? Beatrice.
Yeah, no. So Nyrose was against Pacifica, and then Prism was against Dachi.
That one, yeah.
Yeah.
But point stands, like the decks they were facing were not decks to sneeze at. Like
Oh yeah.
Tachis have been slept on. Come at me. They're a good deck. And if you underestimate Tachis, you're going to get hurt badly.
Absolutely.
No
Thing is,
offense to Noman.
no, that's the one part. Like the cool thing about people like Dance or Laser Beam Fight Club is when you watch their content, you start understanding that like Tachikaze can kind of like do a whole lot from nothing. They can do like so much from basically nothing. It's kind of insane. Like it's actually like it's like the kind of people where they're like, oh, my hand is garbage, but they can like still do most of their turns, still destroy just about any other deck that doesn't know how to play against them.
I mean, as a Tachikaze main myself, I can completely agree with that. Like, there's been moments where I'm looking at my hand like, I can't do my full crazy combo. I'm just going to go for this minimum one.
It's like you just have to
And
blow
then-
them up.
And then there's actually, that's the best part about Tachikaze engaging in general is the fact that you see the cards in your hand and you see the cards in your draw because of certain cards, and you look at the board and you're like, I can do this pattern of attacks and do this insane combo. And then you start gauging from the top of the deck and you look at that gauge underneath certain cards and like, all right, this combo just got even more stupid. Yes.
Thing is, it's kind of the thing I like about Tachikaze is it's one of those decks you can very much so like play on your feet. You have to be good on your feet. You don't plan your deck out. You don't plan your turn out. You swing, you see where you gauge, and you have to be adaptable. If you aren't able to adapt, you won't make it as a Tachikaze player.
A big part of that plays in what Vanguard you have. Like when Gaia is a very amazing Vanguard for Tachis, especially because a lot of times you have cards that call and extend multi-attack. Excuse me. By calling cards underneath the gauge. But if that card underneath the gauge is not a good unit that can swing, aka triggers, usually you don't want to call it to the front row. I've had games where I had to call that trigger to the back row and give it at least and make it a booster. But Gaia fixes that problem because if you can gauge that trigger you just called under the gauge, it's getting 10k power. And that's nothing to sneeze at.
Like, that's the one interesting part. Like, when you look at decks like Tachikaze, like I remember when Gaia first came out, I remember people saying, it was like, you know what, Gaia isn't even good. You don't run Gaia. Gigano Blazer isn't good. You just run Anchor Blader.
As a Tachikaze player, every Tachikaze player said, "Oh, we like this." Everybody else that didn't understand how Tachis plays, that's who said that.
People are like, hey, that's pretty good.
That's one of the reasons I'm so hyped for Spiner Driver. I've already been testing him, and oh boy, some of the combos you can do with Guy and him go nutty.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. But I was gonna say, sorry guys, we're just currently just trying to get both players live. We're having a bit of technical difficulties on that side. But like, I was gonna say, like, in terms of like, I don't know, you were talking about Spinal Driver before that. Like, are you looking forward to be able? Because I was looking at the Link Joker prints for the V collection, and your favorite Messiah promo is going to be coming to English. Are we gonna?
Fucking finally!
Are we gonna get to see something a little bit of Messiah, a little bit of V Messiah?
Okay,
Yeah,
the second that promo comes out, I'm playing it. Oh my god, that promo is so good.
Doesn't that promo let you pretty much kick off on turn 1?
Yes. If everything goes according to your plan, you can have a grade 4 that's ready to swing and lock itself and give power already on your turn 1. And
Feels
it's so
good.
beautiful.
It's so pretty.
Oh, it's
And
not
it's
swinging
only
on
more
turn
than a
1, but
hit.
by turn 2, it's on the board.
And is swinging and is doing a good thing. And it is unlocking.
Man, like I'm actually like since we're on the topic of V clans, 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 like X and V pre timing. I have it.
Oh, V clan. Oh, V clan. Oh, V clan. Oh, V clan.
Effing Christ, how long was I paused?
You were like just looping OV clan selection.
Oh my god.
You were just stuck in the audio just went OV clan, OV clan, just started like laughing and looping on itself.
Oh,
Yeah, while we're on topic of OV clan, OV
V
clan.
clan selection. God fucking damn it.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Philip.
What I was just saying is, as much as I would love to say what I wanted
I
to say,
can't
apparently the
see
table is
the
ready to
second
go.
table.
So we're gonna
What's that?
transition over to
I
the
can't see
table.
the Tachikaze side at the moment. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, I can see it now. It's buffering, but okay, there we go. I can see it now. Okay, all right, guys. So we're gonna real quick swap over to the grand finals between Sindhu on Tachikaze and Gleaming Armor on Grand Blue. Let's jump over there. The thing is, we're hearing as well from the dice roll, Gleaming Armor is going to be going first, and we're going to get popping up in a moment. Guys, just a brief reminder, this is the grand finals of the very first Vision Remote Fight Experiment Series, the VRX tournament with the Vision custom ban list.
Gleaming Armor has already the advantage of being able to go first. Like we were talking about this before, like going first in V is still strong. You get the prep, you get the grade 3 turn, you get to do bullshit things immediately. But we're playing against Tachikaze right now. If he's got the right cards in his hand, this can go very spicy very fast. Ooh. Ooh. Please. Please. Have the grade 3. Have the grade 3.
Oh.
Ow. That's still a good card. All right. So this is Echo. let me educate you right now. If everything goes correctly and no defensive triggers get ripped, you're looking at a four attack turn right now.
This. Are we going to get Tachikaze coming out swinging?
Kigana Blazer at the hand and discarded immediately, which means this is literally just deck thinning.
Deck thinning is game winning? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
I'm telling you, man, if there are no triggers about to be ripped on defensively, you're going to see a 4 attack turn. Guarding early. Let's see what's underneath there. Like that's my best part about watching Tachi play. Holy!
God damn.
That is just a really good prep turn. That is just prep. And
Big
I love
prep.
the way the pattern of attacks. You want to swing with your rear guards. You want to guarantee those
Ooh,
attack
that's a
hits
crit.
because you don't know exactly defensive triggers. Now the Vanguard still hits. You're guaranteeing yourself those little pokes and not being
Ooh.
limited by defensive triggers.
Straight to 3, putting Granblue on the back foot straight away.
That grade 1, man. That grade 1 is so beautiful inside of Tachikaze. It gives you so much potential.
But the Columbine ride is going to be hit straight on the head. The cash money move. Going to be able to pick just about anything. It looks like they're going to be picking the arrows. Probably a Greed Shade in hand in that case. To try and quickly yank that card real quick back into the hand. But to be fair, the Tachikaze coming out swinging. Like, I'm pretty interested in seeing how this works out.
So
How do you think? How do you see this going?
I'm a broken record here. I was a broken record literally 3 seconds ago, but I'm a broken record. And when I'm saying Tachikaze is scary, you do not take them lightly. Because you don't got to understand, the grade 1 called something for free because it drew a card, called a card from hand, engaged it. Then you call a grade 1 in the left side, and you call a grade 3 searcher. So you're honestly technically minusing 2 cards. But then Mega Rex swings, retires something, and draws you a card. So you overall just minus 1 card in hand. And you've gotten 4 attacks out of it. And now you're going to draw more cards. Oh, this is so beautiful to watch. I'm not biased, I swear.
Dude, it's freaking wild, actually.
But Granblue, I gotta say, Granblue is doing the right thing. Gleaming Armor has Skull Dragon ready and dropped. She didn't need to mill 5 more. Not right now. She needs all the power she can get, and she's rushing Tachikaze right back.
Going in. Tachikaze sadly going like, I have a hand. Are you sure about this? And
That's what
Gum
you
was like,
gotta
yeah,
do.
man, bet.
Like,
I was like, bet, don't worry
put
about
yourself in this position. You got 2 more attacks. Your opponent, you're at 3 damage.
it. Ooh, Crit and Columbot going away.
If I was Tachi, I would honestly try to guard these 2 attacks. Because you're gonna go into a night. You're gonna go against, a Night Rose turn, which means you're gonna have to take some damage because there's gonna be numbers flying left and right. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the rear guard. If Gleaming Armor went for Mega Rex right now, I can see that. No, Vanguard. Oh.
Going for that. I think she's just trying to rush to the game fast enough, even if the real counterplay to Tachikaze here would be attacking the rear guards.
Like, look at this way. The Vanguard is going to give access to multi-attack.
Oh, that guy slips.
In there. Oh, this is such a beautiful turn right now.
I wonder if Dinosaur Laser Beam Fight Club is enjoying it.
So, Echo, the reason you don't boost here is because whatever is now underneath that grade 2 is going to be called as an attacker.
Oh,
and
shit.
now you have a guaranteed 8K booster. Oh my god, this is beautiful.
This is cracked.
I'm seeing a symphony in the works.
Why is their boss music starting to play?
Really?
What are we
Oh,
gonna get?
well, depends on what's underneath. Like, show me what's under that gauge, then I'll judge.
Come on, give me the bash.
What was underneath that? What was underneath? I don't see it.
No, we don't even know.
Oh, don't worry. There's another multi-attack came in right now.
Big Pog.
A
Go on.
Megarex,
What's up
interesting.
there?
Holy
Oh!
shit!
The
Excuse my
chain.
language.
Oh. Jesus,
So
man,
this is
against
called-
this sure looks like 2 chains.
So this is called plussing. This is called just up straight plussing, multi-attacking.
Big plus. Big plus.
This
Big
is
plus.
this is you know I've played Tachikaze for a long time. I've never had this happen to me. This is beautiful. This is a symphony. This is I think I nutted a little bit.
The top deck
Oh.
hero. The top deck nut.
You just put your opponent at 4 damage with what? 1 card in hand?
POV. You just destroyed your opponent.
Like it doesn't matter how much Grand Blue draws right now.
This
You're
is literally
at 4
POV.
damage.
This is POV. You are Dinosaur Lizard Beam Fight Club.
Oh my god, this is beautiful. And look at that hand size of Tachi.
Yo.
Every Megarex drew a card. The Vanguard
big
had an
chunk.
ability to drew a card and then a draw. This was a +5 cards to hand off of 1 rear guard called to the rear guard.
Feels good. Big chunk. Big chungus.
I'm not biased at all.
This feels good, man. This is beautiful to look at. I'm not
11.
biased, I swear.
Is that 11?
Tachikaze, by the way,
11
aggressive
card
deck.
hand.
Aggro deck, by the way.
11 card hand with 2
Man,
damage.
Certified Nubatama moment.
Granted, there is a one big part that I need to mention. If a defensive trigger was hit, this turn would not have been as impressive. The fact there was no defensive triggers hit is what put Gleaming Armor in a hole.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the big defensive.
That's
Big
3 cards in
defensive moment.
hand, I believe.
What do you mean? I think
Oh my God.
production out here is trying to trade in Tachikaze, not realizing I have half of production's Tachikaze.
So Gleaming Armor right now has 3 cards in hand. This turn is going to end with Gleaming Armor having 6 cards in hand, one of which is a Protect marker.
Oof. Nothing.
That is not going to be enough. I'm telling you right now, that is
Producers
not
like
going to be enough.
WTB, the winner's deck.
Gaia is in hand. Mega Rex is on board. And a defensive trigger. Oh my god.
Absolute nut. Tachikaze is like, bruh, what is damage? Didn't take none. Chillin'. Dude, Tachikaze gets to just pop off right now. Because we know there's a guy in there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there we go.
And we're
Is it
going
gonna be,
Excel
do you
1.
go XL2? No, you go XL1 here.
I personally go Excel 2 just because sometimes I want that extra draw, but I see very much the
No,
merit
with
of
this,
Excel
with this
1.
turn, you just bash.
No, this turn right now, Excel 1 all the way. Look at that. You have that right there is going to be a 29 attacker. And that grade 1 on the rear guard that he just called, that is going to be
Oh, his
18
death's gonna go out.
attacker.
Oh.
Oh, that's smart. Oh, that's smart. I approve. I approve. I approve.
Gotta equip that big meaty beater over on the Excel circle.
Like, look at this way. He's going to use the grade 2's ability to gauge the grade 1 behind the Vanguard. He's going to use the grade 1's ability to gauge itself. And now you're going to have just numbers everywhere.
Big numbers, big damage.
Or that way too. That works. Honestly, he doesn't have to gauge the rigor behind Gaia. That's a 13k booster. He might honestly just gauge itself again, give him 2 cards underneath that 1 grade 1, and then have options of which 2 cards to call. as a multi-attack. Because you can only call one underneath the gauge, but if you have multiple options to choose from, why not?
Hey, gotta make it happen, man.
So Echo,
Yeah.
this is a, let's see here, 19, 21, 34 double critical right now.
Monka.
And he just made a 44 rear guard.
Big Monka.
Oh, I'm in love.
First check, nothing. Second check, nothing.
Trigger luck still following him. Gleaming Garmor has 3
Four
cards in
cards.
hand? Four?
Four
Four
cards.
cards in hand. 4 cards in hand with 4 attacks remaining.
Might be game. Ooh.
Like, it really does come down to what's underneath that grade 1. And he's choosing not to use the gauge ability. So whatever is under there is good enough.
It's
And-
sufficiently PogChamp.
There you go. Game 1.
Yep. And then we're going to be going into a game 2 this time. With actually, ooh.
We got to point out this was
going first. Tachikaze's about to go first.
No, Tachikaze going second again.
No, I thought Gamo won the dice roll the first game.
Isn't it loser chooses?
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. I
Rip.
doubt Garmer is going to let Tachis go first, which means
Why
this
not?
is just going to be a repeat. if
Why not?
anything.
Absolute chat game. Let's go.
Oh. So it'll be interesting to see what Garmer decides, because shuffling.
Also, I was gonna say, guys, are we okay to let him know what's happening after the event? Yeah. All right, guys. So I just want to also let you guys know that after this finals, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to dash because I've got some stuff to attend to. But we're going to have a special edition of the Vision podcast for you guys. Philip is going to be staying on for the after hours. We're going to have Charlie, aka Cardweep, aka Dinosaur Laserbeam Fight Club, hosting the event, and we're gonna have a new guest, or he's not really a guest, he's a returning member, and that is Noto, aka Notorious, who has finally rejoined Vision, and he is going to be jumping in on the call as a fellow member of our team in Vision and my team in real life, as well as cause. Also, okay, it's our boy. It's our boy, basically. Our boy is back. He is our mercenary. He's our main man. He's our boy, and he's back at Vision. And he's going to be jumping into the podcast to fill my spot in. And yeah, but as we're going to be slowly repacking, Philip, what did you think about that game? I think the first aggro turn kind of swung that.
I mean, I think my opinion of that game was very self-explanatory during that game. Like, I love what happened. I mean, I shouldn't be rooting from one side, but I as a Tachi player, I can't not approve of what happened. That is one of those things, like, everything fall into place. Gauges went where they needed to go. Units attacked, no defenses. That was just beautiful.
What is the Tachikaze national anthem? Is one of them the fucking Jurassic Park theme?
Sure. I was trying to think of. Oh, there we go again. Here we go again. Here we go again.
One sec, let me just try and blast it real quick.
Hold up. Mega Rex.
No, just fucking the kazoo version.
Yes. Sorry, not biased. Echo. Deja vu.
I've just been in this place before.
Look at the board.
Oh my god.
No defenses.
Oh, let's go.
Swing in the banger this time. Ooh, no pass because Orchard
The
is nothing.
Tachikaze Monka S moment. A certified Monka moment. Can you imagine if that's the grade 3?
What's underneath? What's underneath the card? Oh, it's
it's a
trigger.
crit.
Okay, there you go. That happens, but still, You plus back the hand because of Mega Rex. You just managed to swing 3 times, waste 2 cards out of your opponent's hand. Like, you did everything right.
Yeah, you pretty much popped off there. Dude, this stuff has been kind of wild.
A doozy.
Yeah.
Oh. So yeah, part of me is very glad that people sleep on Tachikaze, because then this stuff happens. Like, you're not prepared. It comes in, it rolls you, it steamrolls you, and then nobody can say nothing about it because everybody thought, well, it's only Tachi's. Oh, let's see here. Well, sad news though. Heals. Hate to see it, but it's part of the game.
Hmm.
Oh, and a guy get hits drop zone.
Dorime.
I do like what Gleaming Armor did. She went for the Mega Rex. That card
Mm,
could not stay on the board too long. It's a
yeah,
threat.
that card is a big monka. When that card stays on the board, games are won. Like, it's kind of wild.
Now we just need a retire engine, and we do not have one on the board.
Oh, we're not even engaging. We're just swinging.
Hey, sometimes that's more than enough.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Are we gonna see a critical trigger? We are.
Echo, did you
That
get some
is
timely
a
powers
critical
yourself?
Crit to Vanguard, power to the rear guard. Opponent going straight to 2, no defensives. No chill either. Swinging
no gauge.
straight away. No, there is one gauge, but he's not gauging an attack.
The Grade 2's ability, when it attacks, it can gauge a unit, and Tachi
To be
chose
fair,
not to
there's
gauge.
nothing really you'd want to gauge right now, I
You're
don't
not
think.
wrong.
Because the thing is, there's no point gauging the Grey 1 too much right now. Because like, he just doesn't do a whole lot.
You're not wrong. Like, that was completely the right choice, because you don't want overgauge the deck thin. You don't want the unit to die and just lose all those resources. So it's just like, it was conservative. It was the right move
Because
to
the
do.
issue is gauging isn't even necessarily deck thinning. Because like, if you gauge triggers, then like,
Oh yeah.
you just objectively ended up in a worse position than you started. So it's like, there's no point unless you need it.
Now we just wait and see. We're seeing normal Grand Blue plays. Swing. Get some resources on board. Call on board. Simple, straightforward. Nothing new. See, that's one of the reasons I actually really loved playing Tachikaze. Is not no, your turns are never the same. You really gotta assess what cards you have, what combos you can do, and then what is under gauges and how do you top deck.
Absolutely.
In the sense of putting gauges from the top deck, and then you gotta adapt, overcome, play differently, call units in locations you didn't know you were gonna call. And no disrespect to Grand Blue in general, the deck is a very
deck.
Yeah. You want to do, like, you have multiple paths you can go. You can, like, for instance, getting Armor is doing right now. You can just do a very conservative play where you call the necessary cards to bump your hand. You're not attacking much, but you're also building your hand. You got the Skull Dragon play that's the staple finisher move. You got other plays like that, but ultimately, it's literally just you always want to get to that Skull Dragon finisher move. You're either bumping your hand or you're hitting for numbers.
Thing is,
Not much difference.
Grand Balloon Premium is a very toolboxy deck. Grand Balloon V is very straightforward. But like we were saying earlier, Tachikaze is all about thinking on your feet.
Like, look at this fight. That was the right move. Oh. Sad days indeed. Actually, hold up. You can't G assist. Do you have a grade? No, is that a grade 4? Yeah, that's a grade 3 in hand.
Does he see it? Oh, yeah.
Judge.
Oh,
Judge.
that's
Reduction. It's a grade 3. You can't ride, but it's a grade 3. That is so sad.
Yikes.
So shuffle that guy up back in.
Yikes. Yeah, and the sad part is that grade 3 doesn't even have an Excel cycle, if I recall correctly.
No, you can't ride it at all. Like, it actually has a continuous ability that you cannot ride it as a Vanguard. Oh, those are the moments where like
Ooh.
that is sadly moments of just knowledge. Like in most cases, players when they have those like Granblue is also one deck that can this can happen immediately. You have a Skull Dragon in hand. You have a Skull Dragon in your hand, and you have no Night Rose or anything that you can call. You usually do want to. You don't mind riding Skull Dragon.
No, the sad part is with that change, that might be a game loss, but we're not sure.
So we're
Because
trying to
if that ends
decide
up
if
being a game loss, that's pretty unfortunate.
like there's two things like this. I'll leave this to Vision to decide if it's a game loss or not. But there's two things to consider for people watching. Like, yes, the deck was shuffled, but thankfully this is Tachikaze. There is no stacking, which means nothing in the deck technically randomly changed as the game keeps proceeding. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Echo, you want to update?
Oof. Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like due to what just happened, that was a game loss given to Sindus and a win awarded to Gleaming Garmor because of that mishap there with the G assist. So yeah, so it would appear that the game is just going to be reset, and it's going to be a pseudo game 3 with a score
Now,
of 1-all.
now this becomes a question of also rulings. Like this was technically a game loss for Tachi, but do they get to choose who goes first now? Because if
Hmm.
Cinder still gets to choose who goes first, then I'm pretty sure he's choosing to go first, which means Tachi's
Yeah.
have the
Which is a
advantage.
shame because in that game, I would argue you could make a solid case for Tachi's having a solid advantage there.
It was
Which
it
is
was a good
unfortunate.
advantage. The hand size was decent. The rear guards were not there. Like G assist was hard, but unfortunately he could not G assist. Now that could have been prevented had he had known about that grade 3 in hand.
I would
Not
argue,
counting, you
yeah,
could you could have used it to guard the previous turn. Now if he
yeah,
drew into it, that's a whole story. That's just unluck.
yeah. But the thing as well is like I can probably just imagine that what had happened is Sindhu just scans the deck, sees no Excel cycles, and is like, all right, bet I've got a grade 3, I'm chilling. But yeah, things happen.
Yep.
It's unfortunate, but hopefully we'll be a bit careful next time. But it happens.
Exactly.
It happens. I'm sure there wasn't any
Sadly,
malintent.
it's still a grade 3 unit. It still
Yeah,
counts. That's one of the reasons why the new Heal Guardians that are coming out of Volume 1 of and Volume 1 and 2 of V Clan Selection are going to be very dangerous for certain decks because they are still technically grade 3 units you can ride.
yeah.
Doesn't matter if they're triggers. If you don't have your main unit and you have their heal in hand, you cannot G assist. Now, of course, if we go back to Overdress, what's G assist?
Hmm. Hmm.
All right.
Hmm.
So the players are slowly getting ready to start up their game 3. And Sindhu, of course, is going to be choosing to go first. Not the best ride, but if you don't have any other great ones, you got to make do with what you got. And same goes for Gleaming Garmor and Navigator. Like if you don't
Oof.
have any other great one to ride, that just hurts. Like those are both Vanguards right now are key pieces that you never want to be ridden. But you don't have a ride you don't have a ride deck. You don't have anything to stop you from, you know,
Ooh.
this is still a good turn. This is 3 attacks just with 2 units. And you don't need any CB to do it.
That's gonna be kind of spicy though.
Navigator also being only a 7k hurt Gleaming Garmor there. She needed a trigger to even hit. And not putting your opponent at least in 1 damage in the
What?
early game can be very detrimental in the late
Ooh.
game. The
Yeah.
grade 2 that can call the gauge. Nope.
No, no.
3. Echo. Hey, you remember how you were talking about that tech option?
Hmm. Yeah, it's coming.
It's
in
been the
clutch.
Vanguard for most of these games.
Yeah, that's an interesting tech for sure.
Gargano on the rear guard is kind of sad as well, just because it's an amazing card in the deck. Usually, when you're going first, you want to ride it, but if you're going second, he's also a good ride target. But Gaia is already active. The Gaia double critical is active. The Gaia 10K is active. So it's either or at that point. But definitely going first, Gigano is your go-to for Tachi players. And then when Spiner Driver comes out, that all goes thrown out the window.
100%. It'll just be interesting seeing if Amy's going to try and get the rush out on the other side.
Draw, rush. You didn't get the 1 damage in on your turn 1. You got to get some damage in now.
Absolutely. Because Satfire's with that game loss, this is really becoming a make or break moment.
Ooh, and a defensive trigger to boot.
That's pretty
Now
huge.
that's gonna make the Vanguard a 1 to pass.
Yeah.
But the Ghost Ship still
2
can
blanks.
hit.
If that's a critical trigger, that's going to be kind of wild.
Ooh, there we go. Skull Dragon. So the Ghost Ship can still hit. It's just a question: does she want to hit the rear guard or the Vanguard?
I think here he's swing at rear guard, personally. You want to deny that CB, I think.
It's not a piece. Now, if you know anything about Tachis, it's not a very important piece. Like, that's almost a deck card on rear guard. If you can put a gauge under it and have Gaia, it may be a swinger. If you have the necessary grade 2 that can call gauges out and make multi-attacks, you can put something underneath it to extend your plays. But right now, it's just a vanilla card on the board. And with only 1 CB, this is going to be a very interesting turn to watch. There you go. You got your multi-attack extender. And, yep. Oh, that is beautiful. So, I keep forgetting the name of that grade 2, but it is an amazing grade 2 that not only extends plays by calling cards from your hand and drawing and engaging them. That love for power. Thank you, production. But in this specific play, you use the grade 1, put it underneath a gauge. Now, when you call it from that gauge, it will gain 10k power. Like, that is just beautiful. And he's going to use the grade 2 to give the grade 3 Savage a gauge so he can even swing. And on top of that, guy is getting everything with a gauge, 5k power.
Yeah, I was getting mixed up. There we go.
What is under the gauge? Oh, sorry. I already know what's under the gauge. See, that's the beauty of it. Like, that right there, the thing's going to get called. Boom. On the Excel circle right now.
Isn't that Dilopha Pyro? Yeah.
That is a 34k attacker right there. Oh, yeah. That is a 34k attacker on the Excel circle, and Vanguard is swinging, not double critical, but still a decent number. Hey. There we go.
God damn.
Now I got a 34 on Excel, and you got a 39 double critical rear guard. And I love what he's doing right now. He's swinging with the 1 damage first. Because whenever you swing with a unit with 2 damage, and you still have something, a next attack, you're giving your opponent a chance to take the 2 damage and hit some defenses and make that last attack easier to guard. By swinging with the 1 damage, you're not only damage. Wait, what?
Ooh, nothing.
Wait, yeah, it's only 1 damage. Hold up.
I think she
Gloomy Garmer misunderstood and thought it was 2 damage. Oof.
Yeah, it looks like we got a warning there. But that should be absolutely
Gotta be careful.
Fine.
Gotta be careful. You can't just assume something's swinging. You gotta listen to... Like, that is one thing I find very interesting in certain tournaments. Like, it is up to you and your opponent to know the numbers. Like, your opponent can tell you one thing, but if you see that it's something else, you got to point it out. You can't just blindly trust your opponent. At the same time, because they can either overestimate or underestimate.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
So
Hmm.
so
But at this point in the game, there's no difference.
Gleaming took that last attack and put herself to 5. Granted, draw triggers got hit. Hand size is pretty decent, but 5 damage against a Tachi player is very dangerous. Like any attack can hit, and Tachis are notorious for having a lot of attacks.
A lot of big numbers, big damage.
See, at certain points, numbers don't matter anymore. If someone is at 5 damage, even a poke is enough to kill them. And it's just taking
But
cards,
there you
more
go,
and more cards out of your
you can
hand.
see Gleaming Gamo, they're picking up the crit sentinel from drop zone just to be able to guard those attacks without having to ditch too much
Yup.
from hand.
That Savage on the rear guard is a very dangerous card. It is a 24k base right now, and if it comes back to the Tachi turn, it's going to be a 34k attacker.
Thing is, the
Gleaming
sad
Armor
part is
needs
like,
to try to get rid of that card.
yeah, looking at those rear guards, like if Gleaming Gamo gives Tachi so much as 1 CB, the game's over. So like they just have to keep swinging at rear guards this turn. Because Tachi just needs to land a single attack. Tachi's chilling, but they need that counterblast.
They need the resources. They need the rear guards. They only have 5 cards in the hand, and both rear guards that are important on the board, in a sense,
Thing
have
is,
gauges under them.
no, but the thing is, the fact that they have such low hand means that Gleaming Gamo might be tempted to swing Vanguard, but that's bait. They need that CB. Without that CB, they're doing nothing this turn.
Agreed.
So this needs just straight up. This just needs to be rear guard attacks.
Echo,
there's
help me
just
out
no
here. We
choice.
saw a critical trigger on the drive check, but what was the other card we saw on the drive check?
I didn't actually catch that. I was looking at Gleaming Gamo's field, but it looks like production suggesting it was a Gangano Blazer as well. So he's going to rewrite anyway. He's chilling.
He's got actually one of the best rewrites because it not only gives him another excel, but also gives him the potential to call 2 more rear guards by drawing 2 more cards. So that is just an extender being able to just do stuff. Like
Yeah.
if the cards in hand really are dead, that Gagano Blazer can just give him something, anything to push.
Yeah, it's going to be suddenly a very, very close game. Already feeling much closer than the previous game.
We can see Gleaming Armor putting down Ghost Ship, trying to build as big of a hand as possible to survive
Gleaming
that
Gamo's
turn.
having that big thing. Because thing is, Gleaming Gamo knows that like if any of their attacks take 2 cards to guard, they're crying. They've got 6
Going
cards
for
in
the rear
hand.
guards.
It's going to become 7, 8, 9 cards in hand. It's going to become very, very hard to fend against with Tachikaze.
I think this is just these 2 decks are also very notorious for both being able to deck out very fast. And it just comes down to the question, who's overextending, who's getting more deck. And unfortunately, in this case, it is Tachi's. The amount of gauges and everything. Ooh, I think Gleaming is just trying to outlast and deck out Tachi.
Just improvise, adapt, and overcome, you know? To be fair, Gleaming Gamo seems to only be a heal trigger away from surviving this game. If they rip a
And
heal
another
trigger right
Ghost
now,
Ship,
that'll
which
be
means
mental.
another card to hand.
Oh!
Oh, that would have been a great drive check.
Oh,
Oof. But
that drive
30k
check
shield
might have
back
saved them
to
the game at
hand.
that point.
A
Ooh.
crit sentinel, though, has been returned to hand.
Ooh!
And that is just
He'll
straight
draw
up
anyway.
lucky. Jeebus.
Yo. That heal's huge. That heal's actually insane. That heal is actually insane.
And it went for the rear guard.
This shit's wild. We're gonna go making all the right plays. Just passing to not even
Leaving
retiring.
the
man.
Ghost Ship on the board.
Doesn't he gives up on the card draw? He's like, let's see if we can do anything here. Dashikaze probably sweating right around now. May have overextended a little bit. Probably around that moment you
Sad to
wish you went for
say.
the XL2.
Sad to say, I think this is the moment where you just swing a Vanguard. You try to outlast them.
Oh.
He's getting the most effect out of not having he got a grade 3 out of his hand that can't guard anyway, and he managed to bump it up and being able to attack. So you only minus 1 card at hand. he's gonna minus 2 cards out of deck. So
Hmm.
he's not hurting on deck size, and he's still getting a potential push in,
Yeah, 2 blanks.
as well as gathering pieces. Like Gleaming, if Gleaming Armor gives any leeway, it's over.
These Gleaming Arm can just take this deck. Like, no real pressure. You don't, but you could, which is the scary part.
Oof. This is just
Gleaming
intense.
Arm will
Like,
have the rewrite.
I wish I had a deck count of both players, because that literally determines how the game goes. We see a big drop zone and a decent sized hand on Gleaming Armor's side, and I don't see the drop zone on Tachi's side, but we can from using that
That's
Negger Bone,
pretty
trying to
wild of
just
them.
get something out. Or what?
Ooh.
Ush.
To be fair, here's the thing though. Like, Skull Dragon is what Tachikaze wants to see right now. You do just need that counterblast. Once you have the counterblast, you can try and make that push. But
You're not
until then,
wrong.
you're just not doing anything.
You're not wrong, but I think Gleaming is trying to bait Tachi's here, because the second she gives any CB, Tachi is going to try to go off. Hand size is going to be hit, but at the same time, like, oh, we're getting a deck count. How many? Oh, I wish I could hear. How many cards in Tachi's deck? I think Tachi has more deck. I think Tachi has more deck, so the long game might not work for Gleaming here.
Thing is, the sad part is Tachikaze not only has more deck, but if Gleaming starts swinging with ship, which they need to get rid of ship, like, that's going to be more card draw.
Well, card draw can help him survive, but if
But
they
it also gets them closer to that. If in a war of attrition, that's not what you want. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
going for that,
this is going to be close.
going for that pesky rear guard, like that was one of the more dangerous. Granted, we did see drive check the multi attack extender, which means as long as that grade 1 in the back row is there, that grade 3 savage is going to come back.
Oh, they're going for the card draw.
She's gotta.
Yeah.
You take it. You guard it.
Oh,
Oh, smart.
oh,
Because
good.
now you're forcing your opponent to swing with Vanguard if they want 2 more cards in hand.
I see, I see.
And if they crit you, well, granted, they have a grade 2 in the back they can put crits on. Passing? Are we really passing?
The thing is, isn't this technically in Tachi's favor to pass because they can just swing Vanguard slowly? They can just chip away.
It's weird. It is extremely. They got.
They're probably going to agree trade. Oh no! Ooh. Okay.
I think Gleaming just said, "F it. We're
Nothing.
throwing the strategy out the window and
Yeah,
trying."
Tachi can just take it. Tachi can just take the whole thing. Tachi's chilling.
They can take still both attacks, have access to 3 CB, which is very dangerous.
Yeah, I think Tachi can chill. They can just take all the attacks and just That is.
Oof.
Yeah. It's kind of impressive, to be honest.
I believe there's like 9 cards. No, wait.
Draw card. Have they got the extra
9
guy?
or 8?
Or are
9
they
or
going
8
for the Gigano
cards
turn?
in Gleaming's hand.
Oh, I think they're considering the
If he
Gigano
can
for the
rewrite
extra
Gaia,
Excel
that would be
circle.
the best option right now. But
Oh, yeah.
we know he has a Gigano Blazer in hand. And while that is honestly a good card, Gaia is right now better. It just depends on how much can you multi-attack extend. 1 extra Excel or just
What are you
normal
doing?
power. Man. This is intense. We
I
know
think he's
there's
considering decking out, man. He's
oh
going. He's going for
going
the
for
rewrite.
that. It's not bad options. It's gonna deck him out a little bit faster, but it's not a bad option overall.
No, I think is if you don't, he has to try and end it this turn. I don't think he's got another turn in him.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Or he
6.
does, but in a stretch. No, with Skull Dragon getting bigger and bigger.
There's 6 attacks guaranteed from what we know. But we'll see how it goes. Oh, this is intense. This is really intense. That heal trigger put Garmor in a really good spot.
That's the draw 2, call 2, right? And engage them. 1, 2.
So we got
Ooh.
the Savage. That's gonna be a big one. That's gonna eat 1 PG out of their hand. And then, yep, there's the multi-attack extender. I would have honestly not called that, depending on what's in their hand, because you had the great one in the back to guarantee something good underneath it. So it's like, oh, that's one good reason why. Still, I would have called Megarex then. I would have called Megarex and gave him a gauge. And then if you have enough CB to spare, use Megarex's ability to give him more gauge.
Ooh.
I won't consider this a misplay, but I feel like it could have been done better.
We're just gonna
And there's that
we're just gonna
half
have
persona
Charlie out here
ride.
being like, I'd consider it a display.
There's a half persona ride. Beautiful.
Dude, this is getting tense, man. He's going in, starting swinging.
He's trying to get as many options underneath that grade 2 as he can. Like anything under there that is, if it's a trigger, he wants to have more options. That's literally what's happening right now. He could have made Megarex so much bigger.
Draw card, swing with Megarex. Caliburst 1. Gauge.
He's only in 19. Megarex could have been 24, maybe even 29.
That's, yeah, we know that's there.
Yep.
It looks like we're slowly coming down around. So like, this is good. I think it's really going to be 1 or 2 more. I think it's going to be 1 turn left for each one of these players until it like ends. I don't think they've got that much in them. Bang off a draw trigger. Oh,
that's gonna help.
Check.
That's gonna help guard at least one of the Skull Dragons coming. There's Skull Dragons coming.
Second check. Oh, Megarex.
How many cards in hand? 6 with 1 PG.
That's a 6 hand.
Tachi's at 4, 3 damage, 4, right?
Yeah.
Depends on how many cards in hand. Like, there's still 2 big attackers coming, so it's one of those things like you're staring down a barrel of a 34 right now.
Oh,
And
defensive. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a PG still,
15,
I believe.
37. I think that was insufficient. No, that was enough.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Oh, no,
That
they're
was
not
36.
protect my credit cards in hand. 2? Is that 2 or 3?
That is.
Yeah, 3 cards. Jesus.
Oof.
Yeah, it looks
And
like
I'm pretty
the guy
sure
might have
there's
been the right play
Negger
there.
Bones and drop.
I think so as well.
Tachi's hand size, it seems, is 6 cards.
I think he showed 6 last time. I don't think he'd drawn since.
And we know he has 1 PG. So that's gonna save a Skull
There's
Dragon.
a bone. Oof, that's a bone.
I think that's it for Tachi's right here. Like, it is gonna be very down to the wire.
Damn, I'm gonna try to go for that deck thinning play. Real question: do you mill Negrabone here just so you can call something else?
Depends on your deck. If you have, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
You prep yourself just in case for the next turn. Because
Yeah,
if you don't
also
have
you
a
take
Skull
the
Dragon or a Ghost Ship left in your deck, what is it to mill? So you're gonna mill a
Yeah,
Negger Bone and have it ready.
yeah, I think that is the play. Damn. This is unfortunate. I think staying on Guy would have been the right play last turn. I understand why he didn't, but maybe it was being a bit optimistic there.
So
No, that
spur of the
defensive draw
moment
triggers.
choices. You gotta pick and choose.
Because the thing is how this is the last game. Like that PG that you see in Gleaming Garmo's damage zone, that's the only PG that deck runs. The other three were all crit sentinels that we've seen throughout the games. Because we've already
Getting
seen all
another
three
Skull
last game.
Dragon on the board. This is not gonna be an easy turn to guard.
Alexa, this is so sad. Please play Despacito.
Oh my. That is the one sad part about Tachikaze. Your opponent has a really hard time figuring out the trigger count because they can look at your damage and your soul and your drop, but they don't know your gauges or hands. So the trigger counts, especially us watching, is
Ooh.
ah.
Damage, no triggers. Big yikes. Do you 6 damage heal? Hope for a 6 damage heal here?
Depends on your hand.
I mean, you
Like-
can PG, but
like-
then you're just going to hit it again, aren't you?
If I'm not mistaken, the Skull Dragons coming out after the fact are going to be smaller. There are no triggers hit because of the way you call.
Yeah,
So
GG's.
this is one of those weird things.
That's going to be Garmo taking the final. Unfortunate reset the previous game, but it is what it is. And Garmo takes the series 2-1, therefore becoming the first winner of the VRX Vision Remote Fight Experiment tournament using Night Rose Grand Blue.
Hey, Tachikaze came in second.
And
That
we
is an
take- we take
achievement of
those.
itself.
We take those. We absolutely take those.
Oh, but that was intense. There's some choice decisions there that could have changed the game. Like sad decisions with game. Like, unfortunately, you got to know the rules, and that could have went completely differently.
Yeah, that was
Oh.
unfortunate. But it is what it is at the end of the day. We finally have managed to crown ourselves a winner. So huge congratulations to everybody who played. Our winner is going to get their share of our grand prize pool of $167, as well as a box of DBTO1. DBTO2, sorry. A brush with the legends. So guys, obviously we want to say a huge thanks to everybody who participated. I believe we had 15 competitors overall. So huge thank you, congratulations to everybody who played and everybody who watched. We hope you guys had a good time. Congratulations to our top 4. Again, top 4 cut of Mellow Adamat and WCC, Noman, and Sindhu, and Gleaming Garmo. Fantastic games. And Philip, do you have any closing words?
It was interesting to watch. It was actually really intense. Like I was nicely surprised the fact that Tachis managed to get so far as they did. Unfortunate events left and right. Personally, I would have loved to see them win, but Gleaming Armor did it beautifully. Like tempoed, knew when to attack, knew when to not attack, and the true winner was decided properly.
Absolutely.
Not properly. Game 2 was.
Well, unfortunately, there was a game lost there, but alas, end of the day, we were able to finish the series, and it is what it is at the end of the day. But alas, crowns our winner. But also, guys, announcement to everybody. Just so I know we said it earlier, but don't go anywhere. Even though the tournament is over, I myself unfortunately will have to dash. But we're going to be doing our second episode of the Vision podcast straight away after this, after a short intermission, which is going to feature Philip, who's going to stay on. Unfortunately, like I said, I have to dash. You're going to have Dinosaur Laser Beam Fight Club, aka Cardweeb, aka Charlie, coming on to host the event. And right after that, to substitute for me, we're going to have our returning Vision member, Notorious, aka the Dantarian Chad. So, guys, for me, stay safe. Take care. Thank you very much, Philip, for commentating with me, as well as everybody else for doing a great work playing and doing production behind the scene. and I'll see you guys in the next one. Stay on, don't go anywhere. Deuces.
Woo!
Hey everyone, welcome back to another Vision podcast. This time right after a tournament, our VRXV Premium tournament that just happened. I know Philip, you commentated for a bit of it. I think Noda, you're watching a fair amount as well, and I was just, I was chilling in the background, just in the
watching.
commentary slot, just listening to you guys talk. But how's the tournament, guys? How'd it feel to commentate or just watch, Grand Blue versus Tachi's in the finals?
We'll let the commentator speak first because they've got the better experience.
That's okay. Jokes aside. That bit's over. Honestly, I only managed to watch a little bit yesterday, but watching these semifinals and finals and third, it just proved the fact that I've been saying all this time. Tachis are scary. Don't underestimate Tachis. About it.
Yeah,
I approve of this message.
Mr. Tachi main, resident Tachi player card dweeb. Would you want to add to that?
I'm still like on the edge about the deck list because Sendu's running 4 Savage Mercenary, which is that 27k base grade 3 that you cannot ride at all.
I thought it was 24. Was 7?
What?
Yeah, it's 27.
Is it?
Yeah, it's 27k.
Yeah,
No,
it's 20.
27k base.
Yeah, it's 27.
Yeah.
Whoops.
There
Anyway.
is a way to ride in premium, but of course you can't do it in V.
It's
But
so
it just
basically
baffled me. And I was sitting there like, I guess it works if he high rolls, right? It super high roll, get a full front row of mercenaries. Your opponent can't really kill them unless you attack into them or like they're a retire clan. But it kind of just it blocks a front row rear guard for you, and you're sitting there like, I can't multi attack because it's blocking a front row rear guard.
I agree. I don't think 4 is needed. I believe in my list, I'm running out of 2 or maybe 3. Because it's still an amazing card, but you don't want to see it that much because of those exact scenarios that we saw in the finals of, I don't have a grade 3 to ride and he's in my hand.
Yeah, those situations are always horrible since you can't G assist with them.
But overall, like I love that one showcase of 1 in fucking 50 chance of, all right, I'm going second. Here's a grade 1. Grade 1 calls Mega Rex and gives it a gauge. Here's this other grade 1. Swing, kill, call, swing, kill, call. Jesus.
That was that was so great to watch. I love that. Highlights of the tournament for me.
Yeah. One thing I tell people, right, when they're new to the deck is I tell them, 1, you can have 4 attacks turn 1 if you go second. And that's not easy, right? Like 4 attacks turn 1 and you plus a bunch off of it.
Yeah.
That is something to be scared of. Of course, the only way you shut down is through a trigger. Like if you just take the first attack, get triggered, kind of wasted. But if you don't, you're in a scary position. And then going to turn 2, if you still have that Mega Rex on board, you can still get 4 attacks again. If your opponent gives you damage and you ride Spino, you can get up to like 5-6 attacks on turn 2, which is what you're supposed to do on turn 3 and not turn 2.
And the Vanguard just extends all of that with Excel markers, its own retire ability that can extend. Gaia, in my opinion, it's probably one of the best Tachi Vanguards to play right now. For the simple fact that it can retire something for a CB, sure. Gains double critical and power, sure. But the fact that it gives anything with a gauge, in the perfect scenario, 10k power, that's amazing. That's what makes the difference in the deck.
So I kind of want to transition over to premium because I know, Nodo, you've been holding premium tournaments for a while now. How does it feel to, play against premium Tachis since you've played against me like a bunch of times now with NLK?
It's a scary deck. Like complete honesty, and I think it's hugely slept on. The deck can go 0 to 100 turn 1. Like same thing, 4 attacks turn 1. Even in premium is such an impressive feat.
I'm starting to realize I never actually looked at a premium Tachi list. I've been very focused on V. I haven't touched premium myself, but now I'm realizing what some of the old G cards in this. I'm like, I know there's multiple combos that can make it stupid. Just one that immediately came to mind was like, all these cards that retire themselves, engage and all that, plus fucking Dogma.
Yeah. Um,
Oof.
is like you've got resident touchy player Charlie here who knows, you know, he's been putting me through the ringer with his touchy list. Um, you know, the brick for him is doing 47 attacks when he could have done 48. Like it's
Yeah, that's me. I say I have a bad hand when I can do like one less attack than optimal.
and it's absolutely crazy. We love that in premium. Um, but moving it back to this tournament, this Grand Blue uh, Gamor, I think that last game it showed how well she knew the deck and the matchup. She did the exact line of play of bringing the game out to the long points, watching touchies burn themselves out because that is unfortunately one of their weaknesses, and I think that final game goes to show like you play Grand Blue correctly, even though it is a very linear deck, you will still mitigate either a high roll or a bad matchup to some degree. Obviously, there was some luck with well-timed heal triggers, but that's at the end of the day, that's part of the game. You play to the
I
outs,
mean,
and she played to the outs perfectly.
100% agree. Like the heal triggers were well timed. The first heal trigger to put in Garmor to 0 damage, then the second heal trigger to put from 5 to 4, just not being in that kill range. And it's like looking back on it, I feel like two decisions decided that game towards the end. That the first one was taking 3 damage, going from 1 to 4, and then riding the Ghana Blazer instead of staying on Gaia.
Uh,
Those two decisions done differently, maybe the game could have gone different. Maybe Itachi's could have won, but against
ooh,
Grand Blue, you also need to understand the matchup of you can't put yourself at high damage.
yeah,
Skull Dragons exist. The combo to
so
put 4 Skull Dragons on the board or swing with 4 Skull Dragons is too apparent. And in a deck where you know you're not seeing PGs, you can't put yourself at high damage. You needed that buffer damage.
regardless of the outcome, both players played amazingly. Um, Big congrats to them for taking first and second, respectively, um, on the first set of tournaments, um, and showing Grand Blue and Touchy can still can function in a bandlist format.
You
We
know,
love to see it.
honestly, I think Night Rose will come up into the meta next set with Yule Guardians.
Yes,
So I
and
feel like
Banshee
we should honestly be expecting a little more Night Rose to come back.
and
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 yeah,
Banshee.
yeah, I
Banshee
also
great one.
really liked the play that Garmor did. I think it was game 3, where Garmor started damage denying
Yes.
Sindhu, right, on their grade 3 turns where the only thing they could do was call it a mercenary, gauge it, and just attack
That
Vanguard.
was well, you could not have played that better.
Yeah,
Um,
that was honestly the best thing to do in that situation since you have 3 threats on board. You're really high damage. Your opponent has no counterblast, so they can't actually retire anything with Gaia. Or like if they write Gigano Blazer, they can't plus off of it. So that was just overall really well played. And usually, if you're going against Tachi, just as a tip, for like your general viewers that don't really know the Tachi matchup, if they rush you early, you always want to attack into their rear guards. Try not to give them damage until turn 3 or until after turn 3, because if you give them a damage and they go into Gigano Blazer, they just plus really hard off of it and they get all like their free cards to draw and their multi attack and all that. So honestly, the best course of action is to damage deny them, attack to the rear guards. Of course, if they don't like call anything, you can rush their face in.
yeah,
Like if they don't have anything turn 1, turn 2, it's fine to rush them.
yeah.
Um,
If they haven't
yeah.
committed turn 1, turn 2, their game plan is kind of going through the window. But if they've rushed you, you can respond back by popping off those resources. One to restrict their counterblast, and two, which was coming up, they'll need to start calling and gauging their deck again, which is going to start digging into triggers. It's going to start digging into other key pieces that they would have wanted to see in the later turns. So it's one of those things, and again, as we saw in that matchup, where when the touchy player did have the counterblast, their turn wasn't as optimal as it could have been, which ultimately led to Gleaming Garmel taking the game. So yeah, a little bit of learning as well from Cadlup. But
Sorry, whenever you want to say something,
on
and apparently
stream?
you just cough and die.
Death on stream.
Jesus. What I want to say was like, I know it's weird to bring it up, but that game too could have honestly decided it as well. Like,
Look at your cards, people. Look at your cards.
like, it was sad. No good right targets, not Gigabase or not Gaia. Fortunately, the Savage was in the hand, but just looking back at it, if he was managed to ride one of the correct cards, the game could have gone very differently.
Could have gone differently. That's going to be one of those what if moments for the rest of for the rest of the time. You're going to think, what if I guarded with this grade 3? He assisted into the correct into the correct one. We would have been talking about the touchy going 2-0. But unfortunately,
Can I just point out real quick? Pacifica was in top freaking 4. Pacifica was in top 4 of the V Premium tournament.
There's two factors. There's a sad factor and there's a very truthful factor. The first truthful factor I'm going to mention is the fact that, yes, Pacifica was in top 4. The deck is honestly not that bad. It is a very piece-reliant deck. You need 4 Pacificas, but if you get 4 Pacificas, as we saw, you hit your opponents 3 times and they're dead. And you're eating a lot of cards out of their hand.
So
it is not a deck to sleep on.
It's one of those decks that unfortunately does get hit by Heal Guardians quite hard.
Yes.
Because it's saving its huge push is they get to go first. They hit 3 times with the crits, with the triple door, and so those Heal Guardians do kind of stop that. But as we're not playing with Heal Guardians, that high roll that's happened. Matt, the absolute god, Pacifica god that he is.
I do want to bring that somber fact up. The fact that until 3rd place placement, nobody caught the misuse of the support grade 3.
Yes.
Could be a very big factor of how he got all the way up there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just one of those unknown. Those I say unknowns, but those erratas that he just didn't clock onto. It's a bit.
I mean, that's like erratas are very tricky, just because they're never going to make an actual card that has the correct effect until they make a reprint set, and who knows if they're going to reprint that specific card.
Yeah.
And unless someone follows all the erratas, you're not going to know. You're going to see the card in front of you. That's why, unless it's a very obvious one, for example, in Overdress, the Prison grade 2 triple rare, that's a 10k shield grade 2. It's like, that doesn't look right.
Yeah, that's.
Or the grade 1 where Persona ride.
Like that looks that the situation Matt got in. That one was that card's original skills believable enough where you probably wouldn't question it. So
when you look at it's literally a difference between and or, which makes it very big. And its proper skill is good. Like you search your deck or you search your drop zone and you add a Pacifica. That's a good card effect. But when you actually look at the scope of being able to get 2 from deck and drop, that makes a very big difference, because you're thinning out and getting the necessary pieces. Like you're getting half of the necessary pieces already on the board through one card. One word difference changes the scope of the deck.
It really does. So the moral of this story is, I guess, just be up to date on your erratas, people. if you know there's an errata. Well, even if you're not sure on an errata, you could always check or ask somebody that knows. Not to shout out anybody in Vision here, but we've got a few very capable judges that know how to look
See,
at this. So
I gotta talk. See, I gotta say, personally, honestly, didn't know she had an errata. I knew her effect. Like, it was a little bit weird. It was this euphoric moment where I remember her effect, searching and getting 1. So whenever I saw 2, I'm like, wait, what? And I never questioned it. I was like, okay, because I haven't played it in a while, so I was questioning myself if I were remembering it was right. But it's one of those things like, well, but then you actually read the card and it's like, oh yeah, that makes huh?
Yeah, it's just like one of those erratas that you don't pay too much attention to and then forget it's there when it actually comes up like later on. When was this set
Yeah.
released again?
The errata was made on March 5th, 2020.
Yeah, no wonder we forgot.
I mean, it's the same can be said if anybody starts playing Riviera right now. They're gonna pick up Riviera and go, "Oh shit, this is busted," not realizing it's a heart once per turn.
yeah,
Well, with Riviera, like it was changed to a relevant card, right? The
yeah,
errata to the support grade 3 is not too relevant where a lot of people know it, just people who play the deck or played against it frequently know it. But like
yeah.
the general community doesn't remember
I
it.
mean, as we've said, if it happened in other games, I'm not saying if it has or hasn't. The fact that nobody else had called it out previously. Yeah.
Exactly.
So
That actually brings me. That actually gives me.
yeah. Okay. Both players are responsible for knowing the game state. If
Exactly.
your opponent doesn't know what you if you as a player don't know what your opponent is doing, and something goes wrong, all equally as well, not equally, but you have got some part of the blame. And so
Exactly. I have a really good story with a good
oh,
example of that
go
specifically, and it
we
was
love
in
stories.
story time. It was in a Atlanta team premium regional tournament that was before overdress, and as we were starting, I think the leaders just came out, and we were looking forward to the next set. Like, so this was early over V era premium, wasn't as stupid just yet. Um, and the interaction that happened is I finished my game. I was playing Mega Colony, trying to do Antlion Zoa win, but everybody was ready for it and everybody had an out to it. So I was losing everything. And I finished my game early and I look over to my friend and he's playing Rene, was at the time still an amazing deck, against Ichitam. And I'm watching, and the game is very close. And I see my friend's hand, and I'm not making any comments. I'm on the side just calculating everything. It's like, okay, he needs to perfect guard that one because he can't guard that one. So he's taking that attack. And then the rigor that he can guard, he lets it swing and hits. I'm like, oh shit. And then the swing with Ichi happens, and he perfect guards it. And I'm sitting here going, uh oh, and shutting up because the opponent's not saying anything. He just passed a turn, let the perfect guard happen.
Oh
My
no.
friend doesn't know better, let it happen. Goes back to his turn. He draws. He starts playing cards down, and then the opponent's teammate goes, "Hey, how did you guard that?" Because everybody's standing around looking at us like, and then later said, "How did you guard that?" And we realized then this is what we should have done versus what we actually did. We should have called a judge in that specific moment. The turn had already passed. The judge would have either stopped the game there in a draw or done something about it or said, hey, both players were responsible, both didn't know, keep continuing. What we actually did, which was the mistake, we tried to reverse it,
First the game state.
couldn't reverse it. And my opponent said, well, I couldn't have guarded it then. I did this, and it was our loss. And I was like, technically right, but we should have called the judge. Now we've done this all and we agreed, and now it's like too late to call a judge.
Yeah. So.
But to
Okay.
who? Both? Because it's one of those things like exactly, because it's one of those things. It probably would have been a double loss for the simple opinion of, oh my god. Okay, so someone's talking in my ear. I am having voices in
The
my
voices
head.
in our head. The voices in our
The
head.
voice in our head.
So basically, a double loss would have probably been issued for the simple fact that it was an irreversible game state, and the opponent, the actual Ichitan player, let it happen. He didn't stop it. He knew, should have known his cards as well, and he didn't stop it. So technically, both players were at fault, which means neither player should technically get the loss. Both of them either should lose or been a draw.
Take this with a grain of salt. This is not an official judge ruling.
Exactly.
Not an
Take this
official
with a grain
judge.
of salt. This is
Not
my
an
opinion.
official
We
judge.
honestly should have. We should
We're
have
not.
called the judge in that moment and had them
Yeah.
do a judge ruling. We didn't. That was our mistake.
Outside of yeah, but I think that's enough about the unfortunate story with Matt. Still, Pacifica in top 4 is an great achievement. Well done, Matt. You
He was
your
playing
base.
it right. Like, I'm sorry, he was playing it beautifully, putting your opponent at even damages 2, 4, 6.
And I think we've spoken about everyone. Let's speak about WCC Noman getting with Prisms, the deck that actually has been hit on this ban list. Showing that even without, even with the hit, it's still a extremely strong deck that can stabilize very well. Unfortunately, he can't always ride, as shown by
Yes, let's damage 2 verts right off the bat.
Is an unpopular opinion allowed?
Oh, unpopular opinion, sure.
I feel like the restriction was wrong.
Oh, you think? Yeah, sure. Drama?
I mean,
Drama?
yeah, so the hit was more so to reduce the defensive capability of Prisms, not to reduce the offensive ability of Prisms, which, as you can see with
Oh.
Lizla and Aqua looping with Vert every turn, it's a pretty big draw engine, also very aggressive on turn 1, turn 2.
So, voice in our head is telling that the reason was was about the stop deck out loop, where you would keep on looping Ellie, so you wouldn't deck out anymore. Thank you, voice in our head. Very very cool. But even still, unpopular opinion aside, the point still stands that even with the hit, Prisms are still a very good deck.
Yeah,
So if you
I-
paid the little amount of money that it was when it came out, because that deck was stupidly cheap, you got bang for your buck. So
a lot of people misjudge what a ban list or what restrictions or ban list or limiting or whatever is supposed to do. It's not supposed to completely nerf a deck so it's not unplayable.
Yeah.
It's supposed to just limit it enough to where every other deck has a chance.
yes, well,
Like,
every other
you're
deck.
not supposed to make a ban list where, oh look, there's a topping. Well, let's hit it so it doesn't show up anymore.
As play well, this is mainly for card week, but as somebody that's been in Vision for a bit longer than I have, and who has seen more of this ban list, how do you think this ban list has? Do you think this ban list has done that? Do you think it's evened the playground enough?
This is a question for me.
Oh, for anyone.
I don't know, to me,
Uh,
just as a purely aggro player, since I am a solo main of Tachi's, the Ellie hit is enough for me to kill Prisms, like straight up. My only issue with Prisms was that they could just have multiple Ellies in hand and could guard 20k constantly. And I mean, yeah, if you play your cards right, you can just kill them as long as they don't have Ellie, right? But also at the same time, if you're playing other decks, right, that don't have that much aggro, turn 1, turn 2, early game at all, and rely on getting their engine up on their grade 3 turn, Ellie isn't exactly that impactful, and Prism's early game is a lot more impactful than just having a bunch of 20k guards in hand, of course. Because you just Lizlot, Aqua, Lizlot, get a free board, turn 1, turn 2, you get like 2 free units by turn 2. Then if you like call Sedna, free 13k booster in turn 2 and all that. And then your Prism turn 2 is just really good, right? Very offensive. You
'cause
can hit
you
over
put your
triggers and all that.
And on top of that, you can put your opponent to high enough damage to when you get to your grade 3 turn. If you went first, sure, you only have 4 attacks, but that's still 4 attacks with triple drive. And if you went second, you didn't only just Lizelot them on turn 1 if you had it, you also Aquad on turn 2, and now you're swinging with 5 attacks. There are not numbers to sneeze at.
Yeah, it's very respectable numbers. Big damage, or big high
And
power, big damage.
And on top of that, fucking hand size. You get
Jesus,
6
yeah.
cards in that turn back. Right? 3 drive checks, the grade 1 prism that draws a card, and then bouncing 2 of your front row rear guards. That is 6 cards back into your
God.
hand.
It's, much shield. That's very respectable, and it will get better with the heal guardians. That early game aggression now suddenly gets a lot more manageable when you can just drop a heal
Oh, yeah.
guardian, give 10k, and then be like, well, hit over a defensive, please. Well, it's not really defensive.
Heal guardians are going to be so great. Like
I
decks
think
that only poke.
they're the best thing that's happened in the.
Yeah, that's because you play Dantarian.
No bias, no bias, zero bias.
Yes,
no
the
bias.
Dantarian that topped
so-
in Face Gang a few weeks ago.
Nah,
So I need to know what was the level of excitement and then the level of disappointment when you saw that nice double rare Dark States card come out, and then Mori immediately make a tweet about how we're gonna restrict this for the
here's
period.
the story of that. Here's the genuine story of that. I have an app, right? My sleeping schedule is really bad. Anybody that knows me knows that I do not really follow a schedule. I
What producer? What you want to say that on stream?
voice to say that on stream. So I had a nap. I missed the reveal of this grade 2. I wake up just before the Mori tweets out this that they'll that we don't have to worry about it. And so, but before that, somebody asks, will this new grade 2 impact Dantarian and Premium? I think he's talking about some other grade 2. I'm like, nah, Dantarian's is a joke. It's joke. It's not real. And then people are like, what? You've missed something? And then I look at news. I'm like, what the hell? We've got a 52k. We're now a 52k base. Hello, this is not okay. I was ecstatic. I'm just about to tweet that I'm screaming about like living life, and just before I do, Mori tweets out, and I see the tweet said, and I'm like, I see. And so all hope, all excitement, not even, I didn't even get 10 minutes of Dantarian is going to be in freemium. Didn't even get 10 minutes. But for every loss, we get a win, and a small part of me's glad, because if they choice restrict it, I don't think they should, I won't
My
go into
God.
potential hits, it will mean Dantarian is on the ban list at the same time as Daimonoth. And to me, that's magical. Dantarian was addressed at the same time.
Yeah, they really do need it either choice restricted, because even limiting it to 1 is better than 4, but at the same time, it's basically saying, hey, my Vanguard's a 22k base constantly.
Yeah, but well, not to get deep into it, but at the same time, it's Dantarian.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
You're
You're not doing much.
how do you win in premium? Like, so
Castile.
well, this is on the assumption Daimonoth is banned. On the assumption Daimonoth is banned, Dantarian. Well, there's one way Dantarian, and I don't want to like spill the secret right now. But but it's still not good.
I mean,
Even if
technically, you can still make the Balam stand triggers, no grade 1s, no grade 0s, combo. The back
So
and
there
review was
is
decent.
there is that combo with the new with a D series grade 1, which does create an unguardable, technically unguardable attack.
Oh, don't remind me of that, please.
But there's Dontaria wins by playing into time. Exactly. Just play slow. No judges for legal reasons. Playing slow is a joke. I did not play slow in my events. I promise. Although I went to time in every single match.
Yeah, yeah. I have
Coincidence.
access to like the staff channel in Face Gang, and every time a round passed, I would see Kuro just messaging there. Why is Noto still in time every single round?
I don't play slow. I swear I don't play slowly. Anyone that plays against me a lot knows that I play pretty quickly. I throw cards on table then ask questions later. And
Oh,
so
you're not
um
in the sense of you play that deck, but you're basically the Grand Blue player back in the G era, where they started doing these insane combos, and you're like, you do whatever you need to do. I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat. When I come back, I'm hoping you're gonna start attacking.
yes, I'll that's it's just that the deck is slow. It plays slow by itself. You don't have to play slow for it to be slow. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say on Dontaria. I don't want to. I don't want to. Wait, I could spend the entire podcast talking about why Dantarian is the best deck next to Coco, but um, but I won't.
Trust me, I know. I'm the same with Messiah. I can spend hours and hours talking why Messiah is so beautiful.
So I kind of want to go back to like tournaments and stuff, right? Regionals. So you earlier you were talking about how like you're looking over your teammate and this whole thing with judges happened. What was your first BSF? Is it BCF? Whatever it is, your first regionals like?
Me
Jesus
or
Christ.
Either
uh,
one.
my
Phil
first
looks like he's having a hard time.
my first one. My first memorable one was Team League of Cardiff. 2019. 2019.
I
So
remember.
this was just in Premium Collection 2019.
Mhm.
I was taking to nobody's surprise DI. I with Daimonis just came out. My NLK list was very bad. If I looked back, that would be a list that if I saw now, I would make fun of. I still have the list. It's
Oh
never going to
no.
be. It's never going to be made public knowledge. I do not want that blight on my record.
Yeah, what if we find
Um,
it?
um, no one will find it. I have. You're
You
not.
sure?
No one's going to find this list.
Someone
But
hack his computer.
list was. No, you don't have a photo. You don't have a photo.
Oh, the voice in our heads has a copy of a
I'm
photo.
confident. Voice in my head doesn't have a photo. But and if he does, I need to start paying cash money. But um um so I my so we take my friend takes Ezel, so we're already looking really good. So we've got DI, we've got Ezel. Cracked team, right? Maybe the other member's gonna take a really cracked deck. And you'd be right. He was gonna take Neonectar, the Katrina at 4.
Oh, yeah.
Now, me being the genius that I am, high octave player, goes, nah, Neonectar won't be that good. Won't be that good. Don't need it. You know what is the
What
meta
meta
play?
was this?
Well, this was when Katrina was at 4. This was the worst take of my life ever. So my first regionals was my worst take. I
I'm
said,
scared.
Neonectar, not that good. Katrina, fine. Link Joker's the play.
Which link?
Hold up. I have to clarify which build, which one.
Which
So if
link Joker it matters.
Deleter Messiah. So this was worst take of my life. Worst take
I
of my
ripped
life.
this. I ripped this code a little bit now.
Worst take of my life. Hands up. I'll admit it.
Oh, how do you get to that
Leader-
point?
So now I'm not gonna say what I said was right. In fact, it wasn't. However, what's worse is it worked out because every game that he won was because he got paired against he got paired against his perfect matchups, which was DI and Shadows, where he would just ride Freeze Ray and just the term never punished was written because of what happened that I to this day worst decision I've ever said. I've ever it's a take that
Leader,
so
Leader Messiah is not a
over
bad deck.
over Katrina at 4.
You're not wrong.
Katrina-
you made a
Katrina,
mistake. Don't
you
make me
know.
wrong. I think you made a mistake. But it's not a bad deck.
It's not a bad deck, but it's not Katrina.
Yeah, you made a mistake. At least you didn't suggest something that was
It's
a
it-
bad deck.
like I to this day I wake up. That's why I don't sleep, because when I go to sleep I think in my head I hear Link Joker good, Neonectar bad.
Literally the embodiment of never punish.
And yeah, the nightmares, the night terrors, they keep me up at night. The voices.
Just
Oh,
I gotta say two things to that. One, the other thing is my story of Free Jump. But the
Yeah.
one thing I need to say to that is that I myself have taken a Link Joker Messiah to a local tournament that we had like I want to say 16 players, and I had to face 2 Ezel players, and somehow managed to win.
oh,
Ask me how. One of them made the crucial mistake of letting my deleter grade 2. I forgot his name. Elba? No, not the twins. The one that on hit Soul Blast 1 binds something. Or if they don't have rear guards, you draw.
oh,
Oh. Yeah, I forgot the name.
it came out in the trial deck.
Yeah, the trial deck
Regardless,
deleter.
they let that thing hit. So because it hit, I said, "Hey, look at that nice starter you have."
Well, I remember Forerunners. Who remembers
Yeah,
Forerunners?
but you
people?
gotta understand in Ezel.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just kill
You
Criff and they can't
just
superior,
kill
right?
Exactly.
Ah,
And then the second Ezel match, I don't know how I made out of it. I just did.
nah, listen. Although I wasn't your opponent on the day, his thinking, right? He was like, Cripper's gonna get hit as starter one day.
Yeah, Gaily.
Cripper's gonna get hit as starter one day. Let's get it bound now and see if I can play without it. That was his 4D chess. 4D chess.
But no, my first regionals,
yeah.
my first BCA was I think in 16, maybe 17. It was help me figure out what date it was because because it was still a decent deck. I took Chaos Breaker, Strides, and I had to face, and it infuriated me because this was the most infuriated I ever got at a BCA. I had to face a grade 1 rush DI.
Wait,
Ammon.
Oh,
grade 1 rush DI?
I thought you were
A
about to say
grade
7.
1
Yeah, I was
Ammon. No,
waiting.
no.
17.
A grade 1 rush Ammon DI. The man did not let me do either 16 or 17. It was before the grade 1 rush 7Cs got hit. No, you don't get it. Fighting the deck was easy because I had Chaos Breaker. It was like, all right, I wish I could stride. I wish I could do things, but I can still stop you and limit you and have some interesting plays. No. What pissed me off in that tournament, and this is the first time ever at a BCA, I almost got up and smacked. I don't think almost smacked. I mean, I'm gonna knock the lights out of you, my opponent, is because we started the game. He went first, I believe. He did his turn, got back to me, starter, ride, all that, back to him, back to me with my rested Vanguard. And I was pretty decently new. I think if it was 16, I barely played the game for like 5 months. And if it was 17, I got a year under my belt, but I was still decently new. So, because in my mind, I was like, it doesn't matter. I'm going to draw and then stand. And the man goes, Judge.
Oh my god.
And the judge comes over. He lets him know, hey, he drew and stood and stood and drew. And the
No.
judge looks up and it's like, it looks at it and gives me a written warning on my slip and then says continue. And I'm over there livid, thinking, there's someone actually that does this?
No, this was
And
a meme. This w-
it took me this close. It took me this close not to get just crawl across the table and knock the guys out, the lights out.
I uh, voice in our head is explaining the situation. Thank you, voice in our head. What's this was a meme from like back at when I was first new to like Vanguard. We would always joke, "Oh, it's stand and draw, not draw and stand."
This man actually took it to the judge. I actually got a written warning because of it.
The mad lad. Dreams can come true.
I'll tell anybody that's watching this or listens to this later down the road. You do this to me. If anybody does this to me again, seriously, you're gonna be in the parking lot. I'm a
God.
6'7", 300-pound dude. Try me.
I'm a 6'1", 65 kg dude. I'm 5 foot in the way.
Man, I'm smaller than both of you. What was your record?
Oh yeah, that was
actually?
my first. That was my cast record. I don't know. I think it was like 3-4 or something like that. I didn't do good.
Not too bad.
I couldn't tell you my record.
That's the only matchup I remember for that tournament. That
positive.
DI player. Everything else is a blank.
And all I know was I was positive. But I was thinking DI. There was hardly an excuse. I went negative. Something was wrong. And it was good events. If although online events are great and I love what they have done for the community, they don't compare to an actual BCS. If you have the ability to go to one, take it. Don't be worried about not being competitive enough or not be having the correct deck build or whatever. Even if you can't get the most optimized deck, go with friends, and you will have a great time. You'll meet a lot of just cool people. Except
Speaking
me.
of-
If you'll meet me and you'll regret. You'll be like, I wish I didn't go. I wish my alarm didn't go off or something. But other than me, there's lots of great people that you'll meet at events.
And always bring your deck. Oh my
And
god!
always bring your deck. That's you. We laugh, but I have left that for events.
When ARG was a thing, when ARG was still a thing, and I lived like about an hour and a half away from the ARG tournament we had, but we were up. We got up. Our team got up at 6, left the place, went to ARG, drove all the way over there, sat in the waiting room, was like, let's have some fun before it opens in 30 minutes. And I opened, I was like, where is it? I spent all night till 2 a.m. 2 a.m. deck decking. Where the fuck is this deck? Realizing I left it on the counter, on the table.
Oh no,
Nifty.
we've all been there. We've all been there.
The 30 minutes during registration, I pull out my binder, pull out my deck because I bought just recently. This was This was at a time when the Stargate specific booster came out. When the Stargate only booster came out with Zubat and all those cards.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
I wanted to take Messiah. Left it on the counter. So I'm like frantically going around the venue because I have a half built Zubat deck, but I need 2 more Zubat. And I'm like frantically going around. Thankfully, I managed to find. So I go into that tournament with Victor, and I'm like, not
That's it.
Messiah, but it's good.
Lots of people have this story. So people that are listening, this is a very common. Make sure you have your deck. It sounds like obviously, but check and double check, because the amount of people I have heard that have said, me myself, have just like, oh, deck's not. We're at the venue. Deck's not here. Oopsie. Um, Writing a deck form takes a lot of time. You don't want to
Oh,
do that
that's
twice.
also a really good advice. Write the deck form
Yes.
the day prior. Do never do it on the tournament day.
Yes, never never do it on the tournament day. Or if you are doing it on the tournament day, do it in the line to the venue, but
Mhm.
don't wait until you're actually in the venue, because usually once people get into the venue, unless you were the first ones there, you've usually got about 30 minutes left until the event starts, and you will not be friends with the judges if 5 minutes before the event starts you give them a list and go, here, check this please. That's an any percent speedrun world record on how to not be friends with the judge.
I usually
You
just type mine out like
type
a month
yes.
prior.
I mean, what I did was fairly stupid, because most of the events that I've entered come out on the weekend of a set. This was before I would always buy cases. And so always guarantee getting the cards that I need. So I would just write them with no real plan on how to get them. So that was a worry for future me. Um, it worked out, but don't. I'm a walking case study of what not to do. Take what I
You
do
just
and
said
do the
something.
opposite.
You just said something that resonates so hard. Like for the
Um,
longest time, I am grateful to my channel right now because of what we do. Because back in the day, before that channel, we made the channel, we would basically do that. Like a good example was at the end of G, we we technically still did this on the channel. We didn't do proxies. Let me specify that, not because of the channel, because of the content we're doing on the channel. Regardless, at the end of G, when Boost Set 14 came out, it came out the day before the regionals in Atlanta. And we took 2 cases and we opened them in the hotel. We made a whole video out of it and it was fun and dandy, yada, yada, yada. But after we recorded the video and opened the 2 cases, it was all, it was that late night in the hotel going, all right, I need this in the deck. I need this in the deck. Should I play this? Should I not play this? So you're building the deck before the tournament. And then you also got to make up the list, like write it all down. And this was back in G, where you have stuff like Interdimensional Dragon of Bullshit, Interdimensional Dragon of Bullshit. Just like long name, Dragon. I don't know what else. I'm like, oh. And now I'm actually grateful that we do proxies and all that, because it's like, oh, the card come out. I know how the deck is going to be built. Hey, look, the case came in. Pop them in. We're good to go. So if regionals come back at any point, I'm set. I got a formula. I'm good.
I just saw Dark Flame has said Noto is on the getting paid by Nitro money. That's a lie. There's no proof of that. Thank you very much. There is no evidence. It's nothing but slander. My good name. I am unbiased.
So my funny BCS story,
Yes.
right, is that I went to the NA1, literally the event right before COVID got discovered. So I went to the last possible one I could actually go to.
Drag it a little bit more.
Huh?
brag a little bit more. You got to go to the last one.
But it was Anaheim 2019, I believe. In
Yep.
this, like, no, it was in December. It's the month of
Yeah.
the COVID discovery.
I
So
was there too.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I just didn't recognize you. This is
We
like
had
way
shirts
before.
and
How
everything. What do you mean
how
you
do you
didn't
not
recognize? We
recognize?
actually had shirts that said our damn name.
So
What?
I was a newbie at the time. Okay, this is before Vision. Okay, this is before I joined Vision. So I joined Vision during the pandemic. So I literally could not, or not could not, but I didn't know anybody besides my local people, who went. People like John, and like Solemn, you know, the big figures that you see a bunch in Vanguardians and the community and whatnot. And I only knew them, right? I just saw them around. I was like, whatever, okay. But I was still a Tachi man at the time. I wasn't like super competitive. I wasn't that good at the game. I started being a lot more competitive after joining Vision. But at the time, I just had this insane hatred for no reason with Anger Blader, right? This is before I knew how toxic it was. I just hated that card with a passion.
That was also the tournament. That was the tournament because the day before the set release, or not the day before the tournament, the set release, and we got the grade 1 promo that for every gauge under game 5K, which made
Yeah.
Angle Blader even more busted.
The thing was that it was JP exclusive, so we didn't get it at all.
We had
No,
that
we
for-
did. That
No,
was the
wait,
tournament
did
we
we?
got it because I remember playing it.
No, we did.
Oh,
get it.
I
I didn't
guess we
play
did.
Angle Blader in that
We did get
tournament.
it because I
Yeah.
got.
But I remember
got modded
using
by that.
Yeah, I
got
remember it
modded
got
by
released in
that.
English. Oh yeah, it was revealed before the second wave. Okay, yeah, I remember. But in V I would just play Anger because it was the best deck at the time. So I just played that. I kind of RNG sucks, man. That's all I have to say. RNG sucks. Going up against Narukami and Gauntlet Buster at the time sucks.
Oh yeah.
But
Hey,
like
don't
the
forget
main thing was
Godhand
in
was the thing.
yeah, the main thing was in premium, right? That was where I flourished. The funny thing was that my deck in premium was super scuffed. So I had 2 Gaia Emperor, G Gaia Emperor. I had 2 Anger Blader, 2 Optical Serrata, which is the grade 3 that on call gauges, on attack gauges, and then 2 Dino Chaos. So I literally played 2 of every tech card I could put in, plus a boss unit.
What were you
Oh my
thinking?
god.
What are you
Actual
thinking?
Deck building 101.
Again, this is me before I started being actually competitive. The reasoning for Dino Chaos is against Ezreal, you want to superior ride no matter what. If you go first, you get a G guard. If you go second, you're just not on grade 1 when they attack you. Optical was just to help Anger. Anger, of course, like you're playing sweeper. Gaia was just there because I had a bunch of support grade 2s and grade 1s that would come back and could be abused even more if they came back with Gaia. So I just included it, and it was just, I don't know, just a cool thing.
No cap.
Every
OG
game-
G era Gaia was amazing.
Yeah. Every game that I lost literally is because of RNG. My first round was a bye, I think. Second round, I played against a Great Nature player. They healed on 6, and that was the only way they won. That was the only out. They healed on 6.
They outplayed you.
And then you know what they did? They drew to turn, rode to big, or they're already on grade 3 since this was a strike turn. They strode. They called it 2 Crayon Tigers and a Big Belly and a Rhino. And I was sitting there like, damn, I'm dead. Like
Buddy.
that's just Exodia for Great Nature right there.
Oh,
V,
I got
V
two
was
things about Anaheim.
Anaheim.
Go for
More
it.
Anaheim stories.
I
Yeah.
got 2 things about Anaheim. One's a real quick, very, very, very good advice. Unless you want something really, really bad, do not stand in that line for the merch.
Oh yeah.
I wasted 5 hours in there. But never doing that again. I got the whole Koshin thing. I have it over there, fucking sitting. That was not worth it.
Yeah. Every time I would get into that line, the next round would start. So I was like, I guess I'm not getting the Koshin set. Since was it last time it sold for a bunch, right? So we
Yeah,
thought
and then
like
the
this
second it
time,
didn't sell.
yeah, we thought this time we could make some profit off it. Buy it, you know, keep some of the stuff we want, and then sell off the rest and make some money. In the end, it was just super cheap afterwards. So yeah, it wasn't worth it.
And then the second story is a fun one because I don't know if the man is still remembers. I don't know if Solomon is still in the chat for some whatever reason, listening to this, enjoying and chilling. This is the weirdest first interaction I had with Solomon. This was before our channel even blew up. We just hit 1K. We barely are nobodies. No, a couple people recognize us. We went to Anaheim, and we're standing in line to get into standard tournament day one. And I'm like, shit, I need to hit the bathroom. So I go to that middle pillar, the one. And
Yeah.
I'm standing in line for the bathroom. I'm standing in line. I turn around and oh shit, they're solemn. Like, sup? The awkwardest small chit chat. I think we just exchanged a couple of words before oh, it's my turn to go, do business. And then he goes in and does his, it was the weirdest exchange ever. And that was my first time meeting Saul. I'm like, huh, okay. And then on day two, because we didn't enter premium on day two, we just enjoyed the venue, did the mistake of standing in line, so didn't enjoy the venue as much. And on the way out, we see him, and I think Noman was with him, and a couple people, and we stop him and we talk a little bit, we get some pictures. And the whole time I'm just thinking, I probably shouldn't mention, hey, long time no seen since the can, huh? And I'm like, just don't. Just don't. Just don't. I don't know if he knows. I don't know if I know. Just don't. But yeah,
Definitely not.
first time meeting
no,
Solemn. Good
great,
experience.
great meeting. So the first time I ever spoke to Chris, a different fight was in London, BCS London. And I had a buy, and he had his buy card. So I'm over there. I see him walk high, but I just get really nervous talking to him, and I just forget the English language for some reason. So I just so words just do not come out of my mouth. I'm trying to talk, doesn't really happen, doesn't really succeed. And so that's my awkward. When it comes to awkward meetups, I'm the king. I have it. I will sit on my throne. I'm number one.
Yours is just you froze. Mine is I didn't realize this later. I'm like, I probably shouldn't even started small talk at the fucking toilet. I'm like, I probably should have just shut my mouth.
I'll do it. I'll freeze again. I promise. That's a promise. I'll freeze again. Next. Anyone comes up to me that recognizes me, they come up to me and they're like, "Oh, hey, Noto." I will probably freeze. Please do not come up to me.
Well, good thing I've never seen you actually face, and I only know your voice. So the only thing that can happen is if we're ever in the same room, I can go, wait a minute, it sounds familiar.
Yeah. I've known him for
Voice
years.
in our head.
Voice in my head. Voice in my head's exposing me.
Only to us, not to stream. Don't worry.
Yeah, voice in my head. That'll
Oh no.
voice in my head's making threats.
Anyways, it seems like we're running out of time. We originally planned this to be like an hour tops, honestly, just a short podcast. But yeah, thank you guys for, sticking around, coming on, watching the stream and all that. Where can we find you guys on your socials and all that?
Yeah, my Twitter is usually the place where you'll see me complain the most. That's the real Noto-chan. That's yeah, it's mostly ragey rants or simping over Dantarian. It's one of the two. Pick one.
That's
It's
rage.
the only clan in the game next to Coco. But and yeah, that the
I think he froze again.
yeah, I froze again. Damn it.
I guess as for me, you guys can find me on Top Deck Heroes, a YouTube channel that just fucks around. Like that's about it. We just fuck around. But no, Top Deck Heroes, the channel. We got a Facebook if you want to follow us on there. We just honestly just post videos, not much updates. We probably should get to it. We don't have a Twitter for some fucking reason. I do have a personal Twitter if anybody wants to find me and follow me there. Again, I don't post anything on that. I probably should start posting. Anywho, Twitch as well. Sometimes we stream, sometimes we don't. Man, how the fuck did we get popular?
You did the public service of giving people access to your proxy file. That's how you got popular.
Yes.
Ah, yes. Which reminds me, the second I finish here, I need to make Ikea, Cater, and Braincave.
We appreciate your service.
We appreciate your service. Producer Kundai's voice
You
in
can
our
find
head,
me.
eh?
You can find me on Twitter at CardDweeb, on Twitch as well. I don't stream that much. I stream spontaneously, so don't follow me. Yeah, that's it. No. Producer, no. We don't talk about that. Okay, I haven't touched that at all.
Voice in our head is making statements that
I mean,
That's
Echo's
true.
not here. Someone has to.
Okay. I don't think we need another echo in here.
we need another echo.
Anyways,
Oh,
thanks guys for coming out, listening to the podcast for like an extended hour or something. We appreciate you guys coming out, and we'll be back with our next tournament. I believe we'll be putting up results and all that on our Twitter after this. There'll also be a Vision member application coming out after this as well. I just need to get that finalized. We're putting it up, and yeah, and we will be releasing a graphic of our next month's tournaments, October's tournaments. Just because you guys stuck around to the end, I'll give you a bit of a spoiler. We have premium VRX. I think it might change to normal premium. On
voice
let's
in
see,
our
I already forgot the date. On October 9th to 10th. That's when we have
Oh.
our premium tournament, and then we have standard on the 23rd to 24th, right after the lyrical booster release for English. So lyrical cards will be legal for that tournament. Of course, again, as a reminder for Bushiroad's restrictions, they did limit 8 triggers on crits, fronts, and draws. Just a reminder, so you can't play your 12 crit Willis does and whatnot. But yeah, that's about it from us. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next tournament or next stream or whatever. Peace.
Thank you for having me.
Peace.
Woo!